That's good.
Is
Perfect.
Sorry.
Are we good? I guess we're good.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Well, today is budget day. It's November 1st, meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. We're going to start off with the administrative approval of some marijuana licenses. Nanette, come join us.
Good morning. Quick and easy. Standard renewals, all the departments have recommended approval of all licenses listed on the agenda.
All right, consider it done.
Thank you.
8:35, public comment. Anybody joined us this morning to make a public comment, either online or here in the room? If you're online, you want to make a public comment, just raise your virtual hand and we'll move you as a panelist and you can hear what you have to say.
Not seeing anyone.
All right, with that, we'll close public comment and move on to commissioner updates. We'll start with you, Randy.
Yeah, okay. In the interest of brevity, just a couple things, a couple of same subjects you've heard from me before on, but a couple of topic areas. One is fiscal agency. Eagle County just yesterday did agree that they would become the fiscal agents for the collaborative effort. So we've got somebody officially in line that said they take it. And I sent them our thanks both from CE and Clear Creek for taking it on. And they actually sent their thanks back for having carried the water for so long. And said that we really deserve a lot of credit for that. So that was nice. NOCO, the Codex project that's going on, which is that GIS project to do a lot of data study on visitorship and behavior on our public lands. Larimer County got the grant for that. So they're acting as a fiscal, they were the applicant. So they're acting as a fiscal authority, fiscal agent for that. And the National Forest Foundation will be officially taking over fiscal agency for the rest of NOCO. So we won't be having to handle that one either, other than our dues into those like everybody else from now on. So that's good news. And then one other thing at NOCO is that the Codex program itself, one of the target or one of the projects within that GIS project of trying to quantify behavioral trends and everything is going to be to do some cell phone mobility data. And we got a grant just for that purpose at NOCO. And so each of the counties gets to pick about 3 to 5 places that we would like to see mobility data on. And so I mentioned that to Amy yesterday, and we'll be talking with Scott Hawes too. So we can pick a few places. And some of the things that I would like to be thinking about is that we do have some of our areas that are most heavily visited, but they already have robust data on some of those areas. So there's no need to squander that resource, so we'll pick 3, work with the rec crew and with Scott Hawes, the Forest Service, and pick 3 to 5 areas that we'd like to have robust data on. And anyway, there's probably some other stuff if I look at my calendar, but it's good for now.
Okay, thanks, Randy. George?
A couple of things. The LGLI, the Local Gaming Limited Impact Committee, met recently and decided on awards. The awards haven't been published publicly yet, but it was happened in a public meeting, so it's not a secret that every penny that was applied for from Clear Creek County was awarded.
Nice.
Our applications, I think, looked really good relative to some other applications I saw. And the reason everybody was funded, except for a couple of organizations that hadn't calculated what their costs were, right, is because less than $5 million is applied for to this fund. And that's kind of the thing that I wanted to alert this board to, is that there's money on the table, that and I would love to see us and maybe we do this in collaboration with Gilpin County, maybe we do it alone, but try to bring organizations that we think could be eligible for these funds into a meeting where we kind of train them up. Here's how you can document your costs and start to go after this funding source. So that's just a quick update on that. I had a meeting with some staff in the Behavioral Health Administration about co-response. And I have an email in my inbox from yesterday that I need to forward on to staff just to connect them. They've got some resources that I wasn't aware of. And then I've been talking to somebody about a building over on Bendemeer Way. Just an update for you two. There is a building that burned down, and one person, at least one person, has some concerns about public health risk, because there's, it's a mess. There's rodents around, and this is what I'm hearing from the constituent. Public health staff went out and visited the site, and the constituent has followed up and asked for them to send some pictures and asked for them to take another look. So I'm just letting you guys know that that's been going on. Staff, you should have an email in your inbox about that. And then lastly, we need to discuss the schedule. For some reason, I thought I had brought this up a couple months ago when I planned it. I'm planning on being out of town in the first week of December. December 6th is, of course, a public meeting. I think it's the one where we're scheduled to approve our budget. And so I want to ask if we want to consider rescheduling. Of course, I can zoom into that meeting from Aruba if I need to.
What needs to be officially noticed, if anything, related to budget adoption?
We published notice in the paper of the date and time of the hearing, which
Right.
of course that hasn't been done yet.
Right, because we're doing that today,
Right.
and that hearing was going to be December 6th. So when do you leave, George?
I fly out on the 3rd. And I set it up so I can zoom in if I need to.
We can adopt at the second meeting.
December 20th?
Yeah, that still gives us enough time.
And you're back by then, right?
Yeah.
Is there anything else date dependent that was on the 6th, like the certification of mill levies and all that?
The
Good point.
county attorney doesn't have to come before December 15th, certification of mill levies.
That does.
Yeah, I think that does. So we would have to certify the mill levies on the 6th. But that would not be adopting our budget. So we could do that on the 20th,
Yeah,
and then you
and
wouldn't be missing anything.
I have a knee surgery on the 1st. That's pretty significant. And so I'm definitely zooming in for
On the
at
6th.
least a week after that. And I might not be able to join it all on the 6th. I think I probably will be able to, but it's possible that I won't.
Do we want to move it the following week?
I think that would work fine for me.
Yeah, it works. I just want to make sure we don't miss the.
Right,
certification
we
date.
just have.
Oh,
to
that's
do
true.
it
We still need to certify the mill levies though. So
By the 15th, so it's,
Rather than try to do this on the fly, maybe you guys can just put together what we need and.
The
and we can
13th is the
get it scheduled in
CCI
email.
conference, by the way.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be a Tuesday, right?
Correct.
when is your surgery?
The 1st. It's a knee replacement, so it's significant. I think the 8th or 9th would probably.
We need to
be
make,
fine.
we need to make a decision before the end of the day because you're certifying when you're setting the public hearing on the budget.
right.
Yeah,
So, but that, so the decision needs to be made today.
Well,
what about the 8th or 9th?
is there anything?
When do you get back, George?
I get back on the 13th,
Oh,
but I really don't have a problem with.
or we could leave it the 6th. I mean, if for some reason I can't join, you guys still have a forum.
The
If
6th,
George can
Did
zoom in
George say
from
you
Aruba.
can join remotely on the 6th?
6th was also, and we'll have to push it. We were bringing the open space documents on the 6th, so we'll push that to the 20th.
if we need to. It's still
All right, so we,
over a month from now.
so let's stick with this December 6th meeting to do the mill levies, and then we'll adopt the budget on the 20th.
I think that's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other updates, George?
No, my apologies. I thought I had brought that up a couple months ago, but apparently I didn't.
Okay, I don't think I have anything to add to the conversation today, so we'll move over to the county manager update, Brian.
Yeah, I think we should just use it for the exec session.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time. Our next agenda item isn't for 45 minutes. And we do have an executive session notice for today. So with that said, I move the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters. I was giving you a little bit of time to go find your statute.
I actually had it in front of me this time. Pursuant to CRS 24-64024 D and E for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning U.S. District Court Case numbers 20 CV 03691 and to determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to U.S. District Court Case number 20 CV 03691.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We'll be back by 9:30, where we'll start the budget process.
They're consistent to me if you want.
We live? All right.
Yep.
All right, we're back from our executive session. No minutes were kept and no decisions were made. Move on to our 9:30 agenda item. Local will sit as the local liquor licensing authority. Has anybody come here to make a public comment on this application? The application is consideration approval of renewal of optional premises liquor license for Clear Creek Skiing Corporation, DBA Loveland Ski Area. Tell us who you are. Yeah, tell us who you are. Come join us and then. tell us-
Rob Goodell, the Chief Operating Officer of Loveland Ski Area, Clear Creek Skiing Corporation. I thank you all. I enjoy coming to just give you a quick update on what's going on at the area. Hopefully everyone heard that we will be opening Thursday. Sorry that it is behind Winter Park. But one of the delays, quite honestly, today, as of right now, we are load testing the new Lift 6 replacement. And that we had to keep the road open that goes right up Home Run and Mambo to the bottom of Lift 6 to get the inspectors up there and the ballast up there to load the chairs to do the test today. So that's one of the things that did delay us. But snowmaking's gone well. We'll be open on Thursday. Very excited. The expansion of Loveland Valley is now complete. The 14,000 square foot facilities expansion down there that has new children's center, new sales, expanded rental shop, nice facility, ski patrol area. That's all. Thank you all for the hard work of the county to work with us on that. One interesting thing, this is our 50th year of ownership by the Upland family. It's definitely one of the longest independently held ski area definitely in Colorado, but in the United States. This past summer, Chet Upham was inducted into the Colorado Snow Sports Hall of Fame for his innovations early on with snowmaking, but then to keep an area, mid-sized ski area, sustainable through some very challenging times. And the family still owns it today, and very happy with the way Loveland has evolved over the years. So we thank the community for your support and everything that we can do.
Do you have any comments on the liquor license?
Uh,
Oh,
sorry. Just saying, much easier.
Not at this time, no.
Thanks, Rob. Any other public comments on this application?
No public comment. I just want to say that going back to what you talked about, I remember exactly when the snowmaking came in. It was after the disastrous winter of 76, 77, and the following year, there was, I think Loveland may have had a little snowmaking before that, but either that or it came in right then. Because I remember I remember Vail and everybody shutting down once early in about January, February, because they didn't have enough snow. Got open after a snowfall for spring break, and then Breck and Vail and everybody shut down again in the middle of spring break because they couldn't even put people on the hill. And Loveland and A Basin, and I think Wolf Creek were the only areas in the state that ran the rest of spring break and got done. And it was good because skiing on ice really brings you discipline, and that's all that was there. Even at Loveland was ice, except for the final day of the year, it snowed about 1.5 feet. And so and it was really, really cold, and it was about the first week of May. And I thought, I can't believe we're skiing knee-deep powder in May after this last year.
So if there's no more public comment regarding the liquor license, it can be an administrative approval at that point.
Okay, yeah, we'll close public comment and consider it approved. Thanks for your visit and thanks for the update, Rob.
It's always wonderful to see you all. Thank you.
Yeah. We'll see you on the hill.
Soon, very soon.
All right. We have three items on our consent agenda. Do any of these need to be discussed individually? Are we ready for all of them, Peter?
I believe we are ready for them if there's nothing.
Meeting minutes, warrant register.
Nope.
And a pavement, road improvement. Okay. So I'm entertain a motion. Actually, let me read them. Sorry. Number 1, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration approval of August 2nd, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number 3, consideration approval of the application and certificate of payment for the final settlement of the construction costs associated with the Soda Creek Road pavement overlay project.
We approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a movement and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes. On to the 9/45/2023 Clear Creek County budget presentation. We start a few minutes early.
Sure can.
Let's do it.
We're up.
Sorry.
All I have to do is plug this in.
Yes.
Liquor license.
There we go.
There,
We're good.
it worked. All right. Well, good morning. As the chair said, this is the overview and presentation of our proposed budget. I would submit to you, this is one of the most important decisions that that's forth our program of services, how we're going to accomplish your objectives, how we're going to accomplish the price. This is an important decision that we bring to you every year. Adoption of the county's budget. serious challenges presented by declining revenues and a tight labor market. The result of both of those factors make budgeting and our service delivery even more difficult than it already is. Budgeting is not an easy process. The services that we provide are not easy either. It's complex. And these financial straits make it even more difficult. But I've said it before, this isn't an emergency. This feels like a crisis, but we know why we're here. And we know what we need to do, at least on a macro level, right? That's cut our expenses. If we can, that's increase our revenues. So we know what we need to do at a macro level. It's the specifics that are, again, going to have the impacts moving forward. Again, the tough and difficult decisions that are in front of us. The challenges we face stemming from the diminishing operations of the Henderson mine as they prepare for closure are real. And I will tell you that almost a year and a half now that I've been here, I get the sense that some folks believe that maybe it's not real and then it won't close down, but we can't operate in that fashion, right? The budget projects a 7% decline in revenue, much of which is due to the decrease in the assessed valuation associated with the mine. Sales taxes are up, but not enough to overcome that decline in property taxes. So again, difficult decisions in front of us. Given all of that, given the fact that we're presenting you a budget that's eating into reserves quite a bit, just to balance the general fund, the budget does not include a cost of living increase for staff. It does not include a raise for staff. Now, all employees, almost all employees, received some type of an increase in the last month when the board approved the market pay analysis. And so thank you again for that. Thank you for understanding the important need for us to be able to pay competitively in our market. So it made it a little bit easier to present you a budget without raises in it, but at the same time, those cost of living increases are what help us stay competitive, right? You move the ranges, cost of living helps an employee move to the extent we can't fund those cost of livings, right? We fall behind. It's the one step forward, two steps back concept. So we'd like to recommend that we revisit the possibility of some employee raises maybe halfway through the year. We propose making that decision based on a combination of factors, including year-to-date sales tax performance, ongoing savings identified by staff, because that's going to be the charge in our year moving forward, is how can we identify budget savings? Directors and staff will be actively working throughout the entire fiscal year, looking for process improvements, ways for us to save and streamline on our ongoing costs. I've shared it already, but all positions that become vacant, we're going to look long and hard before we replace them. We just had an employee announce they were leaving last week. And my first question to the department head was, what if we don't fill it? What's going to be the impact internally on the organization? What's going to be the impact externally on service delivery if we don't fill this position? We have to ask that question of every single vacancy moving forward. I can't say it enough. The decisions we make today are going to have an impact on our future. So it's a combination of better forecast, with respect to our revenues, less than budgeted expenditures, those kinds of factors at play. We may want to reintroduce the pay increase for employees, maybe in the July timeframe. So in my closing, our leadership team will continue to work for those process improvements, for those ways to reduce costs. But we got to do that all at the same time, while to the extent that we can, preserving our service delivery, right? Preserving to the maximum extent possible the quality services that our staff already provides to the people who live in this community. And we have to be emboldened by our purpose, and that's continuing to understand while we're in these financial straits, our job is still to build a better community. It's still to build a better Clear Creek in the end, because that's why we're here. So I'm going to stop. I'll take any questions you might have in the beginning. If not, we'll turn it over to Maria, and we're going to jump into a pretty long budget presentation.
Well, technology is our friend and our enemy, right? This isn't moving forward
At all?
at all.
Is it on?
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna let Beth fiddle with that and move on to the agenda slide for a minute. So our game plan today is to refresh memories about the financial outlook and what's happening with revenues, what's happening with fund balance, and then start into division directors and elected official presentations. It's going to be a long day, and we'll rely on you, chairperson, to pace us and let us know when we need to have a break. But everyone's very excited to present their budgets and information and answer questions. They're all very excited to be here. We will start off with general fund and focus mostly on the general fund for our elected officials and our directors, and then move into some of the special revenue funds to make sure that we're hitting every item for you. Along the way, as you ask questions of us, as you ask for information, we're going to be taking notes, and then Brian will make sure, the county manager will make sure at the end to follow up with you and make sure we've heard everything, we've documented everything. We're prepared to come back with answers if we weren't able to provide them today, so that you have all the information you need to make the most informed decision regarding this budget.
I can call David again if I'm not moving fast enough.
Yeah, I don't need my slides, so. I
Okay,
can start.
I have a,
We're done.
let me go grab David again.
This is working here. It's not sharing.
do you think if we unplug and replug in again, that might help? Or
Did you have it on share screen a minute ago?
no, I didn't touch anything. I just plugged it in.
Says you're viewing BOCC Logi screen. Would you control it on that panel?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just thinking out
I'm
loud.
just trying to put her in the meeting. I don't think this computer is in the meeting.
Then how is that on the screen?
I think what the IT person told me is if you plug this in, this trumps all and takes over.
BOCC Logi is the name for the room.
Oh, it
And
just went away.
by plugging the cord in, you're just providing that graphical data to the room. So that computer doesn't need to be plugged into Zoom. Just
Okay.
Oh, we're seeing that now.
Now we're seeing this is
No pressure, everybody. We've got all day.
so I think what I'll do is I'll move on. Outlook slide, even though I can't show it, it was provided in the packet. I don't know if commissioners, you have access to look slide. This is a picture of our general fund. And there's a lot going on. I want to be sure and explain this slide to you. The red line represents for
Thank you. Working?
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Sure.
Rice this year.
Understand.
Are we? No. All right, so. Okay.
Wanted to tell, I forgot to say is we are going to give you an ARPA update. We know that commissioners are making very thoughtful and careful decisions about this one-time money. That is so amazing. And so we want to give you an update. We want to check in with you and make sure that we've got everything correct so far. And then take your feedback for anything else you'd like us to get to work on with the ARPA funding. Here is the general fund outlook. A lot going on the slide. I just wanted to be able to point it out because it's really important. These
those costs. So that's pretty much my presentation.
See how easy that was?
It was. There it is.
We got one done.
Look,
Something that I just want to point out about your office for the benefit of the public. I think the people in the room here are aware, but under former county attorney Bob Loeffler, when we first got the news that the Henderson was going to be providing less revenue, your office immediately reduced in FTE and have been operating in the fashion you are since. The reason I think that's important for everybody and the public, hopefully they're listening, to understand is that Bob Loeffler had been the county attorney for a couple of decades and was able to run an office, I think you would expect, a little more efficiently than a brand new county attorney. And so this is an office that I think is on a list of offices that we have to figure out how to provide better support for. I know I receive emails at midnight and 1 a.m. that make me feel like I'm overworking my county attorney, or as a board we are. And so I just wanted to share that perspective that there's a real need for us to make a bigger investment in this department. And I know in spite of our revenue challenges.
thank you.
I do have one question about services. It looks like that line item has gone up pretty significantly between 2021 and 2023. What exactly is that?
So part of that is that we had actually had an ask for a larger amount last year. And then we ended up cutting that with an anticipation that either we would have new staff or it would be covered where I'd be doing more litigation. In light of the fact that we don't have more staff, I can't take over certain litigation matters that would normally be covered by CTSI. So what we are currently doing is we've asked Bob Loeffler to actually assist us on certain projects that I feel need to be worked on, but they're not high priority that I need to get to them tomorrow. And so what we did is we added some money into there by reducing elsewhere and including in wages. And this way we have the opportunity to utilize him. I will tell you that the other cushion that you see in that amount, which is the 80,000, generally speaking, we always kept anywhere from 50 to 100,000 in professional services as a placeholder, in light of the fact that there might have been cases where at that time Bob wouldn't have handled, he would have outsourced if it wasn't covered by CTSI. So we kept that cushion in there rather than having to come back to get a supplemental appropriation at a later point. What we did is we had reduced it. Now we've gone up back to keep that cushion. In past years, as you can see, if you look at 2021, we didn't use it. So that's the actual in 2021. In 2022, that's what we have budgeted, but we have not used 80,575. And I don't think we're even going to be close to that this year. So that's why, again, 2023 is proposed, but the chances are that we will not even come close to that, but we never know. It's the one area of the budget where we asked for the unpredictable to be included in the budget as opposed to based on specific years. Ideally, that's money that will end up going back into the general fund at the end of the year.
Okay, that makes sense.
So in other words, the 2022 actual is going to be at the bottom line on the total. You expect to be less than the budgeted amount?
Oh, significantly less. Yeah, we didn't avail ourselves of utilizing Bob much in 2022. We are using him a little bit more now. But we had, so far, knock on wood, the two lawsuits that we had that were not covered by CTSI were easily disposed of with me handling them. And fortunately, right now, we're not dealing with anything that we have to be concerned about.
Well, I'll just ask the question, and of course, George's comments a moment ago were, Commissioner Moran's comments were well taken, that we'd had one person there for a long time operating at a pretty efficient level, and then without an assistant as well, once we had made that cut. And so I understand that therefore we had a 2022 budget that's higher. Although the budget for that year, that's 2021 actual expenses, and you came on at the beginning of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, the very end of 2020, I started maybe 2 days
Right,
before. So
right. And so-
2021 was our actual budget.
And so if we know that we're going to be coming in considerably lower on the 2022 budget. And forgive me if I'm asking you to repeat something you already said. Is there a reason we aren't reflecting that? If those are going to be considerable savings, is there a reason we're not reflecting that in the 2023 proposed budget?
I have to defer to Maria on the accounting principles for why we do that. I can tell you that's just probably because what was initially in the original budget was probably, I thought it was around 100,000, to be honest with you, but I guess projection is 80,000.
If I understand your question, Commissioner, I think you're asking if we think 2022 is going to come in less than budgeted, why are we budgeting so much in 23?
That's exactly.
That's your question.
Yeah, and there may be a perfectly good explanation for it. I just am curious as to why we're not reflecting that. If we expect 2023 to be, unless there's something we expect to be different about 2023 than 2022, should we be looking, as we're projecting 2023, should we use what we project 2022 to end up at?
I understand your question. As I was explaining, the reason why we went up is more as a placeholder where we were contemplating whether or not the risk is there that if we had additional litigation, we need to have outside counsel, or if we did take advantage of utilizing special counsel on particular projects like we are for Bob, whether or not we would utilize that. I will tell you, it candidly does not matter significantly to the county attorney's office if that number went down for accounting purposes. Because the truth is we know that if need be, we could come back for a supplemental appropriation at a future date. And so if we took 25 or brought that down to 50, it doesn't cause me any angst. And I'm fine with that if that's what the board decided to do, knowing that if there was a matter that required additional savings or additional costs, rather, I would come to you and ask you and explain to you why we needed that. And I know that we would find a way to do that. So I have no concerns. If you want to reduce that, I think it's reasonable to reduce it if you have concerns that way.
And I'm not saying what I want to do. This is just stream of consciousness as I'm listening to the conversation, hearing you describe that everyone's taking hits. And so I'm just trying to think about where we can account for things in a way that reflect what we expect the reality to be.
Right. And I think that's definitely a valid consideration. So I will, again, honestly, we have no concerns if you reduce that number. Again, that was more of a placeholder for us as an insurance, so to speak, but it is not necessary. At which point we will get the award for the most reduced budget for 2023 if we do reduce it 50,000. I just would like that noted.
Don't forget to put the cost of the award in there.
Yeah.
I think I have a preference for us budgeting for expenditures that we're planning to make and doing supplemental appropriations for expenditures that we weren't planning in general.
Otherwise, it's hard to believe what the budget is. It's got a bunch of contingency that never happens.
Yeah, and it makes it kind of hard to track through the years when you see the budgets and the actuals being so different. But my intention isn't to insist here. Maybe this is something that we can ask for staff to kind of highlight a focus on
and I think, I can tell you right now, historically, it's been anywhere from 50 to 100 was budgeted. So if we just push that down to 50, I still think that would more than cover any outside counsel, even for special projects. It's hard to believe that it would necessarily require over 50, but I don't know how much under 50 it would come this year.
Well, and my intent is not to do sloppy descriptions of what it is and just have a catch-all thing like that at all. That's not how I've ever done budgets. My purpose in bringing the question up is, do we expect to spend it or don't we expect to spend it? And whatever we do expect, what we think we will expend should be what we should have in there, plus some reasonable contingency within that line item. But so that's all I'm asking. You said you expect to come in well under. So what should we reflect?
Again, and if that's if the board's preference to come back for supplemental, I'm comfortable reducing it to whatever you think is appropriate. I will tell you, I cannot see based on historical precedent that we would exceed the 50, even if we utilize Bob, for example, to certain special projects.
Another question, I should know the answer to this. Looking at the revenues, what is license fees?
Marijuana licensing, liquor licensing fees.
Oh, so you guys basically take credit for that revenue?
We do. Because Nanette actually processes everything relating to it. We run the entire show on that.
And then my next question is 22 budget versus projected versus 23 budget goes from 28 to essentially 70 and then back to 26.
Where are you looking on that?
There's a big bump.
I'm looking here,
Oh, okay.
Let me see where's that.
Do you have that?
top line.
Oh, why it goes down?
Why there was such a high year this year?
Because this year we had marijuana businesses that we no longer next year can take any licensing fees from because the city of Idaho Springs adopted its own excise tax. So the money that had been going to the county this year, for example, we won't get next year. Is that correct, Nanette? On the
What figures are you looking at?
the marijuana licensing income, the revenue. What we had last year is or this year, we projected something about the effect of 69. But 2 businesses and 1 row, I believe, were basically now subject to city limits.
Excise taxes are accounted separately. I'm not sure why 22% is so high. We've never had that amount of licensing fees.
Yeah, and that's what I was listening to you, and my next question was going to be in the 21 actual was only 31.5.
Closer to what they're typically around. We have lost a few business licenses this year, so 25,000, 26 is probably closer to actual for next year.
And you said you're not sure why it's 69 this year?
We didn't do the estimates.
I'm sorry, you can blame me for that one. I'm sorry.
Oh,
But you did bring up another point that you and the public should be aware of. We are losing marijuana excise tax and a few license fees because Idaho Springs now has a tax, and that will be reflected in the tax revenue that we're bringing in.
last question about that, I think.
Sure.
Will we have also a commensurate lower responsibility of staff time to administer those licenses? Or is this just like kind of we got carved out of the revenue type of a thing?
Yeah, Nanette won't have to handle those particular renewals for those it's 2 licenses now, I think.
2 or
3.
Yeah.
But that's kind of insignificant as far as the processing and everything like that.
Okay, yeah. And I think if we go at this level of detail, we're going to be here for a week. So I think I'm probably good with the county attorney's one.
While we're talking about license fees, and we don't have to have the answer right now, but I guess, well, I'll just make the ask. Can you guys review your fees, whether they are sufficient to cover your costs? If there's any, I'm going to ask this
So we
about every fee everywhere on the budget that we're up to date, that in the last 3 to 6 months, we've taken a look at those fees and made sure they're right.
Nanette and I actually discussed this about 3 months ago, because there are certain fees that are dictated by the state that we cannot adjust. But then within our own regulations, we were trying to ascertain whether or not certain ones should be charged or that they're the right amounts. Right now, realistically, they do cover the costs of staff processing. But we continue to evaluate these things to see how they can offset our budget. And so we will continue to do that.
Thank you. That's it. And I agree with you, Tom.
Okay. Anything else for the county attorney? Are we ready to move on to the next one?
We'll move on to the assessor if you're ready. I'm sorry, Chairperson, I didn't mean to cut you off. And I think Megan's controlling the PowerPoint now. So Diane, if you could indicate to her when you want to advance. I'm really glad we got the PowerPoint working. Everyone prepared their own PowerPoint, so there's a lot of personality in here, and I really want you to be able to see it.
Okay.
Everyone's personality.
Okay, let's go to the. Sorry, my. Mission and purpose of the assessor's office is to produce the tax warrant with fair and equalized property values, discover list, classify,
value all real and personal property, comply with constitutional and statutory provisions, and ensure appraisal staff is licensed or certified. Our accomplishments, 2022, we complied with the SBO State Board of Equalization statistical guidelines audit. We are audited annually to verify that our values are within the statistical analysis. And so there's a certain guidelines that we follow. And so we complied with that. We review and processed all of our property sales this year in preparation for reappraisal, which we have started. And appraisal staff completed their required education. And our goals for 2023 are to complete the 2023 reappraisal, which we are working on, process appeals evaluations, which I'm thinking there will be plenty, and certify values to all the taxing entities, so they can set their budgets. And here's my proposed budget, and has gone up some, and that's because it's reappraisal year, and our expenses are higher on reappraisal year because we have to mail out notices to over 15,000 property owners, and then accept protests and all of that. So our budget does go up a little bit on reappraisal years, and then the following year, it'll go down by that amount because we only send out NOVs on intervening years to the properties that have building permits or destroyed things. So that's pretty much my budget. And I have 3 full-time appraisers, 1 half-time transfer tech, and then the elected official. And that's the employees in the office. Are there any questions?
I don't think so. It looks pretty,
Is there,
Pretty basic.
I just noticed your detail, you stay pretty close, pretty tight to the bill.
Yeah,
The projections are coming in pretty close to the original budget everywhere. It's been pretty sound in the past.
right.
you have the sense that savings could be had by digitizing your operations? Figuring out, I don't know, making an investment in figuring out how to automate some of your processes or.
Our processes are automated. That's what one of our bigger expenses besides employees is our Tyler program, which if the legislature passes new rules for us, then they immediately have to jump into that because, like say, they exempted all the personal property under $50,000. They exempted all the mobile homes under $28,000. They changed assessment rates, and those things have to be taken care of within our software immediately because, so that we can be on top of what's going on. And so that is part of the expense of having a good vendor.
I think George is also talking about some of the documents that come before us look like they're printed and then scanned or printed and rescanned, and sometimes they're a little hard to read.
Okay, yeah, like the appraisals,
Property comparisons and that stuff.
the appraisal, yeah. And those are in the program.
Okay.
Most of them. Some of them, they don't quite work with straight across comparison because of the different models that we use, but it's pretty much all digitized, and comes out of the computer.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to throw.
Might be able to clean up a little bit of it, but for the most part, we're good.
Just things I have in mind is where can we make, investments to bring in experts to look at our processes and you have a better sense than I will ever have as to whether an investment like that could yield results. So that's kind of the question.
Where can we spend money now to save money in the future by streamlining our operation?
Yeah, I don't know, it would be something we could think about, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
Questions, Randy?
No.
thank you.
Into the sheriff's office now. No, no.
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'll sit down there.
Okay, our 2023 proposed budget for the sheriff's office. You can go to the next slide. First, our mission and purpose. Number one, serve the citizens and of our county with integrity. There's so much the sheriff's office does. It's not just these 5 bullet points we have. There's 9 divisions within the sheriff's office, and I could put like 12 pages of our mission and purpose, but I think number one sums up the entire sheriff's office. Next slide. Okay, so big things we did in 2022 was we implemented our body worn camera program a year in advance of state statute. It's by June of 2023, we're required to. Every officer within the sheriff's office, we're implementing this now. We got 2 grants for it also to cover our costs this year, which will also cover some for next year's. So yeah, we're a year ahead of that. We are working with the Marshal Service to help with the cost of repairing our jail in conjunction with the ARPA funding. So there's $200,000 in the ARPA funding. We're working with the marshals right now to either increase our fees for them, our daily fee for that, or with possibly a lump sum coming, because they will contribute to that too. The more US Marshals we have, the more revenue we will get from them. So what that means is right now we charge the marshals $83 a day per inmate that we house for them. We also have transport services with them. So that is a mileage rate that's determined by the federal government. And then also there's an hourly rate, which we can work with them to increase that too. So these are big revenues that come into the sheriff's office to almost about $1.9 million a year should we get the jail plumbing issue fixed and fully house our marshal inmates. So that's one big thing we're working on to bring revenue in. We did some changes from the KRW report that the commissioners had a consultant come in, review the sheriff's office. We're continually working on that to implement their changes.
So probably the better way to say that, well, it would be implemented some of the changes, right?
Suggested changes, sure, some. You can change it to some if you like, but
Yeah, I mean, we had a conversation in July and there was we had a point to circle back and we're probably going to do that to continue that conversation.
no, great, we'd love that. We're doing our changes. We hope the board comes through on changes too, just collaborate, let's do it together. We continue to work with JCMH for our inmate health program. The dollar amounts came up with them. So the grant we have with them, money comes in, money goes out, but it's just all benefiting the inmates that are in the jail. And the biggest thing JCMH does with our inmates is to get them prepared to go back out in society rather than continually coming back. And we're seeing a lot of success with that program. Next year, let's see, what do we have? Continue with the US Marshal Service to repair that jail, have a great relationship with them. So one thing that happened in 2022 is the federal government passed a law that they can no longer use private jail services to house their inmates. So that's why if we get our jail operating, the plumbing issues downstairs fixed and the housing issues fixed down there, we can take more inmates in because they're not doing the private sector prisons anymore. So that's good for us. We also got.
Quick
Yes?
question. Yeah, if the facility today was in shape to be able to accommodate more federal prisoners, do we have the staff to do that today?
We do. We do. So I'll get to our staffing issues here in a minute too, but so I've said this a million times before, our staffing levels right now in the jail are at our minimum. So even our vacant positions. So we have, 16 in the jail, I believe it is. So whether you have 4 inmates in the jail or 40 inmates in the jail, it's the same staffing requirements. We like to have 2 deputies at a time. If we have more, that'd be great. So the more inmates you have in there that you can generate income from, which you can't with local inmates, that just helps you to offset any costs. So if we had no US Marshals, we'd still need the same staffing levels that we currently have in the jail. We'd still need the same. I think it's beneficial to have them in there because you're offsetting some of the costs. If we didn't have any US Marshals in there, we still need 2 deputies at a time. Does that
So
make sense?
on that same subject matter, that's because of the size of the current jail and the amount of people it takes to staff that jail at that size, which is built to accommodate the US Marshals program, correct?
No, it's not built to accommodate the marshals. We can hold 104 max. But right now we can't with the plumbing issues that we have down there. You gotta have so many people to a toilet and we're not fully functioning with that yet.
And understood. Let's just assume that we had a place that was built. It's another whole subject to have, but if we had a place that was built to the size of what we generate in our own needs as without the US Marshals program, would that be a smaller jail?
The county inmate population fluctuates. Over the last 2 years with COVID, it's plummeted because nobody's going to jail.
Right.
I can see that starting to rebound right now. We have, I think, as of Tuesday, we have 21 county holds and 29, total of 60 inmates down there.
And how many-
Male and female, so 21 county holds.
21 county holds. And my point is, if we had a jail that was large enough to handle the number of people that we would have without the US Marshals program, since that's like a third, for example, right now, third of what you've got in there right now, but we have a capacity of 104. If we were to fill that capacity, then the number of locally generated inmates in that jail would be a small fraction of the total population of the jail, and the bulk of it would be the US Marshals program, correct? And so if you didn't have that other 80% or whatever it is in there, for let's say at full capacity, wouldn't that be a smaller jail, smaller staff and smaller expenditures? And the reason I bring it up is that you said the revenues are $83 a day that we receive per inmate
Right now,
right now, right? And that has changed over time. Do you know what our expenditures per inmate are? Because I remember seeing a few years ago a presentation on that, and our expenditures per inmate were higher than the reimbursement rate.
Mhm.
And so what I'm kind of hypothesizing is if we had a jail that was up to snuff, that was state of the art modern and built to right size for the number of inmates that we actually generate and need to house, as opposed to those that we choose to house by working with the US Marshals program. Is it possible we could have a different financial outcome that would be beneficial compared to what we have today by not having a 104 inmate jail in a place with a population of under 10,000, granted also with a big highway coming through it, which generates a lot of stuff. I don't want to disregard that. But I mean, it feels to me like we have something that we're stuck with for now. And as that reaches the end of its life and we have to replace it, would that potentially be a good time to reconsider whether the US Marshals program is something that's good for Clear Creek County by reducing costs, by having a smaller jail that is modern and more easily staffed and better staffed, and get rid of you'd get rid of those revenues, which help buy down fixed overhead, but you'd also get rid of the cost, which is even greater than the revenues. Because I think the cost per inmate was considerably, and I'm not saying that this changes this year's budget, but the idea that the US Marshals program is good for Clear Creek County is one that I question. And I think it needs further analysis.
So if I might, I just, as a way of an update, I'm this close to having a draft of an RFP to share with Peter, to share with the sheriff, with respect to the direction you had given us to bring on a consultant to do that study with respect to what we need for
Okay.
services moving forward. So that's close to being prepared to get to these guys at least so we can move that forward.
but I also want to address some of that too. So Randy, if we just had local inmates down there, no US Marshals in there, we're not getting any revenue for those 21 that we have down there right now. There's no revenue coming in for that whatsoever. When they're initially booked in, we can charge them a $30 processing fee. They may or may not have it. We can't, it's not debtor's prison. You can't keep them in there because they didn't have the $30. If they bond out, you can charge them $10 for the bond fee. Now, these are set by state statute. We are at the max on the $30 for a processing fee. And we're also at the max on the $10 for the bond fee, and that's set by state statute. So you can either have 29 inmates in there that the federal government will pay you $83 a day, or you can have all local inmates in there where the federal government, state government is paying you $0 a day.
And how much
And you
does it?
still have to have the staff, just like I said before, you still have to have 2 deputies at least, at minimum, in there.
That's where that study is gonna come in.
Yeah.
I think we'll get to the bottom line on that. What I'm saying is you got scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3. You look at the scenarios and you look at the lower right-hand corner on the spreadsheet at the end, after you look at all revenues and all expenses. And that study hopefully will show us what it will look like if we had a right-sized modern facility. And I'd like to see what it looks like with and without federal prisoners once we look at that, because the size of the facility and the size of the staff and the cost of operating, it has to be less for a population that might be a quarter to a fifth of what it was. But
I don't think
Anyway.
the staff, well, we'll see what that
that,
survey says, but I don't think the staffing levels are gonna change much.
okay, thanks.
Okay, so the next slide, these are our costs right here, and this is all, like I said, it's all 9 divisions in one lump sum. Obviously, the personnel is the highest. We have 76 positions. 3 of them are part-time, but that's through all 9 divisions. Our operating supplies are about $916,000 or $916,000, so almost $1 million. Again, we generate some revenue to come in for that. Without the US Marshals, we're probably bringing in just on like processing fees. That's our civil service process of serving summonses, complaints, protection orders, that kind of thing. And our tickets, we're probably bringing in about $87,000 to $100,000 a year on that revenue that is set by state statute that we can charge. And the revenue of a marshal service or anything covers some of that, not all of it. Let's see. Our outside services are our computer network services, which is, I mean, IT is expensive. We have to be compliant with the state. We have to be compliant with the federal government. Our CJIS computer, what is that?
Yeah, justice.
Yeah, Justice Information System. We have a lot of personal information about people that cannot get out. The state system was just taken down. The state system was just taken down last month. Hackers, and I know we're just little, but we could not afford a situation like that. So yes, we do put a lot of faith in our computer services, and it is 100% worth it. Our medical services for the inmates too, which by the way, we don't pay medical services for the inmates, for US Marshal inmates. We pay that for local inmates. Let's see. We have emergency fire fund, which is it's $5,000 a year that we pay into through the state. So should we have a horrific fire in our county, we have insurance to help with that. We also pay part of a search and rescue fee. We have a great collaboration with Alpine Services, Alpine Rescue. There's no way we could afford their rescue services if we paid them on a case-by-case situation. We've covered the revenue part. We have our CAB agreement, which we can go over later if you want. CAB agreement is the Communications Advisory Board, which is we get revenue from the other jurisdictions within the county to support our dispatch services. We bring in revenue from our civil service.
Then I have a quick,
Penalties in the shelter.
I had a quick question about the shared dispatch. But look at 2021, it has essentially 216,000, and then the proposed for 23 is 481,000. I know that we originally agreed to an increasing scale so that the towns could essentially pay their share over time. Is that doubling or more than doubling just from the schedule we agreed to, or is there something else going on there too?
No, that's just the 15% hike going up in their call usage as well as what we're billing them monthly. I don't think we get to the full, I think we have 2 more years before we get to 100% that each
I thought it was,
agency is,
yeah, it's either
yeah,
next year or the year after.
yeah, next year or the year after.
We started at 15 and went to 30 and then 45.
Right,
I think the last year it's not a total of 15, but
right, but it brings.
I think it's like 10%.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, unless you guys have other questions. The biggest challenges, which I think every department has had this year, last year, probably going into next year, maintaining the expenses, which since the sheriff's office got the Henderson news, what, 6 years ago? Not news, but where we started making our budget cuts. We cut our line item expenses 10%, like we were asked to do. We're keeping those as close to that as possible. Expenses like that, you can cut them one time, really. We're doing the best that we can, not wasting our spending, and then rising costs too. I mean, it's not just in the whole county, but even before, or the whole country, even before all the pandemic and rising cost and service deliveries, we were always having problems with paying delivery costs from the metro area up to the mountains. I mean, that was before any situation that the county or the country went through. So you have, remote destination fees that we get charged a lot on that. Filling vacancies and retaining employees. So we talk about, are these positions necessary for the next time? Well, yes, most of ours are, especially in patrol detentions. When we have a vacancy, it's not like that position is no longer needed. That position is being covered with overtime. So I don't really see how that is saving the county any money, not filling a position. Our office staff, we reduced one position when the Henderson issue first happened. And so there's 3 people in the office covering all those duties. We haven't increased our employee number, but the shift employees, dispatch, control tech, animal shelter, patrol, detentions, all of those are not positions. We just don't have extra positions sitting around. When there's an empty one, it's being filled with overtime. So training is expensive, keeping these employees up here, driving from the metro area, same issues every other department has. How do we keep our employees here?
I want to add something to that. With the reset, I don't know if Carol Ann's still here, but we did a new application put out there, public awareness type thing with the raise that you guys gave. We now have 7 applications in dispatch. We have 3 or 4 in the jail when we need to hire a couple more. So I think that public thing of how much people are getting paid or how much we're starting our people out really helped. And we started that campaign. So I can see an uptrend in our employees right now. So thank you for that.
We also received a grant just last week. We got notified for it of $40,500, a Zoom grant through the state to help pay the cost of sending deputies to post certification. So I said once in one of our budget meetings, there are 2 types of deputies. We have our jail deputies and we have our patrol deputies. Jail deputies are not required to be post certified. Post is peace officer standard training. A patrol deputy is required to have that. It's about $13,000 to send someone to the post academy. So we have a grant for $40,000 to send at least 3 people starting next year to pay for their post academy. So that is also another attraction and to help bring people in and also retain. We like to try and promote our jail deputies up to patrol once they've completed 1 to 2 years in the jail and also their post certification. So that $40,000 will help a lot with that.
And just so I know, post, that's for patrol only. So animals, all those other divisions and communications, post is not a requirement or.
Correct. And the jail repairs, which we've covered that already. Supply chain issues and subcontractor availability, which we've already heard that multiple times. It's hard to get people to work and come up to the county to do repairs that everyone needs. So those are our big challenges. next.
Um,
Whoa,
That was
I
it.
guess
All
back
right.
to, do we have questions?
Thank you. See y'all later.
I got some questions and comments. Sorry, Rick. Um, So, I mean, the elephant in the room is that you've had a lot of vacancies and the jail has remained open. And that in confinement, you spent about $300,000 less than you budgeted in 2022.
Did you look at overtime?
Overtime's in there.
Overtime is in there. Counting overtime, you spent $230,000 less than you did in 2022. So
We're doing good then.
in my mind, I think there is, I would like to call for us to look a little bit more carefully at whether all of those vacant positions need to continue to be budgeted. I heard you say that most of our vacant positions are needed. And I don't mean to try to hold you to that. I know you're making a presentation. I'd love to see a draft that doesn't include vacant positions that are not needed, if there are any. And one of the ways we could analyze this is look at the total hours worked, including overtime, and whether that equals the total hours that were budgeted last year. And if it's less, if the total hours that were worked is less than the total hours that were budgeted, and the jail has been open, we might see that we actually can maybe budget for a lower number of FTEs. So that's something that I would like to see in the next presentation,
You add that to the RFP.
kind of a response to.
That RFP.
Especially, well, I mean, we could add it to the RFP, but right now the other thing that I'm hearing is that we've increased our wages and people are starting to fill these positions. And I would much rather eliminate a vacant position than eliminate a position that someone's in. So I think now is the time for us to really look carefully at those vacant positions. And that's what I'm asking.
I think in conjunction with whoever gets the study that we're going to do on the jail.
I'm hearing he wants it done now, though. Not.
Yeah, because if we do it after we fill them, then have a.
There's always rotation in the jail. I mean, we can start looking at it.
Yeah, so if you could just, quick analysis, how many hours were worked? And how does that compare to how many hours we budgeted for? Because we know overtime is more expensive and we have to use it. We're not strategically trying to use overtime here.
And another thing with that overtime is that we had other people from other divisions go down there and work too, down in the jail. Or overtime.
Something we can provide.
Is overtime time and a half essentially most?
Yes.
Otherwise, I'd love to see us, we have a jail built for a federal program. We have opportunity to dive back into that. I think it makes sense, especially when I hear that we don't have to staff more when we have federal inmates. So just asking of everyone, a very sharp pencil.
Mhm. I'm kind of curious too. My experience is extremely anecdotal. I was volunteering up at the Q house, and one dynamic I remember up there is if there were too few kids, it was a little strange. I think the right number might have been around 8 to 10. And if it got up to their maximum 15 or 16, things started going south just in terms of crowding and like not enough time for the showers and that sort of thing. And I was kind of wondering, you don't have to answer this right now, but can we realistically run at 104 or whatever that number is?
No, there's no way. We got up to, I think it was about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago, we got up to like 80, 85 inmates. And you could see the change in the deputies' mindset and everything. So we immediately backed off. We had the feds come in and take out 65 to 70 is a good number.
And we're almost at that number right now, it sounds
Yeah,
like.
we're at 60. So 60 to 75 people is a good number,
Mhm.
especially with the facility and stuff like this. We got.
And sometimes we have more females than we do males, and that one, we only have one pod for females. So the extra space we can utilize to put more in. We don't want to have two dedicated to females because typically you have less of them. But should that happen, we need to have space for that.
Women are more well-behaved than men.
Does that mean that the federal Female prisoners are housed with the local female prisoners and they're all commingled.
Yes,
Everybody's commingled.
everybody is. I mean, there's different units for different levels of, you know, medium, minimum, maximum, but yeah, the
Same.
federal and the locals are mixed together.
But we don't do that with the men.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
You commingle the federal and the local prisoners and
Correct.
the males.
They come in, their charges are read and their history and everything, and they're placed into which pot they belong into.
Anything else, George, Raymond?
Really?
I don't think so. No, it was the jail where I thought to make.
Okay, yeah, I don't have anything else. I mean, I look forward to continuing the conversation when we have some more good data, and it sounds like we're on a path to getting that data. So thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay.
Chris, is that a depiction of you asking for your?
That's exactly what that is.
Here.
Yep.
We've got an early favorite for best headline slide.
Our mission and purpose is to protect the interests of deceased individuals and citizens of Clear Creek County by conducting independent investigations of death occurring within our jurisdiction. I'm just going to go through this. I don't think people really understand what we really do. I think people think we're more of a removal service. We go pick up a dead person and get them to a funeral home, but there's a whole lot more that happens in between what's going on scene and the final resolution of these. We're charged with accurately determining the cause and manner of death and the mechanisms of sudden or unexplained deaths. Identify deceased persons, notify their next of kin, regardless of where the next of kin are located in the world. We've had a couple in the last few years that have been international, which can add a whole nother layer of, it's not just calling somebody on the phone anymore or sending an officer. Everything's becoming more complicated in every degree of what we do at this point. It used to be you looked at the person and you knew who their next of kin was and you knew where they lived. That's not the case here anymore. One of our biggest things that'll come up later on also is 40% of our cases this year are not county residents. So that adds whole extra layers to everything as well. Ensuring that the deceased along with their property are treated.
I'm sorry, Chris, are those like family members visiting or tourists, or do you have any sense for?
A little bit of everything. We have a suicide tourism up here. A lot of people will come from other places. It's been quoted, further from God, further from hell, closer to God.
Yeah.
Come up to the mountains to do this. It happens all over the world with its mountains, actually.
Yeah.
We have the highway. For a while, we weren't on the highway as much. This year, we've been out on the highway more than we have been. So it's mostly people driving through. We had the gentleman on the way back to Summit County the other day who died between here and DIA. So it's travel, it's people come here to purposely die here. And we have ski hills, we have rafting, we have a lot of dangerous sports that people are coming and participating in. So it's a little bit of
Yeah.
a
Okay.
whole lot of things. The mission is accomplished with medical, legal trained investigators, forensically trained pathologists, and other scientific methods needed. We also had a case this year that was quite ahead of our normal budgets with DNA. We had to spend a lot of time identifying this person, it's the state they were found in. Things have gotten a lot more technical, and we've had to learn a little bit about identification and have had to go pretty far out of our way to get that accomplished as well. Accomplishments. So it took me 6 years now. I finally have a fantastic team that is well-trained and incredibly reliable, that when I am not on call, that I can depend on them. Unfortunately, I'm the only one in the county right now. Everyone else is either coming from Golden, Lakewood, or Gilpin County. So our response times are kind of long. We had 2 cases in the last week where I was
Your
mentored.
clients are willing to wait for you, I assume.
They are not. It depends on where they are. We recently had a case in a local supermarket parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
Was not going to be able to be waiting for anybody to come up. So I immediately got up, went down there, started that process while one of my teammates got our vehicle and met me there. And we tried to move that scene along as fast as possible. Same thing happened last Thursday on the highway. My chief was in Gilpin County. She rolled out. I got the truck first, headed up there. She was stuck in Evergreen for hours, along with some of the sheriff's deputies who weren't able to make it up here either. So ultimately, it falls on me, if I am in the county, to pick up the slack, because we're looking at response times. The highway was closed 4 hours as it was, even though I got there as fast as I could because I was in the county.
Mhm.
So there are new challenges that have been coming up. We have been really tightening up the team. We have team meetings. We're going over all the cases with everybody. So everybody knows exactly what's going on, how we're dealing with everything. I'm trying to train my people up to my level as much as possible, regardless of their full-time status or not. We did move the office into a new building. Thank you. It's working out extremely well. We furnished it. We are up and running. We have pretty much everything we need at this point, other than a morgue facility. We are making it work with what we have. Morale is fantastic, and really appreciate that happening.
Are your team members contractors? Are they basically paid sort of as they work, or how does that?
So we have a couple of different, we're going to work with HR here shortly. I really haven't had a team this whole time. So we finally have some people coming and going. One person died on me. So this is the first time I think I've had a stable team for a whole year. So we're going to work on that. As far as it was originally, everybody was kind of on call type of situation. My chief deputy is full-time. I do have another 30-hour full-time. So one of our biggest challenges is having somebody in the county, like I said earlier, for response times.
Mhm.
We are currently doing autopsies up in Boulder County. That takes somebody out at least an hour each way for drive time. And depending on the type of case we're doing an autopsy on, it can be anywhere from an hour and a half to 7 hours, depending on the intricacy of it. So we have a person out of county all day, a whole shift sometimes. So that's why I have a little bit more. So we are notified a lot of times at 8 o'clock at night that the autopsy will be at 9 o'clock the next morning or 7 o'clock the next morning. So to have somebody in county and somebody be able to drive, all my people except Nicole have, my chief have full-time jobs, potentially elsewhere.
Oh, I got you.
So I'm filling in those gaps. So one is an on-call. So in order to be able to cover the county and perform the autopsies, it is unfortunately increased my staffing to have somebody available here while somebody else is way out of county.
Yeah, and what was behind my question is if I look at the 21 actuals, it's roughly 140, and if I look at the 23 proposed, it's 143. And I know that there was a statutory change that transitioned your role from half-time to full-time, and you have more staff now, it sounds like, or more support. I'm wondering how you were able to do that and only going up by $3,000.
The increase in the elected official salary isn't included in that yet. And the next slide you get to, it's
Yeah.
that hasn't been 100%
Slide here.
approved by you guys yet.
So this is out of date. You're saying this is already out of date, is that?
I'm looking at this one.
No, it's not out of date. It doesn't include the.
You're correct. You're correct, if I may. So last fall, the coroner hired a person that wasn't in the budget, was not. And so now we need to formalize that. That person's here and they're getting benefits. And they need to be pulled into the budget and recognize that we're paying them. But then this next slide that we're going to get to, the coroner is seeking permission from the BOCC because it's fully within your authority now. And it is up to you to decide whether you'd like to move the coroner to full-time pay.
I got you.
Himself personally.
That makes sense.
And we didn't want to make that decision for you or presume.
So this isn't,
Yeah, and I was
Honor
looking at
Bay
the
was
detail in the
disaster.
binder. I wasn't looking at the
Right, and
slide.
the detail in the binder reflects the fact that there was a person hired late fall last year that is full benefits and was not yet ever incorporated into the budget.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Another thing about the current building that we're in, it's been very beneficial. A lot of times we will follow up with families. When we get the autopsy report, they will come down. I will go through it with them, explain all the medical terminology, exactly what's going on. We also return their personal effects. And it has been fantastic to have that facility for them to come to. It's very open, welcoming, comfortable, not intimidating. So that's been a big bonus for us. We have done a lot of work with the semi-newly created peer support group, not just for my team, but for all the other agencies. This is like our bailiwick, so we have a lot of experience in dealing with PTSD and other things that go along with this job. So we are trying to help everybody else that they are on scene with us, and sometimes it doesn't get the full follow-up that it should. So we've been working very heavily with everybody else. We've had a lot of interesting cases that have not really come up in the past. So there's definitely a learning curve, like I was saying. It's not what it used to be 20 years ago when I started. It was a lot of new tech. There was a lot of things that we have to be up on constantly that are new. And we have a fantastic relationship with all the other agencies. I'm so happy that we all work very well together. We all lean on each other. It's a big team, and it's fantastic. So there's things that could be in our budget that are kind of spread around to other agencies as well that I don't think ever actually hits the budget process, but a lot of other agencies do an awful lot of things for us that don't really get recognized financially or in budget wise. Goals. So one of the issues I had put in for a vehicle 5 years ago to replace the one I inherited that was not made very well. We got a new vehicle in 2019. I was going to start rotating them out. Was told there was not money in this year's budget to do that. So we still have the old vehicle. It is basically non-functional at this point. The way it sits, you cannot get a stretcher in. I've talked to all the stretcher manufacturers. Nobody makes a stretcher. Will work with that vehicle. It would be incredibly beneficial to have. So right now we have one working vehicle that goes to Boulder County. It's out of county the whole time. One of my deputies is. So the best we can do is send somebody to a scene if another scene comes in, take pictures, and potentially sometimes the ambulance can help. In the past, the sheriff's office has transported, but they are not ideal situations for transport. So one of the ideas I have is there is a stretcher that would work with a little finagling to make the second vehicle operational and safe for everybody to use. It's an electronic stretcher. It's similar to the one we have in the current vehicle. That would be able to be moved into any other vehicle that comes in down the line as we're swapping vehicles out. We wouldn't have to replace the whole system. It's like 45 for the vehicle, 45 for the stretcher. So we could get by for the next couple of years with that stretcher and the old vehicle. So it's trying to save some money on that way. And that stretcher would be able to continue and could be used in any other vehicle it could fit in. If we don't even, I've been talking to Brian about potentially swapping out some of their old trucks. This stretcher would fit in basically any vehicle we get. It wouldn't have to be a custom vehicle. So if we got a hand-me-down from somebody else, it would pick up that slack. So
to be clear, that's in the budget.
That is in the budget.
Yes,
Okay.
that stretcher.
That's my explanation for why that's in the budget.
Okay.
So we will have two functional vehicles. So the person in county will be able to perform all functions while somebody else is out of the county.
Which line item is it in the budget? I don't see a glaring $45,000.
Megan, could you advance to the next slide? I apologize for interrupting, Chris. So each
Oh, I
of the
see.
directors and elected
Capital
officials,
outlay.
as they come up, you will see a capital outlay and a projects line item. But you will find the general fund capital and projects on page 57 of the proposed budget book. But we wanted to be sure that each of the impacted departments would have an opportunity to explain the capital that we're recommending be funded and explain their projects to you. So this motorized pram that you're talking about is $39,000.
And how many times last year did you need a second vehicle?
2 or 3.
3. And if we don't fund the pram, then it's sheriff's department vehicle or an ambulance or something else that's taking care of that.
Has been, and if that's available.
Can I just interject? Also, last year's numbers are way less than where they are now. Already at the time of this presentation, when it was made, the coroner's office was at 57 deaths.
I think the last update.
The last update, all of last year, there was 51. So we have a lot more. And also due to the different situations, like when Chris alluded to, technology and different things coming up, there was a Tesla fire. I mean, that was something they've never had to deal with before. And that was a lot. And then all the recreation coming in. But anyway, so we still have 3 months from when this presentation was done. And since then, we've had 6.
It's 6 and 10 days.
6 and 10 days. So last year's numbers are not, they're skewed. I wish it could be like last year,
We're
but
currently at 60 cases right now.
yeah.
Last year we ended up at 50. So still have 2 months.
To be clear, we're talking about deaths, not
Deaths.
budget. Okay.
Right, deaths. Yeah, sorry. Deaths. But not to laugh at that, but also the type of them are requiring more autopsy. So that's why the vehicles have to be out so much more, because we don't do them in the county anymore.
We
They have to be
almost-
older, with a coroner taking the vehicle down there to transport the body and then to have someone cover here. And it has happened before where there was a death while someone was at an autopsy. So that's the difference between this year and last year. I'm going to use those numbers to just the different types of cases are requiring the autopsies, which is time in the vehicle and the out of county.
Probably been at least twice as many autopsies as we did last year. Last year, everybody was inside. It was a lot of hospice deaths. There's a lot of home deaths, which are obviously take less investigation and less autopsies. I try and sign out as many cases as I can if I have medical records on the person. In this county, we have a lot of people that don't have medical records, that don't go to the doctor. So those require autopsies. So yeah, my autopsy budget is more than twice of what it was last year, just because of the complexity of cases and people from out of town and
What were the numbers like in 2019?
in 19. It's on my website.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, yes, last year, I can.
Last year was a low. Last year
Unusual
was the
number.
lowest year.
This year could be an unusual number too, right?
Yeah, last year was the lowest since I've been here in 6 years. It had been going up every year before that. Last year was the anomaly that it was as low as it was because I think everybody was staying home.
So I know CDPHE has programs that grant cycle or the grant applications are due in February, and we have gotten all kinds of money for EMS. I don't know whether the coroner could apply for those, but they funded 50% or 90% of ambulances, prams, all kinds of different equipment. So I'd be curious to make sure. I would love it if we were sure that we beat those bushes.
Yeah, so we have been looking into grants. We did find one.
For toxicology.
For tox.
For drug overdose toxicology reports, which is a good chunk to pay for, but we have been looking. I know Nicole has, I've been looking, Chris has too, but there's not a lot of grant funding for coroners. EMS is with the hope that they're going to survive. So yeah, they get a lot more of that. That's not out there for coroners yet, but finding the toxicology one was great because the county has to pay for those. So if it was a drug-related overdose one, then yeah.
National Institute of Justice was talking about grants a few years ago, but none of that ended up coming through. But as far as locally, We have been looking and there isn't anything specific unless it's the opioid epidemic or
Yeah.
something like that. But we have been looking for sure.
Have we asked? I'm curious about the opioid settlement dollars. There might be an opportunity there. And then have we asked Rebecca, our grant writer, to look at opportunities? I know she's pretty plugged in.
I know, Maria and I talked about that the last time we were talking about the coroners one just last week, maybe because she asked about the grants for coroners too. And if Rebecca can look into something like that, that would be great. And Beth just told me, just backtrack a little bit, 2019, there were 68 deaths and 10 of them were suicide. What's our suicides at this year? In the teens, yeah. So that
So
was
potentially, hopefully, if there's ever any mental health money, we could definitely look into something like that.
How many this year? How many suicides?
I don't have that number on.
Okay, I thought you said a number and I couldn't.
it's in the teens. I can't remember which one. 17 pops in my head, but that might not be correct.
Okay.
So as more and more people are out and about, they are, for some reason, we are a destination for that.
And those are both residential, resident and non-resident.
Correct.
Fine. Okay.
I know it's something in the future. Sure, it won't be this year, but we would like, and we could potentially do an analysis at some point of if we had a Morgan County, would that save on vehicles and personnel and people going out of county? And where that threshold would be to make it more affordable to stay here, as far as eliminating a position or saving money, outsourcing. Well, a lot of my budget is outsourcing, because we can do all the investigations and transports here, but ultimately any of the forensics and everything is going out of county and we're paying out of pocket for that. Whereas potentially there is an opportunity for revenue if we have a facility here, multiple counties in the area would potentially use us. So something to look into in the future as far as bringing in revenue and cutting costs.
Yeah, pre-pandemic, we really started to look into that. And then all the issues with the building where you were staying in, and then pandemic, that kind of fell through. But one thing really quick to touch, the Western Slope drives through here to take autopsies to Arapahoe County and Douglas County. And it would just seem, I mean, that's a revenue source driving, literally driving through to get there. But that's a whole bigger topic, but we started to touch on that pre-pandemic and then everything.
Yeah, I remember it had a seven-figure price tag, which you have to compound a lot of savings for a long time to figure out how to pay for that.
At some point, I'd like to revisit that as far as the cost saving, some way to make things work more efficiently. Yeah, we were over double the amount of autopsies we did last year. We are looking at software to streamline everything. A lot more requests these days. We have a lot of unfunded mandates from the state, CDPHE, for opioid deaths, violent deaths, traffic deaths. So we're doing a lot more paperwork as far as that goes, and it would just make things much easier. A lot of the state systems, the software is plugged into, we can just shoot directly into those reporting. So
we need to discuss the $30,000. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss, Chris, before you move into that?
Review of the toxicology grant. We just did, I think we probably covered most of the challenges. And potentially a source of grant funding. I think mental health would be a big thing. Probably at least half of our cases, some way could be traced back to a mental health issue, whether it's the suicides, whether a lot of cases revolve around a previous mental health condition that ends up with us.
Yeah, I mean, and this is pre-pandemic, we saw life expectancy going down in this country for the first time ever, and it's due to deaths of despair is what's driving the stat. And
just one quick one, and nothing, again, with the sheriff's office, they are looking for people. I was out the other night on a case. And another call came in, an assault in progress. There was one deputy on scene with me, and he asked if I was okay. I said, okay. He took off to go respond, and I was basically on scene by myself. I see this potentially, again, we're a team and we rely on law enforcement. I have a couple of females that work for me. I do not want to leave them on scene in the middle of the night on Saturday night without law enforcement. So again, we all work together. It's a team effort. And as far as staffing for them goes, we're probably not going on scene if there's no law enforcement there. We require scene safety. We require that scene to be safe before we go out. So it was something that came up that's never really happened before. I called dispatch to see if fire could come over to help me load the person. And they came back and they said, oh, well, he's clear. They had enough people over there, but we're all kind of working together. Things are getting busier, and I just want to let you guys know what's going on out there. Any questions?
I think so. Thank you. I think, Peter, might make sense for you just to give a quick overview of the change in the statute and kind of what other counties similar to ours have been doing.
Right, so this did come up in the slides regarding the requested increase in the salary of the coroner, and that's a result of legislation that passed at the last legislative session of the General Assembly, in which they looked at various categories of counties. Our county falls in category 3A, and the legislation, among other things that it did, was it allowed for the elected coroner to be considered by the Board of County Commissioners as full-time. Whether it was a quirk in the initial statute or just the nature of the size of counties in the past, it used to be that coroners in 3A counties were considered part-time. And so the Coroners Association met with legislators and eventually brought about this legislation, recognizing the fact, as you could tell just by Chris's presentation alone, the amount of work that they do that the coroner's office in fact performs each year. And so it now allows, if the coroner requests for the board to consider the coroner to be at full-time status, that does increase his salary by statute to that of other elected officials. We just got clarification from DOLA concerning exactly what that salary is. Originally, we had estimated it was at 72,525 or something like that. In fact, it is likely more like 84. We got that information literally yesterday because there was a direct conflict in the same statute where it pointed you to a table which had 72,525 or 575, and yet the language said to be the same as any other elected official elected in January 2023. So that accounts for that slight difference. At the next public hearing that we have, the next Board of County Commissioners meeting on November 15th, I will be bringing a resolution for the board to consider on behalf of the coroner to change his status to a full-time status. Much of the basis is what Chris has explained in the amount of work that he does. And it would then also require just an adjustment to his current budget to reflect this change in his salary. And I've already spoken with our finance director to make sure that since we don't adopt, the board does not adopt the budget until December, it's no problem to work those numbers in. But that is why we don't have the resolution today. We wanted to focus specifically on the budget items.
Okay, and so what's the current amount that's being paid?
Something to the effect of 46 or so.
So that slide is based on the phone call yesterday. That slide would need to be updated because it's closer to $40,000 that the increase would be. 46 to 84 would be 38,000.
I don't believe in the budget that you're looking at. Maria, I'm sorry, does that include what you would put as 30,000? No, it doesn't.
No, what I just heard from you is new information to me.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Instead of being 30, it would need to be like 42.
Yeah, and because it literally,
additional.
it basically doubles it. And we, as I said, we literally got this information yesterday. The other thing is, Sean, you had asked whether or not other counties have done that. I will tell you, I've reached out to every category 3A county. And originally, I knew that some were already full-time. For example, Gunnison County was already full-time, and I knew that others were working on that, such as Chaffey County. But since that time, I've learned that just about every single 3A county has either moved to now create their coroner's position as full-time or is in the process of doing that. So we, if anything, are just going along with what everybody else is doing as far as that goes. It's not unusual.
At
And
this point, we'd actually, if we didn't do it, we'd be more of the outlier.
You would definitely be an outlier. Most of the county attorneys, when I first reached out about this, had said, no, we hadn't gotten that request yet. And now they're all accusing us of jinxing them because all the coroners are seeking that increase. So that's where we are.
Okay, so we don't need to take action on this now. This is gonna come back around.
This will come back to you on the 15th for the actual change in his status. Yes. So that's just informative. You do not have to do anything on that today.
Yeah, I mean, I support it. You and I talked about this, and I also had heard from the district attorney's office that they had a lot of respect for your shop and thought you guys did the work the right way. So I'll pass on those compliments.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've been lucky to have you working full-time for a part-time salary for all of these years and Don before you. And we can't expect that. We can't, our community deserves a coroner's office that is well-paid and pays enough to attract good candidates. to your office.
Incentivized, right?
Thank you. I honestly never knew I was part-time. I was treating this like a full-time job the whole time, so.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Let it break.
Yeah, good idea.
How long?
Why don't we do,
10?
come back at 11:30? All right, we're back a little bit late, but we're gonna get started again. We're back on camera. Maria, who's next?
Sorry, sir. We have county administration and operations up, so we will be hearing about the commissioner's budget, the county manager's budget, facilities, IT, and transit.
This probably won't work, but I'm just gonna put it out there. Okay.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. I did have it left over. Megan, one's for you.
No, that's okay. I've got plenty of candy in my car.
So go ahead, next slide. We're gonna cover county administration and commissioner's budget both. So here's the commissioner's budget. There is an increase due to commissioner salaries being set by the legislature. And as you know, you guys have lots of travel dollars for your meetings out of the county and across the state. I did prepare a little history for you on travel and subsistence, historical figures, so you can see what you guys have been spending historically. And then I also brought you a breakdown of your dues and registrations, because you guys always ask me, when dues go up, what are we paying dues for? So that's what I have for you for county commissioners.
Can I clarify one thing, Beth, please? You said that the budget was going up because of the commissioner's salary. I just want to clarify, because I noticed that you commissioners probably already caught on. The personnel line isn't going up.
It's not that.
It's not from the budget.
Okay.
But Commissioner Marlin, you would be getting an increase per statute.
Yep.
Once reelected, and that is incorporated into that. The budget is more dialed in for 23 because we know specifically what your salaries are and we know specifically what. So it's extremely dialed in for 2023.
Minor clarification that wage will be available to whomever gets elected into this.
You are correct, sir. Yes.
Yeah, the one thing that pops out to me looking at the travel is that our travel and subsistence, which was at around 20 grand in 2018 and 19, in 2020, 21 and 22 drastically plummeted. And I think they're both coming from the same source. Obviously we stopped traveling and going to in-person meetings. So we stopped driving to Denver, 6 times a month and going to all these other things. And then that has partially continued because our habit is to still do more Zoom meetings than, we weren't doing any Zoom meetings before. And so although we are going to in-person meetings again, we're not going to near as many as we did before. So that's just a comment about trying to understand what that number is really going to be as we go forward in the future is, I know I haven't submitted since 2000.
I know, you guys have
So
not.
that's part of it. I do have expenses for 2022 that I've not submitted, and I should, so that it gives us as much as anything, a realistic picture, well, that and the money, but, anyway, just thought I'd throw that out.
That's all I have for commissioners. If you want me to jump to the next one.
I'm pretty familiar with that one from my perspective.
Okay. The next budget I had was county manager's budget. This is pretty on cue, I guess. The only big difference you'll notice is in 2021 in the services budget, this included the KRW study and a new contract for countywide copy machines. So that's why the 2021 services line item is larger than 22 and 23. Okay. All right. I'm going to jump into facilities next. As long as everybody's moving with me. All right.
Oh, boy. Sorry,
Oh, that's okay. I was
sorry.
like, wow, did I do that?
Let me get out of
Wants
this
some
really quick.
service, right?
That's okay. It's like. It's up one, two.
Here we
that
go.
one,
Sorry
right
about that,
there.
guys.
Okay. So you can see our facilities budget. It did decrease, in 2021 and the end of 2020. We started trying to consolidate utilities into the facilities budget and some of the other expenditures. And we realized this was not the right accounting practice. So we separated them back out, which lowered the facilities budget for 2023. And I think you guys have a copy of those services. Trying to think what else. Just a couple highlights on facilities. We did make progress on an asset replacement plan software. Maria helped us pick it out. It's called Asset Panda. It helps you include things like scheduling purchase dates, life cycle replacement timing, things like that. So we're entering in a lot of our facilities buildings and their building parts like windows, doors, roofs, siding, carpet. And we're putting in timelines of when all these things need to be replaced based on when they were installed. Another thing we did with the facilities budget was we moved a lot of projects from OpEx, from OpEx to CapEx. So instead of putting some of these projects into a big line item for repair and maintenance, we put them into the CIP as smaller projects. Things like restriping the clinic parking lot to put the ADA parking where it was supposed to go instead of where it is now. Replacing some piping at county lands, relocating an AC unit in the jail administration area. And then some of the other things that got moved into capital were the jail plumbing repairs of about $50,000. And then also one thing that we have in our CIP, which I'll go through later too, is our well system upgrade at the animal shelter for 25. So right now, we normally have a team of five with Zach. Zach, you will all know, Zach is the director of facilities. We are down to staff, one custodian, and soon one repair and maintenance guy. So, or girl. We have Dennis and we have Zach, and we are interviewing one custodian. I just like to remind everybody, we have 14 buildings. While we don't occupy all 14, we do ask certain things be done at each of them at certain times of the year. And this does build up a lot of workload for 3 people. So I just wanted to kind of share that a little bit.
Well, it's the unforeseen things that come up that we don't know about either, right? That we don't budget for. We just gotta
Deal with it.
a bid for an HVAC system, animal shelter for $500,000. I mean, unbudgeted. So we're looking at alternatives. What are we gonna do there? But that's part of the challenge that Zach and his team are seeing is we can't budget for those unforeseen things, and that has a real impact on
Yeah.
the budget.
That, which also happened earlier this year with the water main break. I mean, it cost 15 grand just to get the first person to show up and start digging the line out to figure out what happened.
Yeah, just for diagnosis. So.
Yeah. So it's a tough department. It's a catch-all for these facility surprises. So, and I know you guys put some money into ARPA for the jail system repairs. Just a reminder, we've done a lot. We've done a jail remodel in 2010. We've done a lot of work down there. But everything inside that 3 feet of concrete inside of every jail cell is infrastructure that dates back to like 1977. So your piping for water, sewer, all that stuff is, aged. And to fix it, you're cutting concrete, and it's going to be a lot of money. So I just, it's a uphill battle when it comes to repairs in the jail. But you guys found somebody that you really like now that is knocking out some of the cell by pod. So that's what we have for facilities. Did you have anything else? No.
And we have moved facilities to internal services under Matt. But That just happened and Beth kind of walked them through budget, so Beth's last duties as it relates to facilities.
Just kidding. Just totally kidding.
What's our approach to planning for long-range maintenance costs? And I'm not trying to throw any stones, but I
Oh.
was curious, do we have like, like $500,000 in the HVAC system in Charlie's place? Do we know the age of that system based on the age? Is that something we could have expected? And are we thinking about sort of, I assume you are, can you just?
We have stuff like that planned. We have some stuff in long-term capital. We have some things also in kind of what we call a facility condition index, which tells us, hey, this is when you built the animal shelter, 2004, 2005. So that system's, 18, I don't know, can't do the math. Anyway, system's getting old. And I heard through the grapevine that the system wasn't built appropriately for that building. So did we have it on our radar for like the next 2 years? No. But we didn't realize that it was in the condition it was in until the sheriff came down to see us and said, we don't have heat in the animal shelter. We have a whole bunch of space heaters. We have a problem. And so that's when we went to bid, and that's when we realized.
And it is towards the end of its usable life as well. So it was coming up and we were band-aiding it, in the meantime, and it became an issue more as COVID sort of ramped up. Getting people out there to attempt fixes. The last guy we had was, I think, last year, and it was like a $300 charge just for him to show up and then say, I don't want to touch it because it's going to fall apart. So it was an expensive little social visit, and then he left.
We did go to bid on that system twice a couple of years ago, and we didn't have any bidders. So we started just calling around, getting numbers, and it came in, I think, around like 200. And we thought, no, that's too much. There's no way it can be that much. And just waiting a year and a half.
Now it's doubled.
It's doubled.
Yeah, and my intention isn't to really.
No, you're okay.
One case, my intention is to understand, how much confidence we should have as an organization that we have included in those projections that we saw at the beginning of this, our long-range capital costs, like this kind of maintenance. Do we have that confidence that that we're including long-range capital costs in our long-range projection?
I think we have more confidence than we did a couple of years ago in that we had some really lengthy, tough conversations with all the directors and really kind of pulling out from them, okay, well, what about this? What about that? And we do have quite a few capital cost bills going out. I am not confident that we have enough. Now that this bid came back at $450,000 for an HVA system on a 5,000 square foot building.
Well, and I can tell you just from, working with facilities for a few years now, the first capital costs that get deferred are facilities. And I mean, it just happens. It's, there's bigger stuff, there's bigger projects coming up from everybody, that have more priority. And, sometimes we don't think about buildings we're sitting in, but.
Right, but we deferred the HVAC, right?
Mhm.
So we deferred that HVAC we're talking about right now, and that cost us $250,000. That decision to defer that.
$90 a square foot for HVAC.
And that doesn't make sense.
Outrageous.
There are like houses in our county that are that size and they didn't pay that much. for
We hear you.
Systems.
That's why we're pushing back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. That's even at today's construction costs for total new build, that's
We have 3 bids. So
So I guess
That was the low bid.
462.
in the general context of just wanting to make sure as we look at long range, if we don't think that we can come up with precise long range capital costs to really like 100% confidence or good confidence, is there something we can do to approximate what we think might be missing so that we can have some sense. I just don't want, I mean, we have big decisions coming up and I don't want us to be in a position where we're underestimating maintenance costs.
And continually surprise,
Mhm.
continual surprises.
Yeah.
And I think Maria's, like she said, she has worked with a lot of our department heads to get these capital costs built in. I think in the ambulance fund, you probably got that pretty well dialed in. I think this is probably an area where we could spend some more time to get those costs better, at least estimated in the out years of our long-term financial forecast. Yeah. So yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I think we can do a better job at that, but we're headed down that path right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'll say is I have a preference to see an estimate that's in there that we don't think is 100% precise, rather than see it not in there because we haven't estimated it yet.
Time for 12, leave.
Right.
And that's all for me.
Is that okay for facilities? Are you guys ready to move to the next one?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Tim from Transit. We're gonna do- Yeah, there we go. Awesome. We're gonna look at Transit now, which is a little bit out of order. All right, so you guys know Tim Moreland. He's our transit supervisor.
Good morning.
And you know all these guys. Okay, so transit. Do you have it? Or do you want me to, I can send you a copy.
Toward the end.
Okay. I got you.
Okay. So earlier this year, we came to you, actually Anne Marie and Tim did, to present that we were going to do a reduction in staff and routes. And we did do that. We've also at the same time seen a lot of fuel increases, R&M increases, and we are still getting grants, which is amazing. So we're getting a new bus. We're taking receipt of a new bus in January of 2023. That will probably be our last cutaway bus. We want to move more to kind of a slimlined kind of is it like, I don't even know if it's out there, closer to the Pegasus.
Right, that's. what I was
Closer to
gonna
that
say.
kind of bus. So, and those are a lot cheaper, a lot better on gas, a lot better on R&M. And they are going to go electric before the cutaways are. We studied the cutaways for over a year, trying to find an electric opportunity, and they're still pretty far out. We even test drove one company, and they barely made it to Frisco before they ran out of power. So we are finding more faith in the smaller, more slimline bus. We did hear you earlier this year when you all said, you know, we're not sure if transit is worth, you know, $500,000 a year. And, you know, is there a way to reduce that? And that is where the reduction in staff and the reduction in the routes and a reduction in service began. And so now we're down to 2 drivers Monday through Thursday.
We went down from about 200 hours a week down to about 128 hours now by cutting back service. I'm really study the statistics on when people are getting on, when they're getting off, days of the week. So I look at those things and that's where I cut back service. Like we found that at 6 a.m., not a whole lot of people were getting on. So we canceled that 6 a.m. service. We found out that a lot of people weren't getting on at night. So we cut that last route out. So I do a lot of looking at the data to see where the service is needed. So.
Mhm. And also this fall, we wrote a grant. The feds, as you know, offer a lot of funding for transit. They love transit. They want to see more of it. We wrote a grant for approximately $300,000, and we should find out hopefully this week if we get it. And we believe that would make a big dent in what is hitting the general fund for transit. So.
Is that reflected in the proposed?
Yes.
That's what caused the
Yeah.
453, 134 to go to 454.
Right there.
Commissioner. 9,000 of that 454 is this new grant we've applied for. We're crossing our fingers and we should hear about that in a few weeks.
Are those grants perennial?
I'm sorry,
Are those grants perennial?
perennial.
Do they come back every?
Yeah, they do. And one of the things we're fighting on that is our formula. So all transit agencies in Colorado have a formula that's based on the size of their community, how many people are riding. And we've been fighting with CDOT and FTA a little bit for the past couple of years on what our formula should be. For a long time, it was like 125. Then we went to 135. Now we're at 145. We really feel like we should be closer to around 200,000 a formula a year based on our ridership. I mean, we're getting to over 2,000 riders a month. And, you know, this is our county population is 9,500, you know, I mean, that's just a huge ridership. We're starting to see more tourists ride it in the summertime, which we think is great. You know, get those people off of I-70, get them going around the community and shopping at the cash registers in the towns and stuff. We just think there's a lot of opportunity, and we think our growth justifies a higher formula allocation from the feds. And when I talk to CDOT, I say, how do you decide the formula? And they're like, well, we decide it based on ridership. And we're like, we have the best ridership of any transit agency right now, maybe not RTD and RAFTA, but all the other small ones, I'm sure. We're 191% up. I mean, there's no way that some of those other ones are getting that. So we are pushing for a higher formula, and they know that, I mean, they're trying to work with us on it. I think they're being team players, and you know, they're the ones who told us, go apply for this $300,000 right now to increase your formula amount to decrease the impact to the general fund. And so that's why we went after the 300. So, and we're hoping next year, maybe we don't have to do that anymore. Maybe our formula will be higher. I don't know.
Yeah, we put together a pretty good presentation for CDOT spreadsheet and all the statistics and submitted that. I don't know when September we did that. So they're very aware that we feel like we need more money. And I think the statistics show it.
Yes. But we're anxious to hear what you guys think about transit, and you know, we understand, most importantly, this is not a mandated service. And when it comes to like the chopping block, this could be one of the first ones. We know that.
The projected cost to the general fund for this year is roughly $314,000 out of the grants that we expect to receive.
That's correct.
That's a big number.
All right. Am I misreading it? I see
2022. 513.
We're crossing our fingers for that $310,000 that we applied for.
Yes, we are.
So we budgeted the CDOT grant for 2022 and we're not awarded it. That's what the numbers look like on page 51.
There were some grants budgeted that I think it was misunderstood. They would not carry over into 2022, so it was not revenue we were going to get. And I also believe that what we discovered was some of the money in 21 we had capped out and didn't realize that when the 22 budget was set.
And we also bumped the one bus to 23. And it was in the revenues for 22. I don't know if you took that out, but you know, we had tried to take delivery in 23 to put it in the next budget. So we were able to do that with the feds. So I don't know if that got taken out.
And if we get the grant, then we get to have this incredible service for the low cost of $16,000 to our general fund.
So we're hoping for.
That would be incredible.
That would be incredible.
And I'm having a lot of conversations out in the community, and I think it's partially because the roundabout is such a visible service that we provide that hearing a lot of comment on it I'm hearing just kind of an overwhelming amount of support for the program
Oh, really?
from a lot of people of different stripes. People that I grew up with commenting to me, hey, wow, what would our lives have been like if I could have gotten from Silver Plume to Idaho Springs? We could have been friends.
I say that all the time.
And but also retired people that to just look at it and say, hey, wow, this makes our community a better, easier place to live. We're seeing young families come here. We think Roundabout has something to do with it.
Wow.
I also get comments that, is this really the service that the county needs to invest in with our budget paying?
That's right.
So the opportunity to have this balanced budget is a real one. And my only ask at this point is that if we don't get that grant, that this.
Right away. You got it?
When is it? When will it be noticed?
We're hoping that we heard the first week in November, so we're waiting to see this week if we get it.
All right.
Oh, so that will in time to make it into our next budget.
That's what we're shooting for. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, we are out there knocking on every door, Dr. Cog, FTA, CDOT, you name it. We're pushing in every direction to reduce the impact to the general fund. So.
If we don't get that grant, I guess some information that would be helpful to make a decision about this program without that grant. What does like a real bare bones service look like? What's, real bare bones in terms of the routes? Can we try to keep a program like this on life support? If we don't get that grant.
Yeah, I'm interested in maintaining it at some level so that we don't lose out. So we can try to go back to the well if we lose out on the grant this time, that we don't just chuck it.
Right.
We keep it on life support and we try to do a better job, have better success at grant acquisition in the following year or even later in the year from another source and start looking at that.
And I don't think either one of us is saying that that's the budget proposal we want to see. We just want to see what that option looks like.
Okay.
I'll speak for myself. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
What that option looks like.
We kind of played with that a little bit.
Yeah. I'm sorry if you already went over this and I missed it, but the outside services, that was essentially 20 grand in 21 and is projected to be 46 grand this year and then $115,000 next year. And what exactly is that?
Outside services.
Do you want to answer back?
Isn't that the new bus?
Yeah, so the 46 grand is some really big maintenance costs that are going on this year on some of the older buses. And then the newer buses in that 100%. The trademarking.
Yeah. And that's a little
really
bit, that's a
capital
capital cost, which makes
Yeah,
it a little
capital
confusing to call it outside services.
And I agree with you. We tie it there because the grant money's there for it. It's an in and an out, right? The bus grant up above 106,000. It's an in and an out.
I got you. That makes sense. Thanks. Although,
but
with
you
that
have-
said, there's not, well, the 290 didn't happen this year, it looks like, from the same line item. I was about to wonder why the 290 didn't have
Right.
the matching one down below.
We had a delay, or the feds had a delay. We should say that.
But that makes these numbers look a little inaccurate for the 22. Well, that was the budget, I guess, but yeah. How come the 290 doesn't have some sort of a number that matches it down below?
I don't have a good answer for you. It somehow that was an oversight that the 290 grant to buy the buses was budgeted as revenue, but it was not ever budgeted to be
as an expense.
It was not, but thankfully, we're not actually going to incur that expense. The buses aren't available and we can't buy them this year.
Is that the delay that you're referring to, Beth?
Yes.
It just makes the budget numbers look inaccurate, right? It makes it look like we thought we were going to get more revenue than the cost, and that was never the case.
And I'm not sure why why this expenditure, why buying the buses was not budgeted, but it wasn't.
Gotcha.
All right. I remember hearing about that early in the year. That we might have to do a supplemental if we got that bus.
They're I was surprised how far behind they are. It's actually 3 kind of Pegasus type buses that we're getting for 290. And well, we hopefully thought they were coming this year, but they're not. That we'll be lucky if we see them in 24.
Yeah, CDOT had to actually apologize for different sources and use different sources than they wanted temporarily, and
Yeah.
because they couldn't even get the 11 or 12 they were trying to get delivered on time.
Yep. So.
Lastly, thanks for helping us terrorize the children at Halloween. The decorated bus was really awesome.
That was a hit. They loved it.
Did they did?
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
yeah.
good. Good job.
It was awesome.
Anything else for transit tour training?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I don't know if David and Patrick are here or IT. We'll look at IT now. Yes. Okay. All right. I think you guys all know David Prowse, one of our county employees, and then Patrick O'Fallon, who's with the Axiom Group, who is our IT directorship and leading us with asset replacement and strategic planning and cybersecurity, you name it. So, okay, so up on the screen, you guys can see it's kind of a comparison over the past couple of years for IT. There is no doubt that IT is never going to go down in price. And it's a little shocking, but cybersecurity is a big deal. I mean, you guys saw the Colorado website got hit, Wheat Ridge got hit, Chaffey County got hit. Fremont, yeah. I mean, they all got hit. And so we are doing everything we can to really keep our system protected. We are little, but that doesn't matter. They don't care. They still go after whoever they can infiltrate and steal ransomware or whatever they want to do. So we have gone from having a 4-person staff in IT a couple of years ago to now hopefully 2 in-house, and the Axiom Group partnering with us to help us out and guide us in the right direction for the best security, safety, and privacy. Let's see. We are working with the software that Maria turned us on to, Asset Panda, to do some more asset inventory planning and replacement scheduling. I wonder if you guys could talk a little bit about how software licenses have changed. It's not just a package anymore, it's by user.
Yeah, part of this, we're kind of participating in the workshop with you guys on the 15th to talk about some cloud initiatives and strategies. So part of these initiatives that we've been doing are cloud initiate. So in 2021, we hit a cyber incident that got us to go into a cloud email system. And so that changes the capital expense that's every certain amount of time to operating expenses by user. Even some of the forecasts in 2020 to 2021, even Adobe was set as a capital expense, and all Adobe's new downloaded content is cost per user. But we've done a lot of good methodologies and processes around trying to make sure people need these subscriptions and using the free subscriptions when possible. So a lot of similar like the other departments, shifting of capital expense to operating expense.
So basically, software is going from a package purchase to cost per user per month. And some of those, just to give you an example, Office 365, Sophos, our antivirus, Delivery Slip, Adobe, anybody who needs Adobe Pro or Adobe DC Pro, which a lot of our departments do for HIPAA protection, HR, EMS. A lot of these departments need Adobe Pro for that redaction feature. And then finally, Drop Suite. These are all user fees per month.
And Zoom and.
Oh, and Zoom, yeah,
Yep.
Zoom.
Yep.
So, we're doing the best we can and we're actually getting really good pricing on these services and software per month. And I think we're doing a really good job. We have been pricing these through at least 3 different vendors to get the best price that we can for the whole team. And, it's tough. I mean, people call and they want their software like right now. And if I don't give it to them, they're going to call Brian. And I mean, it doesn't always happen that way, but Sometimes. So there is a slide. I don't know if you can go ahead. I wanted to show them a little bit. Sean, you had asked a little bit about security and protection. There you go. This one shows you a little bit about where you are in the county network, what your protection is on each level. And we're actually changing from Arctic Wolf to Adlumin.
Adlumin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so basically, like I've described to you guys before, Adlumin is similar to Arctic Wolf, where it's a lot of former military guys that watch for hackers on your network 24/7. And they let you know when they see anything strange. And I feel like that's part of the reason why we have been secure so far.
Yeah, since the incident in 2021, we've had Arctic Wolf on there. Sophos actually caught the incident as we remediated it. So each of these layers handle a different it's kind of a security component. So antivirus prevents people from trying to, download something that can hurt them, and viruses, all that stuff. Arctic Wolf / Adlumin sort of does what's called security incident and event analysis. So it's collapsing all of our logs from a lot of our systems into a common system so that we can provide threat analysis. And it works with the infrastructure, CISA, Cyber Infrastructure and Security Agency, to keep track of. We get reports on if someone's password was exposed to the dark web. We could run a routine to be able to change that password proactively versus having that be exposed to the county being at risk. So those are a bunch of different security options that we have in place right now to keep us safe.
One of the strategies we're looking at doing for the budget is taking those items in the circles there and forming like a cybersecurity line item and chasing after some is it not CDPHE, OIT grants?
So Arctic Wolf traditionally with John Bottomley, he had it funded with UASI grant, and that grant is running out. So we've actually formed a cybersecurity committee with some people in the room with Office of Emergency Management. She does a lot of great work with audits because we're audited every year on this stuff. And so we're looking to try to get, and when Rebecca's on that committee as well, trying to get us to go find some cybersecurity money, because it's the feds are very aware of this and the state's very aware of this, and there's money out there, but we're trying to get our ducks in a row and put together these grant proposals.
Yeah, and just as a key little background, that Arctic Wolf and its soon successor Adlumin, those are about 75 grand a year that protects the whole network. Your Fortinet firewall, well, it just went from 115 to 155 in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then your Sophos is about 23 grand a year to cover all your users. That's why I want to kind of bottle those together and go after a cybersecurity grant to try and cover those three costs, because I think we can justify it.
And a lot of times, sometimes in our audits, we get, does your agency have a cybersecurity budget? And that's one of the things we don't actually have here right now. So it's one of those things we're discussing, and because it is one of those things that is a lot of times cybersecurity items such as backups, such as security software, is an operating budget, but is also a cybersecurity component, especially backups.
So
just real quick before we shift up, kind of a general budget question. I remember looking at the assessor's budget, they had a line item in there for software licenses, and I'm seeing it again here. Is there a reason why those license costs aren't assigned to specific departments, like as was in the case with this assessor's?
So the software that you're seeing in the IT line is countywide. It's like per person. It's your email Outlook, for example, your email software. Whereas the software in the assessor's line is Tyler Munis for assessor function.
I see.
It's very specific to her function.
And I guess I'm looking at the maintenance contracts. I mean, $200,000 is kind of a little bit of a shocking number to me, but until I look at 2021, when it was almost $300,000. Like, what is that for?
So some of the items in the maintenance contracts include our maintenance contracts for all of our copier, printer, scanner units that are all over the county buildings. So we have that contract. We also have hurricane.net, which is clearcreekcounty.us. Yeah.
No, it's
Or the domain.
It's the domain services.
Yeah. We are required by, I think, the state to have Comcast backup to Project Thor,
So it's internet costs.
internet costs.
Internet service costs.
We also have,
Internet costs are in maintenance contracts.
yeah,
And you mentioned Project Thor. That was a question I had. Where does Project Thor show up here?
Project Thor is actually not in the IT budget. We've been pulling it, or did you know?
No, it's in maintenance contracts.
Oh, okay.
So Project Thor for the past few years has been paid out of the capital projects fund, but the capital projects fund is out of money. There is no money left there. And just to remain a part of Project Thor, the general fund is going to have to take over this cost, and it is our internet backup. So it is in this line item. And
Okay.
That's 115,000.
Oh, okay.
For another internet in addition to Project Thor.
We have to have a backup.
Yep, and we're actually moving away from Comcast into a different provider, Aspen Wireless. So Comcast the county didn't have a lot of fiber back in the day, and Comcast was the first provider to lease CDOT and bring it to the community. And then the county got Thor, and now our initiative is to decommission Comcast and go with Thor providers on the Thor network versus through Comcast.
Patrick alluded to the fact, coming back to you in the November 15th meeting, there are no capital projects funded in IT right now. We asked each of the departments when they submitted to prioritize, and all the priorities of IT were actually on the ARPA list. Brought you the last ARPA list, you had questions surrounding cybersecurity, questions around the
Cloud versus.
None of those are in the budget right now. Any of the projects.
And we started preparing for the 15th meeting to get all the stuff on the table, top cloud. We've got some reps from AWS as well as Azure to kind of come and give us an idea of what that looks like.
Coming to you on the 15th with that
Yeah.
further conversation.
What else? We do anticipate some reductions in our maintenance contract cost with going to Aspen Wireless versus Comcast, right?
Yeah, so Aspen Wireless is giving us a lot more speed for a better return because they're coming through Project Thor as an internet provider. And so I think they're going to be giving us a 10 gig internet for half the cost of what we're paying for Comcast. So pretty good.
Oh.
And we've actually, on the communication side, the department started leasing some services of Thor to certain people in the building when their services go down, which is pretty cool. And every time someone's service goes down, we say, hey, would you like to lease some Project Thor? I think even just last week, one of the state's systems went down, and this Thor system is resilient, whereas a lot of these CenturyLink and Comcast stuff isn't.
Yeah.
So in light of our 15th meeting, I'm probably gonna hold off on a lot of the questions I have right now.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Okay.
Same.
The last thing I just wanted to cover was the broadband. Sorry, you jumped
That one?
pages. Yeah. I think you guys know, we pay about 115 grand a year to be a member of Project Thor and to lease fiber out of the I-70 right away. Along that.
Sorry, it's just loading and I don't
Oh.
know why it doesn't want to pop up.
Oh, no problem. This is the one that has a circle on it and.
This?
Yeah. Yeah, I think
It's trying
to load it. Your
but it
page.
won't.
I just wanted to go over broadband
I'll just put it up here.
just really quick, a little bit. We were successful and we got Project Thor established at the health clinic. That was a battle. Thank you for your help on that with pushing the envelope a little with CDOT on your end. We really appreciate that. We kind of followed a model that Rio Blanco did. We've been talking with all of our Project Thor partners on how they're setting up their broadband deployment, how they're leasing it out, how they're operating it. And well, the first thing that Rio Blanco did, and they have oh my God, I think they have 30 something cell towers or telecom towers that they lease space on, was they sent their IT department to fiber school. And so we did that, and David went to fiber school and learned how to splice fiber. And we think that was a really good investment to just kind of learn about the technology a little bit and how much it does overlay with IT. We are beginning a Project Thor client with the district attorney's office. We're going to be leasing fiber to them for their internet or their internet access over at their office. We also have a lease with the courts offices for their Wi-Fi connectivity over there. And we secured a grant through Department of Local Affairs for energy and design of a fiber loop in Georgetown. You might have heard about this. So basically it was just engineering and design. We have fiber, CDOT has fiber that comes into Georgetown through the roundabout, down Rose Street, back out 11th, down Argentine to the firehouse and into the courthouse. But we're not allowed to use that. We had to bring our own in. And so we had gotten a grant from, actually John Bottomley got a grant from DOLA, and they ended up doing the whole project and never spent a dime because CDOT just ran the whole thing. So we were sitting on about 95 grand, and DOLA said, close the grant out, come back and ask us for engineering design for a loop for Georgetown. And we did, and we got it. And so we are finishing engineering and design right now of a fiber loop around Georgetown that connects, I think, 11 anchor institutions in Georgetown. Anchor institutions are public facilities that would be the best beneficiary of redundant, resilient, high-speed fiber. So the school, the library, the courthouse, of course, the annex, town hall, the community center, the visitor center, all of these places would be considered anchor institutions. And Georgetown's been great. Their road and bridge and their utilities people and their town manager have been sitting on meetings with us, and everybody's really in agreement on the pathway of the footprint. Brian and I just met with DOLA last Friday, and they said, are you coming to ask for money for construction? And we said, yes. Becca Abrahamson and I stayed out late one Friday and worked on that middle mile grant to submit to the feds to try and get some of the EJA, I call it EJA, the IIJA money, to get the EJA money for the middle mile infrastructure, to put it in the ground. So that's kind of our next project. And then finally, the formation of a cybersecurity task force, and hopefully discover some money to pay for some of this stuff in the IT budget. So that's broadband. I didn't know if you had any questions about broadband. The goal, I think, is to use it to be a revenue generator for the county, to expand rural broadband into these communities that are 10 miles off the highway and have 350 homes like St. Mary's. You know, Brook Forest, portions of Floyd Hill. You know, these areas are way off the highway, and they are going to be by far the most difficult terrain to construct fiber. So we're working on it. We're going to tons of meetings and talking to our partners and trying to find money. So it's just a couple of things on broadband. Okay, and the last thing I just wanted to talk about, unless you guys, I passed you around the little capital list that just showed some of the things. Some of the facilities capital is 57,000 is in the capital plan, I think, for the restriping of the clinic parking lot, relocating the AC unit and the control room in the jail and the county lands piping upgrade, as well as the animal shelter well system. And then I also passed around on that capital list were the items in the IT capital that we had requested that so far have not been approved. We had 4 servers, which are end of life, no longer supported. These are the ones that you guys asked us to look at AWS. And so we have had a couple meetings with them already. We still have more. And then we're having a meeting with Microsoft Azure. Yeah. And they provide the same thing. So we're just going out to get some pricing and some understanding of what that looks like to put all that stuff on the cloud. We also have 8 core network switches that are, I think, out of service or out of support as well.
Yeah, they were purchased at the same time as the servers, but those are factored into our analysis of, they would go away with cloud implementation.
Okay. And then I had an update. Our county firewall expires in February of 2023. And I priced this in a couple months ago, and it was 110, and now it's 155. So that's just the pricing game, I guess. But that does expire in February. That is integral to the cybersecurity of our entire network.
And they have some lead time issues too, as a result of supply chain stuff. So costs have gone up for those as well as lead time. We'll have to find some bridge of implementation should that budget get approved.
Yeah. And then the last few things on the capital were 31,000 in SQL servers. These are items that are used by certain departments like clerks, treasurer, assessor, GIS, and EMS for SQL servers.
Yep.
And then Veeam, our data protection,
Backup and data protection.
and then our user client access. And this is the one that you pay to have a license, but then you have to pay to have a license to use the license.
We'll go over
It's
that
like-
on the 15th. So a lot of this kind of licensing is
That,
some of it is translational to
yeah.
where we're going on the 15th.
So, but we'll share more. That's all I had. And sorry so long.
Time check. We're roughly halfway done.
We done. Right?
I kind of vaguely looked, it looks like we've done 6 of them and we have 8 left.
Quick break for lunch?
7, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so we'll wait for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so.
Got some lunch details that were shared with me. There are vegan meatballs in there. So maybe say
Vegan
They're
meatball.
vegan meat.
there are special vegan meatballs. If you're not a vegan, maybe eat the ones that have meat instead.
Yeah.
Vegan something bowl.
There is also, what's the other one? Oh, there are 4 gluten-free cookies on a plate. I'd say people that don't eat gluten. That's the messenger here.
Wheat cookies.
Recently made a macaroni pizza.
Wireless is here. We're gonna.
Oh, yeah. Come back and get some
So our 20-minute lunch took a little bit longer. We're back and internal services is up next.
Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to just let you guys know if you're following along in the proposed budget for internal services starts on page 48.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt with Internal Services. Along with me is Lisa from Special Projects and Water Resources. One of the other department heads that we have is Archives. And Alexis, she actually had a 1 o'clock scheduled with a customer today, so she won't be joining us. But she's sorry that she couldn't make it. So I'm going to kind of skip over this really, but these are the departments. And actually, these are the departments in the internal services. A couple things to note here real quick. Facilities has been added to internal services as of October 3rd, but since we had kind of started budgeting process earlier, we left them with under operations admin. One of the other things that's kind of omitted here is the fact that CSU extension historically has been a department that was under internal services. That position and CSU extension has been vacated since 2021, November 2021. So you will notice that, or maybe you have noticed that some of the numbers in 2022 include CSU extension, but none of those are expected to be spent, except for maybe $5 or we had a very small amount. So I'm going to kind of just gloss over this real quick as well to help keep us on track. But these are some of the accomplishments that we did have in 2022. I think, honestly, the big one that I would like to just mention is the fact that we did get that $860,000 grant for the shooting range in Dumont from CPW. And we're going to talk about that grant later on. And you can also see some of our goals, and along those lines, one of our big goals is to start construction of the shooting range in Dumont. This is our budget. And while it looks really good, total, we're going to be down 1%. I did mention earlier that the 2021 and the 2022 figures do include CSU extension. And so our actual 2022 is going to be about $44,000 less. That was their budget in 2022. And some of that, about 12,000 of that was in supplies. And I think about 32,000 of that was in services. And so I know just listening in today, one of the questions is going to be, well, why is the total 2023 not, even less? We do have some additions in 2023 that, and I'll just mention what those are. So $10,000 time to upgrade our PCs. Historic GIS mapping has always acquired their own software, hardware, and that's in our budgets. And we've proposed to update our PCs. They're about 5 years old in the 2023 budget, and so that's about $10,000 more than what we would normally have. The other $10,000 in there is we want to try and do a study for water resources to understand the total cost of all of our water, and then maybe adjust our water rates that we're charging our clients as we lease water to them. So obviously personnel costs are going up due to the market analysis. I talked about the CSU extension program. The capital outlay in 2021 was for the Green Lake Headgate. And our services obviously are one of the higher numbers in our budget. A lot of that is for water attorneys and engineers, which are very expensive, but they're necessary to complete the weekly state accounting protocols and file water court documents, in addition to processing the applications to add new customers to our water bank. Overall, we have 4.9 full-time employees, again, minus facilities. So that's just archives, GIS mapping, special projects, water resources. '23 proposed capital. This is expense capital. So as I mentioned earlier, we got a grant from CPW for $860,000 to develop the shooting range in Dumont. The total phase 2 costs and budget that we have for that is 1.4 million. And we expect to spend 120,000 this year on final design plans and technical documents needed for the permits for construction. The remainder of that cost, about 1.3 million, is going to occur next year and will be for construction costs. We did actually receive $400,000 from Gilpin as part of their contribution just this month. We have a few unfunded requests moving forward on 2023. We had initially asked for an additional $275,000 for phase 3 of the sport shooting project. And again, that is unfunded for next year.
Just remind me real quick, is phase 3 completion?
Yes, phase 3 is completion. The other relatively small, comparatively speaking, unfunded amount is for new monitors for the GIS group. The PCs did get funded for our staff, but not new monitors, and that's okay. We can use our old monitors, but we wanted to point that out. So, some of the challenges that we have: 2 of our departments are one-person departments. And that can be a challenge when you're trying to fully cover and have a department be open, all the time, every day. If somebody's sick or somebody needs to, do something. So that's a challenge. The sport shooting project. I'd say the easiest part of that has really been acquiring some grant funds. Everything else seems to be very challenging about that project. So the additional challenge is Henderson Mine has notified us that there is a very real possibility that we will not be receiving in the future the 12 acre feet that we have been annually from them. And we check with them on a every 4 months. I think we check in with them to see how that is going. So I can only attribute that to global warming, and there's just less water in the mine. Yeah, I did breeze through that. So what kind of questions do you have for us?
You mentioned the extension program. Is that thing done for good, or what's the status of that? I've heard a very few people in the community mention that they miss it. Well, I shouldn't say very few. I've heard some people in the community mention that they miss it. What's the plan?
I recently met with them. We discussed some options for different types of services that we could get from the extension. And so I'm kind of waiting on some follow-up from them, but again, it's still, we just gonna have to balance the value of whatever it is that they provide, just the cost that we have to incur by providing it, when again, it's another service per se that we're not mandated to require or to provide. So
what was the cost back? Because weren't we sharing the cost maybe with?
But I think we were paying supplies, and
our budget was $44,000 in 2022, and we did not pay their salary. CSU pays the salary, but part of the agreement was that we would pay CSU some of that salary as a reimbursement. So I think it was about $20,000, $21,000 that we would pay to CSU, and then they would pay salary with
44
of the 44. Yeah.
Yeah,
in
the
the
staff
end,
person we used kind of as a PIO for a time period during the pandemic, and I think that might have accelerated her retirement.
Yeah, so that again, it goes back to the value of that $40,000, right? That we would have to add to the pot in order to continue to fund some kind of an extension service.
Yeah, I think the more time that goes by, the easier it'll be not to bring it back.
I mean, I'm curious about and we shouldn't indulge this conversation too long, but I'm just curious to see what the menu of options is. If there's a critical need that we have that we can staff at half the cost, maybe it makes sense. And I don't know what that list of services looks like, but I think public information was one of them.
They helped us with that during the pandemic. It's not one that they would typically provide
Yeah,
after a
there
pandemic.
was a little bit of friction around
I've
that
talked
too.
with them about economic development, and our version of economic development and their version of economic development are two different things. So it didn't sound like something to me that was of value, but I can't answer your question and rattle off the litany of
Yeah,
options that are there. So
I'm not trying to dive into that now, just sort of establish that that's the way I'm looking at it. This is a rhetorical question. Don't answer it now. And this is a rhetorical question for everyone in the room. What's the level of service that you're currently providing? I know we're proud of our work, right? And is it the Cadillac? Is it the Fiat? You know, just think about that in your departments. What's the level of service we're providing right now? That's my only question. And it's, you don't need to answer it now.
I won't answer that, but I know you asked a question earlier at one of the earlier presentations, and I would like to in 2023 review the GIS fee schedule. I'd like to use our finance support and find out, if we're currently, recovering our costs for our services that we do provide to the citizens of Clearfield County. So that is going to be one thing that we'll do next year.
I think when you ask that question, there's the overall, the general, across the board, across the organization, and then there's line by line, which is determined a lot by what are you statutorily or required to provide versus what you are providing. And in some places, we're probably providing a Cadillac relative to what another similar sized county might be providing. In other places, we struggle because of the challenges that we've got, in certain areas, we got steep, tough roads, and it's hard to, the guys do a tremendous job, but it's hard to, you can't hit every place as soon as it snows, that kind of a thing. It's hard to, but in other cases, we've got like really first class provision of services that are, that other counties don't even provide, really.
I mean, I think state statute tells us what we need to do, but I'm not so sure it tells us to what level, right? And what
degree we
what's
should
the
do them.
quality that we should be providing. And in the end, who gets to answer that question?
The voters.
And is there alignment between what staff would say and what the voters would say? We hope there is, right? You hope there is, but
I'm just curious. There's 4 different line items here, right? Facilities, CSU extension, mapping, and archivist. Which of those are statutorily required? Looking up here.
I'm sorry, Miss.
I'm looking at the different areas in the budget: facilities, CSU extension, mapping, and archivist, and water resources. 5. Which of those are statutorily required?
starts.
It's page 48, I think.
Extension. Right.
I mean, like facilities, you have to have a place to operate, right? So even if it's not statutorily required, it's required.
We don't need an archivist. We just need to maintain records. So we don't need a formal archivist position. You won't find that in most counties. But we utilize our archivists for various tasks. Statutorily, CSU extension is also, that's actually in statute, but we don't need to have the extension. We don't need to participate. The others are not statutory.
Okay. You set a new land speed record.
Awesome. I set the tone for the afternoon.
Thank Thank you, Matt.
Carol Ann Fortune, our Human Resource Director.
Hello. So I just want to start off by saying thank you to the commissioners for giving us this audience. As we've had lots of conversations on the leadership team, I want to thank Brian too for advocating for this, because the alternative is you looking at a bunch of numbers and figures and not getting to hear our voices tell you the stories behind those figures. So I very much appreciate this opportunity. Even though I'm only a couple months in, I may not have all the stories and all the backstories. I will do my best to walk you through. So the mission and purpose for HR, primarily we're creating high quality processes, practices, and policies that are automated where appropriate to create efficiencies, benchmarked and validated with industry peers, not to say that we want to do what everyone else is doing, but to say that we want to make sure that we're at least competitive and if not better, that meets the ever-changing needs of our organization. We want to provide the best-in-class HR service and expertise to all of our staff. We want to provide progressive people strategies to our leadership team, to champion a best place to work culture that prioritizes engagement and exceptional employee experience. We want to recruit and retain the best qualified people and recognize and encourage the value of diversity in the workplace and ensure a safe and healthy work environment that is in compliance with all applicable employment laws. So looking at our accomplishments for 2022, what I just want to highlight is that HR was kind of in a triage mode, as I'm sure you know. We were without leadership for half of the year. So one of the accomplishments is just during that time of transition, we have two very green HR staff that, you know, are coming in and trying to provide quality standards without having that benchmark, that baseline to really start from. So that's an accomplishment, the fact that they've been able to continue to provide that service. They onboarded a financial wellness program, onboarded 42 employees when this was made. There's a lot more than that now. Facilitated difficult employee relations issues and communications, which do take up a lot of time, but we're able to accomplish that this year. So 2023, we're going to be looking at implementing a new HRIS software. And I know that that can feel a little bit like a snip, 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 snip. We've been doing that for a while. We've been going back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. So what I will tell you about that is, Maria and I have a partnership now that I don't think has existed in the past. I can't really speak to that. I just know what we have moving forward and what we're working on and all of our years of expertise that we bring together and evaluating what we have and looking at not only the cost savings, which is significant at the alternative that we're looking at, but looking at also the functionality and the utility of the system and how that's going to create efficiencies for our staff and for our employees. So I know it can be frustrating that we're switching again, not only for our staff, but also as commissioners look at this and say, why again? But I think this is absolutely necessary considering the cost savings and what we actually need as far as the system and its functionality. So looking at publishing a new policy manual, just revising it and having that be a living document moving forward. So we're not having these outdated policy manuals that are sitting out there for years. Creating strategic recruiting process and training all hiring managers. So this is just one area that I think is critical because this is an area that I've heard at every level is a struggle, which is recruiting talent and retention and training, making sure that the services that HR offers are understood at all levels, because that's not something that I think that we've really had in the past. So I want to do a better job of creating those processes and then training everyone to know how to utilize those services. Redesigning the onboarding experience is another goal. This goes back to that, comment about providing that employee experience. I mean, that's where retention is at. That's where engagement is at. That's where productivity is at, is the experience that our employees are having. So that starts the moment that you start analyzing and looking at someone to join your organization. So starting with onboarding and what that experience is like for our new hires and for our staff and what that is involved for them. And then establishing a performance management program. So this is, the goal is to formalize this, have this, significant training that's part of the rollout so that we can more strategically tackle our recognition and rewards and performance, and even peer-to-peer recognition.
Before you leave that slide, I'm gonna go back to the onboarded 42 employees, and that number's low. So let's assume it's 50.
Yeah.
Let's assume it's 60. That's 25% of the organization. That's high. That's a lot of knowledge walking out of the organization. That's written as onboarded and brought new folks in. But that means that number of folks left the organization. We've got what, one new employee in the last year? In terms of a new FTE, maybe two. That's high turnover. Again, one of the reasons why we brought to you the market study, right? And then you funded that. That number has to come down.
Yeah, I'll be interested to hear when we learn more. What are some of the root causes, right? I mean, one of the big ones that I've always heard is people don't really understand what's expected of them. Right? So I mean, compensation is part of it, but there are a lot of things, a lot of reasons why people move on to greener, what they perceive to be greener pastures.
There'd be bigger problems, right? If we were seeing 10 of those or 15 of those numbers coming from one specific area, right? Then you've got some kind of a problem happening there. But this is all over the county, and it's just high turnover.
So looking at the budget, obviously there's an increase in personnel because I've been added to the team. Our increase in over here, supplies, I believe that's primarily because we had an increase in our wellness program and some of the offerings that we were providing there. We're looking at potential cost savings, not potential, but realized cost savings that we will have when we move to a new HRIS system and a new payroll system. 3 FTEs for 2022, well, half of 2022 and 2023. And then we will be working to add behavioral assessments as part of not only our onboarding program, but team building, something that is built into behavioral or into performance management. It's something that will be utilized throughout the entire organization for many different things. And then revamping the wellness is having an impact on their health. No unfunded requests. I would say the biggest challenges are right now, historically, HR's had a very reactive approach to its services that it offers. And, we need to change that. My objective is to change that to be a very proactive approach. And so that our staff know what services we offer and how those services are here to make their jobs easier and not harder. We're here as a support. I mean, that's, resource to humans, that's in the title. And I feel like we just haven't really had the opportunity to create those standards yet. So, that's been a challenge. And then rebranding HR, that's a challenge that's going to take time. That can't happen overnight just with a new face. That's going to take building trust and being able to show what the value of the resources are that we offer and how that, like I said, can save time and energy from our hiring managers or just, any staff in general. Recruiting and retaining top talent is a challenge. And what I appreciate about this team is every challenge that I feel like I face, I have such amazing partners to work through and to work with. And, an example of that, I think I got up to go to the bathroom, but I heard the sheriff said something and gave me credit for posting positions and what at different ranges, but truly that was Amy's idea. Amy had just sent an email and said, hey, I have this job posted and it's got this bottom dollar on it and that's not really attracting talent. And so I just asked the question, why do we do that? And then was pointed to a resolution which outlined how we can post jobs. And I was like, well, why don't we just post where we can on the range that makes sense to attract more people? Those ideas just keep getting generated. And as we are looking at this budget crisis, I know I have a strategic partner in Maria that anytime I have a question about my budget, she's right there with an answer so quick, and not just an answer, but recommendations and ways to help me see it differently. And we're all doing that for each other. And I think that's the only way we solve this problem is by everybody being willing to speak up and say, I had this idea. It's not my area of expertise. It's not even the area I have responsibility or authority over, but hey, it's just an idea. And then that sparks a conversation, which sparks a, an action. And then all of a sudden we've got, change. So, and then the bottom thing, when you had mentioned about the high turnover, I think one of the primary reasons why any organization has turnover is because you have people that are not connected to their purpose or the organization's purpose or each other. People tend to leave. Bad relationships, bad manager relationships, bad people relationships, and just bad relationships with themselves related to their job. And, part of what I want to do here is really help build that brand where people feel connected to what we are doing as an organization in the county, but also what we're doing for each other and how that, fills our need to feel valued and to feel like we're making a difference every day in what we do. Questions?
I feel like maybe I'm being a little dense or just slow after lunch. Are you proposing adding an FTE to your department?
No, we have 3 now.
Okay.
They were down an FTE for half the year in 2022. That's why I said that.
And the wage line is different due to the market study and then having a full year of salary for HR director.
Okay.
And which is increased due to that market study too.
And Commissioner, if you're comparing it to the 22 projected column, there's some recruitment costs. Fully anticipate we will not go through again.
Yes.
Permanent
I
partner here.
solemnly swear I am on record.
And I used an outside firm to.
Yeah,
I saw that
We won't
gunfighter.
do those again.
and that's usually like 2-3 months of salary or something like that, right?
That was my only question.
Yeah, I have a question that's maybe not direct, well, it isn't directly related to what we're here for, but I'm curious. You mentioned one of your goals as being putting performance management into place.
Mhm.
What kind of tools or philosophies or approaches have you used in the past that you think would be effective here?
So I think that one of the key ways to fail at it is to treat it like it's an annual performance appraisal system and only that. So my approach is going to be a little bit more involved, where it's going to drill down into the regular check-ins that you're having with your staff and what the components of those are. So being able to document those things, being able to outline where the goals are incorporated and how those are actually acted on and tracked and made available to staff to be able to see that they're actually making progress in their career in this organization and they have a voice to be able to say, I'm involved in that, to, training and just opportunities that are, like we have committees that may not, we have an employee recognition committee and the people that are on this committee aren't HR. They're not, that's not their job, but they're passionate about making sure that we have an organization where that's embedded in our culture. So it's, providing opportunities to talk to your manager about, could I spend a little time on this committee? Could I talk to someone about, I really am passionate about IT. Can I see if that they have room in that space for me to give them my insights and feedback? So it's more than just taking an annual performance appraisal and saying, here's the document, fill it out, go through the labor of trying to remember what happened this whole last year and then put it in the file. It's a lot more involved than that. But it's a system that we all can use and are familiar with, so we're not all doing our own thing.
Okay.
We can measure how effective it is.
George, Randy, do you have anything else?
No, it's a good presentation.
Okay, well, thank you again for your time in the audience. I appreciate it. I warmed it up for you.
Hello. Hi there. So today I'm here to talk about the strategic and community planning team's budget. That is planning and building services, housing, recreation, open space, and it's not directly reflected in the budget, but part of my responsibility is also transportation advocacy. One of the things we were asked to do in preparing this presentation was think a little bit about mission and purpose. And I found that to be a helpful exercise in thinking about how those different groups related to each other. And so I've realized or am asserting the Strategic and Community Planning Division is really focused on residents, resources, and strengthening community. And that those services tie all of those different departments together. Planning and building provide services that strengthen communities through fidelity to codes and ordinances and providing effective services. And then housing empowers residents by helping them make sure that there's accessibility to affordable housing and helping them also resolve challenges that they might have related to housing. And recreation is about protecting natural resources and providing opportunities to have and protect outdoor experiences and outdoor spaces. And then the I-70 work is also related to economic and social well-being by making sure that that highway does not run us over. So some accomplishments for 2022. I think we accomplished a fair amount in 2022. We wrapped up an ongoing process of restructuring some staff roles in the planning and building group. We had a couple of roles that were shared between departments. One was shared with environmental health and one was shared with road and bridge. And we resolved both of those shared roles and got them more squarely in one department or another. We adopted the housing strategy report and no short order moved that report into action by applying for and receiving an IHOP grant for $225,000 in partnership with the City of Idaho Springs. We launched the Recreation and the Outdoors Management Plan project, which is funded by a $100,000 GOCO grant, which had been applied for and received the prior year. We initiated a restructure for the Open Space Commission that will increase capacity for conservation and user management programming. And also completed several projects, a greenway section in Clear Creek Canyon. We launched a project, CDOT launched a project with input from our team on County Road 314, which included a major section of the greenway between the Game Check Station and the roundabout at the east end of Idaho Springs. The Upper Dumont Trailhead, which is a rafting focused trailhead, is completed. That property will be transferred to Clear Creek County shortly. We secured some ARPA funding for new permitting software for the planning and building group. And we advanced to round 2 in for a neighborhood study with a Henderson Community Impact Grant. And I expect that we will likely receive that grant. We should hear this month, an $85,000 award there. The trails team completed a trail around King Murphy Elementary, and we built a new trail called the Moose Walk Trail at Alvarado. So I think that's pretty good. In 2023, we will be launching that new permitting software, and that will help us build on a lot of the planning work a lot of process review and improvement work that the team has been working on for the past year. And this permitting software will let us enact all of that work and hopefully improve a lot of our services. We'll be launching the project that will be funded by that DLD grant. We'll be launching 3 projects associated with the IHOP grant. We have an RFP out right now, and we're getting a lot of action on that. The ROMP project will be coming to fruition with planning priorities being identified. A Floyd Hill project will be started. We did receive word from Jeffco that they will be likely funding our grant for an additional $280,000 that will complete the funding for that project, and will complete County Road 314. On the budget,
Back to that for a second. There's a lot of big projects on that list. I keep telling Amy that it concerns me a little bit that you just look at the ROMP, the IHOP, the DOD, and installation of permitting. Those are all projects. All falling in one area on the same number of folks. Just to wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, thank you. And so this budget slide, this is This is a rolled up number for all of our divisions, for all of the departments in the strategic and community planning division. And so it's a little bit of a different way to look at it. I appreciate this view. You'll notice a fairly big jump in personnel. But the 2022 number did include an error in the recreation budget that missed basically the 2022 budget. We actually had 16.16 FTEs across all of the departments, and we have the same number in 2023, but the 2022 budget actually only covered 13 FTEs. There were some missing due to an error in what was actually budgeted in the recreation budget. And that's where you can really see the difference in the 2022 to 2023 number.
Before you move off that, I'm looking at page 55. And there's, under the recreation, there's a salaries and wages for 2021 actual of 117 and 23 proposed of 208. And that kind of like jumped off the page at me. Sounds like it's more than, is that, well, and then there's also, I can see the 2022 budget was 68. So that looks like an obvious error compared to the 162 2022 projected.
So yeah, in the request, the budget request for 2021 included one new FTE that's it for 2022 rather. So there should have been an additional about 100,000 in the 2022 budget that was not included. What I requested for 2022 was, well, in 2021, there was one full-time person and 3 6-month seasonals. What I requested for
James back then.
James and the 3 6-month seasonal trails crew. For 2022, what I had formally requested was a year-round person, the 3 6-month seasonals, and an 8-month additional member that was funded by the Conservation Trust Fund dollars. And that did not make it into the budget.
And that 8-month position also required benefits, something we didn't realize at the time when that.
Right.
Did we get the grant to fund it or part of it?
No, it's not a grant. It's the conservation money we get every year from the state. It's excuse me, the state every year.
So that did not make it in.
We get the money whether we staff an extra position or not. We already
Yeah,
get
we can
that.
just, we can use it. It's restricted to how it can be used, and we just decided to use it in this fashion.
Right. And so then for 2023, all 4 of those positions, one full-time, 3 6-month, 1 8-month, plus half of Martha's position is in the recreation budget because her duties are no longer solely directed for open space. And so her position is not 100% funded by the open space fund anymore.
But half of it is now.
Half of it is still, yeah.
And then you got to add in the market pay.
And then the market pay, right.
And
So-
James was part-time before too, wasn't he? Or he was like 32 hours of.
He was 32 hours for part of the winter,
Mhm.
but not all the winter.
Or.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But most of our other line items on across the board basis show some reduction. All of the other ones show reduction.
Last one, a minor one, but I was a little bit surprised to see that there even was a trail donations. Those are like the boxes that someone on the trail had.
Yeah, and we do have, we're using QR codes and set up a system with the treasurer to use, to be able to take credit card donations with a digital system. And we've gotten $100 through that.
Yeah.
It's not been fully,
Why it went from 7,521 actuals down to what we think will be less than 1,000 this year.
the 7,521 was a donation connected to the event that took place on the Floyd Hill Open Space Park.
Session series?
Yeah, session series, yeah.
So do you think you'll get that again in 2022?
Well, we don't know.
Okay.
It's not, we might.
Very
We
well.
don't have that. We don't have a contract for that.
Yeah.
I would also just mention that we do review our fees regularly and reviewed them this year in the budget preparation. And most of our fees are at least comparable or at or above our neighbors. Our market, we do have a captive market, so we don't have to, we don't compete with our neighbors, right? They can't go to Summit County to get a permit for Clear Creek County for a Clear Creek County project, but but we do regularly review our projects. We have about $325,000 in permit revenue. That does not equal our total expenses, but our expenses are also covering the permit revenue related to the site development and OWTS programs, and those revenues are not included in our budgets. And also, we are doing work, general service work, it's hard to parse exactly which of our tasks are related to which permit program. But we want to be able to get more precise with that, and we expect our new permitting software will help us get better at being more precise with that. The open space budget also shows the change year over year in salaries because of the open space coordinator's wages being split. It also shows administrative tax charges being paid by the open space fund. And we also did we created a work plan to propose a series of projects for 2023 and use that work plan to calculate some estimated work hours that the trails crew would be spending on open space lands, and use that to calculate a labor cost to assign the open space fund. And that's included in these figures as well.
I had another question around some of the figures on page 54. I was a little surprised to see the actual revenue go from 50 down to 283. Then you look above and it kind of see pretty clearly where mathematically it's from. There's a line item for site development permits, $3,000 in 21. That is a blank for 2023.
That revenue is moving to road and bridge. The site development department is being carved off into its own budget item in the public works department.
Okay.
It'll be in the public works department, but the revenue will still be in the general fund.
Okay.
Okay.
And so Carl will get to claim some victory for his new revenue.
Yeah,
and
he'll be hiring resource that will soak up that revenue. You'll see it soon.
Yeah, and the other one, and it's kind of a small one, but the vacation rental program. I know that we doubled the fees recently. Is that right?
That would not be reflected yet in this number, I would imagine.
Voted on it last month to make them from 250 to 500, if I remember correctly, or something like that.
That's what I remember too.
Yeah.
So seeing it go from 60 grand to 50 grand.
We need to find that number.
Doesn't compute.
This number would only have reflected increase from 250 to 300, which was just sort of a modest placeholder increase that was calculated before we had that conversation.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then I also just wanted to share, what else is the next page in there? Yeah, so this document shows just some of the specific projects. The Peaks to Plains project is closed out, and I don't believe there'll be anything happening with that in 2023. The ROMP project will have it's $125,000 project altogether. It'll be split just about equally between 2022 and 2023. That's funded by $100,000 grant and $25,000 paid by the county. And then the Floyd Hill project is a total of 551, 116, and 283 is, let's see. Yeah, I think 259.77 is what's remaining in the GOCO grant that we already received, and 283 is what we requested from Jefferson County. for gap funding for that project. And we did hear from them a couple weeks ago, and they said that they intend to fund that grant for us. So, and then this last page, oh, I don't think that's in there. Yeah. So unfunded requests, we did defer replacing any vehicles, and we did go through and not fund some conferences and things like that we had put in. But I think, as Brian pointed out, we have some multiple significant projects going on next year that are, with role transitions and big processes that are happening across all teams. We have multiple large, complex, multi-jurisdictional planning processes happening, multiple high-impact CDOT projects, from the Floyd Hill project to the Bakerville project. And of course, we'll have continued maintenance on recreation facilities.
The unfunded maintenance on recreation facilities.
These are not unfunded. This should have been after the second bullet, challenges.
You mentioned the error that was made in the recreation area. I'm looking at the planning and building services, and I see employee benefit costs going from 122 to 217. I don't see any other kind of, and like I look at the salaries and wages, and they look a lot different than that.
Commissioner, something new this year with me here is I budgeted the salaries and the benefits. I think in the past, department directors were allowed to send in a number for salaries and benefits. And what I did was went and looked at every single FTE and said, oh, okay, this is the benefit cost for that specific FTE.
Which is
And
like
so
a percentage of their.
the number is super dialed in. This takes into account how many on her staff are taking family health insurance versus employee plus one versus single. So it's really dialed in.
And that's the same across all the departments. I
All
would assume.
departments.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the explanation.
I'm not looking at what you're looking at, but I know that we also this year consolidated planning,
Oh, yeah.
planning and services admin, building department, all into one.
And I showed him consolidated in the prior.
Oh,
year, so
okay.
we have a good reference.
Oh, excellent. Yeah. But that is just to simplify the view and be able to see things a little bit more
Okay.
consolidated. I mean, and the other thing I'll say is the multi-jurisdictional planning that we have opportunities for and that is happening, I think is a result of we have opportunity. I think right now there is just a very good set of teams across all of the entities in the county at the municipal level. And I think there's good opportunities right now for for collaborative solutions. And I think we have a lot that makes me optimistic, even with the dire problems that we're facing as a county revenue wise. I think that the environment is fertile. And with Maria and Carol Ann and having strong HR and strong finance leadership here at the county, I think that gives us that we're in a great position to build and start solving some of our problems. And while we definitely have dire challenges, we have a lot of opportunities to build and solve things. So I feel pretty optimistic, actually.
Okay.
Any other
Yeah.
questions?
Anything else?
Okay. Well, I'm up next.
I have just a couple. Rafting program permits is different than the fee we charge for people to use the public audience that we own, correct?
Those are the permits for commercial rafting. And we did move those into the recreation department this year. We plan on managing that program out of the recreation department this year.
And so are we seeing those revenues projected to nearly double because are we planning on increasing the fee for that permit?
Looking at them going down from 21 to 23.
Seeing 20. Am I misreading this? I see rafting programs permits, 8,000.
And then 7,500.
That's going down. It's getting bad.
So I see we're projecting that it doubled this year. And then we're budgeting that it goes back down. So can you describe what happened there?
Nevin, could you have a comment? Sure.
So we get our rafting fees from two places, right? There's the $500 initial fee for each of the 15 permit holders, and they pay that at the beginning of the season. And then the way that it's set up currently is for every rafter above 1,000 per rafting company, they pay 50 cents per head. What we've seen is as the seasons declined, we've seen fewer and fewer rafting companies getting above that 1,000. Now,
And that's based on the honor system, I take it.
yes, we are currently speaking with Idaho Springs. And I've been working with Peter and Nanette a little bit, and Cindy Rushmeyer, who previously ran the program, to get a better idea of potential ways that we could look at this. And we may very well be coming to you shortly with some proposed language for a resolution that may help us to.
Do you know where the 14,000 projected number came from for 2022?
Yeah, that's the crux of George's question. Is why it's consistent across, actually fairly consistent, except for 2022 projected.
Let's blame that one on me. I'm sure I have backup and I can find out what
Okay.
came up with that.
We don't have to answer it here. I just saw that.
Yeah.
And thought, in general, I think the rafting program is, there's potential for unrealized revenue there.
I would agree.
And did I hear you say it's 50 cents? Because I thought I had in my head that it was a nickel.
It was
No.
25 cents for quite some time.
And it
Now
was,
it's 50 cents.
It's increased it like 2 years ago, if I remember correctly.
But as we spoke to, we still don't have a great reporting.
And yeah, and we would like to work, coordinate as much as possible with Idaho Springs and maybe consider trying to make it feel more like one program. So it was all managed the same way. And, maybe we manage the whole thing and pay them, or, somehow we figure this out. So it's easier to manage, not reliant on the honor system, more lucrative.
It seems like
That last part is, I think, really important.
Yeah.
And it's not that you distrust people, it's just that it's just a better way to do business.
Right. Yeah.
plus, if you think, how could you run a sustainable business if you only have 1,000 customers for the entire rafting season?
Oh, yeah.
Numbers just don't.
Nobody
add
has
up.
only 1,000.
Yeah. And year after year, we're seeing places come in just conveniently under 1,000.
Yeah.
It's a little curious.
It's a lot. So, well, thank you. Any other questions?
no, Sean covered the rest of it.
Very good. Oh, no.
Okay, finance is next, and I'm gonna also cover for a few of the elected officials who couldn't be here for the whole day. So we'll get through those and be sure and answer your questions. And I know it was a rhetorical question, but I thought about it, and we are a Honda Accord. So
It's just so happens to be the most popular car in the United States.
very reliable, very steady. We're very fuel efficient, but when something is broken, we're kind of dead in the water. We're so lean staffed and we have such a tight turnaround on things that if the car is out for servicing, one of us is out for servicing, it's problematic, which I will talk about one of our goals related to that for the coming year. So I don't want to go over all of these bullet points. You can read those if you so choose to. But I just want to emphasize that, we're people. We deliver our services to people that our costs basically are just FTEs. And we have an amazing team. I'm very lucky when I came into the organization, Sarah Lewis was already here. This is her son, Landon at bat. And he goes to Clear Creek High and he's been known to hit home runs. And I think maybe even that game he hit an in the park home run. And so the county is so fortunate to have Sarah and so amazing that she was the last man standing last year, kind of holding down the fort for finance. And she's been a wonderful resource in helping me learn where to put my finger on things, where is the information, who has the information, how has it been done in the past, and why. In our 2023 goals, along with HR, we are moving to implement a new payroll software, which will be at a lower cost than we're paying now. We have picked a vendor that provides our general ledger software, and their customer service is proven and known. And so we are very relieved about that decision. This is Bob and Peach. These are Rebecca Abrahamson's cats, having a little cuddle there. Rebecca joined us on June 1st. And thank you, commissioners, for allocating ARPA dollars to give us a grant administrator. Just so you're aware, Becca has applied for 10 million this year so far in all new grants and new funding. 4 million of that was for the town of Empire. It helped them with their water quality grant application. They just really need some expert help, and she could provide that for them. And we're so happy that she could for our community, but she's just busy looking for opportunities. And one of the latest things she's going to focus on is the coroner operations. And I know Commissioner Marlin, you mentioned that we were kind of idea brainstorming, and I was like, there's a lot of money for suicide out there. Let's go see if we can work an angle where, can we get any money for after the aftermath of when there's been a suicide? Is there any money available for that? So we're going to try to see if we can find some money for that. In 2023, one of our big goals is cross training. So we're small, there's 4 of us. And we do some pretty important functions that if they don't get done, or if a person walks out the door and nobody else knows how to do it, we're kind of in trouble. So a couple of those functions are payroll and accounts payable. So Sarah's been very gracious and trained me in accounts payable, and I was able to back her up when she left on vacation in July, and she was able to go on vacation and be on vacation for more than a week. Now I'll never be as good as her. I'll never be as fast as her. But I know how to get an AP check out. I know how to do that. And same with payroll. When we get this new system implemented, right now we have Tracy, our senior accountant, who joined us in March. She joined us from Summit County, 15 years in their finance department. We were so lucky that she decided to call this her new work home. She lives here in Georgetown, and she's been a great addition to the team. And she's the only person really in this organization that knows payroll right now. And that's just not okay. That's not a good way to run an organization for resiliency and sustainability. So we're going to work on that next year. And we're going to really focus on some of these important tasks and make sure at least 2 or more can muddle through and know how to do it. Next slide, please. This is our budget. Again, we're mostly personnel. The services line item was quite large this year and last year, and we did contract out for an accountant, a budget officer, and then initially a finance director. Won't be contracting for those services anymore. Everyone will be full-time in-house. Next slide, please. This is Tracy and her son Duncan on a trip to Ireland. And we didn't have any unfunded requests. Again, we're just people. And so it's hard to cut one of us and still get things done. And what we struggle with as finance professionals and accountants is we have less time for review because we're small and because we're lean, and we like things to be right. And it really bothers us when it's not. But we work really hard to understand all of the different operations in the organization so that we can say, when we see a number, I didn't expect that to be 50,000. I expected it to be 5. And that really helps us zero in on where we need to focus our time, is knowing and understanding the operations. And then finally, we did a presentation for the Rotary Club, the county manager and I, and one of the first questions after our presentation was, how do you get up and smile in the morning? Can you even smile? And I said, yes, I can.
We gave him our budget outlook.
Yeah, I said, I love a challenge, and I have a team that's really good at tackling challenges, and we have a great county manager, and we can do it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult, but we can do it. So yes, I can smile. Let's move on to the next one, Megan. Unless you have questions on finance, I'll keep going. So the surveyor is an elected position, a part-time position, and our new surveyor, of course, took over a few months ago. And you're seeing the change in his budget, a little bit of a flip here. He doesn't take the same benefits as the previous surveyor, But he also needs a little bit of money for software and for some travel costs. So that's where you're seeing the differences in his budget. But it did go down overall. Next slide, please. The clerk and recorder, she focuses on elections, of course, and is very focused on that right now, which is why she couldn't be here with you today. And then does some other very important things for the county, such as titling and registering vehicles. She is also a budget of people. Her supplies and services line changes from year to year just a little bit because of elections. So it goes up and down depending on whether it's an election year or not. Next budget, next slide. The treasurer. So I have to give props to the treasurer here. It is critical that the finance director and the treasurer work hand in hand. It is absolutely essential. The treasurer controls all the bank accounts and deposits all the money for the organization. And she has been amazing at helping me learn and understand, at providing me information when I ask for it. And I know she gets a little downtrodden sometimes. It's a little stressful with how lean staff she is, but she just is really incredible. She's an incredible resource for this community. And she's also people. Her budget doesn't change too much. And it just depends on kind of what's going on in that year, whether supplies or services goes up or down a little bit. Next slide, Megan. District attorney budget. This is a statutory requirement that we fund part of their budget and that we provide them an office. And their budget did go up a little bit from 22 to 23, although because of the formula and the way they calculate our share, ours didn't go up nearly as much as some of the other communities. Ours went up just 1%, I believe. Now we did increase quite a bit from 21 to 22, but 22 to 23, it's based on population, it's based on assessed value, it's based on taxable sales in your community and the caseload. And our representative share of their $4.7 million budget went down just a little bit compared to the other communities. That picture was taken off the district attorney website and I thought it looked kind of fall-like and foggy looking. So I thought that would be a nice picture. Next slide, please. Okay. Debt and non-departmental. You have been hearing from each of the directors as they've gone through their different sections of whether or not they have capital planned or projects. But no one's talked yet about debt and non-departmental. So we have two debts being serviced out of the general fund right now. We have the energy improvement certificates of participation that we'll be paying on for the next few years. And we also have now the body worn camera contract. The county entered into a 5-year lease agreement for those. And so we need to pull that into the debt line and we need to recognize that and plan for that. We have one other debt issue in the health clinic debt service fund, and we'll talk about that later today.
Is that a lease or that's a lease purchase? It sounds like on those body cameras.
I'm not 100% sure yet. I think it's structured in a way that they're basically useless at the end of 5 years and you have to sign up for another 5-year lease, right? You get all refreshed equipment and you sign up for another 5-year lease. I think that's how Axon contracts typically are structured, but I'm waiting to get my hand on the full contract to understand that.
Okay. How much was the contract for?
It's $95,000 a year for 5 years. And they guarantee, like, if one breaks, they immediately replace it. They guarantee it's all of your equipment is fully operational the whole 5 years. And I believe they do some data storage too as part of that contract.
How many cameras is it?
I'm so sorry. I should have known that. I should have looked into that some more. That would be a question for the sheriff.
Number of sheriff's deputies plus, I'm sure, more.
Well, I know the sheriff wears one.
Right.
So it's not just
That's
patrol.
right,
Yeah.
It's the patrol plus.
Yeah.
It's probably almost every sworn officer, I'm sure.
And
has
then they
one.
have some tasers in that contract too. Okay, no. Sorry, Megan. I need to explain this to the commissioners here. So non-departmental is primarily property liability insurance. And we call this non-departmental because there's no easy way to say of the non-departmental 5,000 is county manager and 2,000 is commissioners. There's no easy way to say that. So we just pay the bill here. And then it's an easier way to plan for it, to budget for it, but it's going up. You'll notice the numbers increasing substantially. Now, we are in a insurance pool with CTSI, and we pay this to them. And I wanted you to see the changes year over year that's occurring, because this is a real impact to our budget. This is-
Doubled in 4 years.
Yeah, and if you think about the doubling, that's really like 4 FTEs that we're now paying every single year because our insurance has gone up. And the 2023 number, it's still an estimate. They're hopeful that that's about the right number. It could go up a little bit from there. We should find out by December 1 what the real number is. But they're taking into account claims loss experience through 2019. So think about what's happened in our county in 2021, in 2022. We don't even have that claims loss experience in here yet. So this is kind of scary and real, and something to think about as adding to our budget challenge.
It is, it's a big deal because I just heard Sean say, doubled in 4 years. If you start at 19, move to 20, 21, 22, 23, it's almost doubled. So it almost doubled in 4 years. Well, it almost doubled in 2 years because it actually remained, it wasn't climbing at a very high rate. And then suddenly the last 2 years it skyrocketed. So
Is this, sorry, you were asking a question. Sorry.
yeah, so, what's the gig with that?
So what is property liability?
It's our claims.
Is that for vehicles, or is this for personal liability too?
Everything,
Okay.
professional liability, correct. It's everything.
We just
If we-
discussed.
If we wreck a vehicle, if we have an error and omission in a packet or something, we get charged with something.
Are
It's
these
usually-
increases,
Law enforcement and road and bridge, right?
Correct.
Those are the two major sources.
Correct. Only through 2019.
is this increased cost for the whole pool, of which we're one county, or is this an increased cost to us specifically?
That's our cost of the whole pool. The pool is much bigger, but we get to pay 600,000 into the pool.
Let me
So did
rephrase the
everyone
question.
else have the same?
Yeah,
Yes,
let me rephrase the question.
The increase
Are
is,
the other counties in the pool experiencing the same increase?
yes, proportionally to the methodology that the pool uses to determine what each county pays. The increase is the same. It's apportioned out, but the percentage increase in the overall cost to the pool is then apportioned out per county based on typically population, things like
But claims loss does factor into it.
that. Right.
So if we
It's
had
one
less
element.
claims and less loss than another county, our increase would not be as big.
So, and yeah, so to try to get, I think, to what George was asking, if you did the same, if you created the same table, that right-hand column with those varying percentages is going to be different for each county because they have different experiences. So the experience still, the individual experience county by county does factor into what's happening.
It will be different, and that would actually be a very interesting exercise and shouldn't be too difficult to do if you just flip to their finished statements. So we can put that on the list and just ship you out like the last 5 years of all the counties that are in the pool. It's an interesting exercise.
Yeah, I mean, if we're trying to use the principle of addressing the big numbers, like digging in really deep on the big numbers, this is a huge change to our budget.
So CTSI did say that the amount of claims, although it is one of the factors that's taken into consideration, it doesn't generally create a huge disparity in the overall change for each county. They said that it is possible that the pool will down the road change its methodology where the claims that come from a particular county will impact the fees it pays in more directly. But right now, because of the way they factor out their decision-making on what everybody pays and contributes, right now, it's not as significant as it could be.
Well, yeah, it would be nice. It would be an interesting thing to see if it's easy to do, which would be to see this exact same tiny little table done for the other counties in the pool to see where we rank and to get a feel for it, a visual snapshot, as well as see what the aggregate is of the pool. To be able to see that would be helpful to help us understand what factors, if we're an anomaly, then why are we an anomaly and what can we do to change that?
List.
Megan, I think that's it for me.
Sorry to interrupt a second ago. Hearing you.
The next section, I don't know, Commissioner or Chairperson, if you want to have a quick break or if you want to just launch right into the next section. We're kind of mostly done with the general fund. I know Carl's going to come talk about the transfer station. He's going to talk about site development, and then that's it. We're done with the general fund. So I didn't know what we wanted to keep going.
I had a question on assessor. And while I'm trying to find my page, I noticed that our fees were down by $75,000, but our costs were up by $75,000.
In the assessor?
Not assessor, clerk and recorder, page 28. The top of page 28, county clerk fees went from roughly 400 to 325.
So I'm going to put that as a follow-up. I'm going to give you a think answer.
Oh.
But then I want to follow up and give you a for sure. The county is collecting specific ownership tax on vehicles and other things that then get transferred. So they get credited as her revenue collected, the elected officials' revenue collected. And I think as the value goes down on those vehicles, there's a cycle. We collect, the fees are based on the value of the vehicle, and with each passing year, the vehicle is less. And that's definite cycles to it.
But then
Let me,
your vehicle is traded in, you buy a brand new Tesla.
then the fee goes
and
up,
you're-
correct. But let me get you a for sure answer, because I know Brenda Corbett, she's gonna know.
Yeah,
She's gonna know specifically.
yeah. And I mean, what's really interesting is it went from 398.21 actual to 298.22 projected. And maybe some of it is the supply chain and people can't buy new cars, but I'm just.
I also
it's
know.
Pretty drastic shift.
Yeah, that marijuana sales tax there's an excise tax that goes through her, a collection that goes through her, that is now going down because we no longer collect from Idaho Springs. We no longer get to impose it there. So there's a bit of taxes that were collected and come through her office that are going down, and we do not get to collect those anymore. But I will
Yeah.
give you an answer.
It would be odd to put those under county clerk fees, in my opinion, but
I know, and they changed it in 2021, and she collects them now. She didn't used to collect them. They used to somehow be recorded through the treasurer's office, but in 2021, she began recording and collecting marijuana excise tax.
okay. Okay.
44 body cameras total.
Anything that you want to see on here specifically, or just have it ready?
Just have it.
So $2,000 a camera per year, basically.
Can I just answer that part? So there's
Please
44
come up,
body
please.
cameras.
Come up, please.
Sure. There's 44 body cameras, and that is for all sworn employees. So that's all the command staff, patrol investigations, and detentions. So at all times, they have the body cameras on. That also includes the storage of all the film. It is a redaction feature in it, because there's some things that can't be put out when you're giving out the video. It's the storage, it's the replacement. And I heard Maria say that it was at the end of 5 years. Yes, all that can't, because that stuff gets out of date so quickly. So they replace if one is damaged. At the end of the 5-year contract, you can up it again and get new equipment put in for it. But all sworn personnel have to have a body camera.
Did you, since we're talking about it, did you see a lot of variability in the proposals? I'm sure you went out to
No, it was
RFP.
right around, well, a lot of them didn't offer the storage, which was the biggest thing, and the redacting feature, which we didn't have the capability. Patrick's not here, so we didn't have all of that capability in our equipment to store all that video footage, because you have to keep, depending on what it is, you have to keep it for so many, according to the retention schedule, you have to keep it for so long and be able to send it out, media and stuff like that. So not all of the proposals had that component. We use Axon for our TASER program also. So we got a little bit of a TASER supplement put in for that too, to replace our TASERs on the same kind of rotation. And the cartridges too.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, up to you, Chairperson. We can launch into Carl and Public Works
I
now.
think we should take like a 10-minute bio break.
Thank you.
No problem. Ready? All right, we're back on camera.
Thank you. We're going to move on to Public Works, and I believe, Carl, if you could lead us through transfer station and site development first, so we can tidy up and close the door on the general fund for now. Is that okay? And then move
Sure.
on to road and bridge.
Throwing me a left curve. So we need to go forward to the,
You going?
yep. All right. One back from that, to that one, just
that
the
one?
budgets.
Yep.
Yeah, so Public Works is taking site development over as a department next year. We've moved, did some restructuring, as Amy brought up earlier. Soy is now working directly with the Public Works Department 100% as far as his salary goes. And then we are filling a spot in site development at the annex to continue doing permits and that. So it's a restructure that we decided as a group just to streamline the processes and moving forward with that. Stoy, do you want to speak a little bit about the process we look at going into next year with that, and how you see that shaping up?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we talked it over with all the division and department heads and really found, you know, that it was kind of a natural progression of what we've done over the past several years where, you know, we had some turmoil in site development several years ago with some staff turnover and some consultants and things like that. And part of the fix for that was really to create this county engineering position there and help the communication lines and the collaboration between road and bridge and site development, because they are very intertwined with the permitting of driveways and the maintenance of the roads and that sort of thing. So that was part of the goal at that time, is to kind of bring them together in that way. And then we found that it made a lot of sense to go ahead and reorganize it under Public Works, just so that it goes a little more seamlessly with the Road and Bridge Department and operations there. And then it did allow us to open up a permanent technician position that would still continue to be housed out of the county annex with the other permitting departments and would work closely with them. And we've, as was discussed earlier, with Amy's presentation, you know, they've really made a lot of progress and a lot of improvements on the permitting process there, and bringing all the permitting departments together and kind of consolidating those processes into one, where in the past we've kind of operated in a bit of silos there and the individual permitting departments. And part of the efforts and with that group is really to bring all that together and have this permit coordination team there at the annex. That's where this permit technician that will be working with site development will be working really closely with them, but really just organized under Road and Bridge. So not as the way it functions is not going to change dramatically, but just the way it's kind of set up. It's going to be similar to more how environmental health operates, where it's housed there at the county annex, but is organized under a different division.
Story, the purpose of site development is?
So site development, it primarily permits grading, excavation activities on private properties, and access permits, driveway permits onto the county road system, as well as administers all the floodplain permitting for the regulatory floodplain and unincorporated Clear Creek County.
So the hope is that the road and bridge side of engineering, which also has an impact on approval of site development, because driveway permits and stuff like that won't be as segregated from the other elements, like grading permits and stuff like that, excavation permits on the property itself, so you'll have those consolidated. Is that how I understand you're trying, that's the siloing you're trying to avoid?
No, it was, that has been coordinated together before. The driveways and the site grading permits have been together previous to this. The siloing I was really talking about is more between the environmental health, the building department, the planning department, and the site development department. Whereas we had separate permitting processes for each of these individual departments. And what Amy's done with some of the improvements that they've made there is really consolidate that process and build a team that's really coordinating all of these different permitting departments. And so that's part of the improvements that they've been making and are still continuing to work on that. But that's more of where the disconnect was in that regard. And then the other disconnect that we had seen in the past was a disconnect between the site development department and the road and bridge department. And those are the ones that and that's one of those disconnects that we're trying to collaborate a little closer on. And that was really one of the initial thoughts in the county engineering position that was created when I came on was really because we had a public works engineer and a site development department administrator that the processes that they, the road and bridge department would permit all of the activities in the public domain and the public right of way. And then the site development department would permit the driveways that connect to that road system. And we found that they weren't always communicating really well and that there were sometimes just impacts from when we would have driveways that would connect to the road system that presented maintenance concerns or other concerns as that connected to the road system. So that's one thing that we've tried to kind of bring together so that as we permit new driveways and accesses to the county road system, that it's not impairing the road and bridge department's ability to maintain the roads.
Yeah, and it was the latter of the two types of silos, the second of the two types of silos that you referred to that I heard. And one of the things that I think also happens when you're doing land development, when you're getting, oftentimes in a lot of communities, what you see is that siloing happens between these different phases. And what'll happen is you'll hear people say, well, we don't really deal with that. We don't ask for what the planning is going to be like for the building that's going in there before we just look at the driveway itself. And then that creates an inertia, both a financial inertia and a kind of a psychological, political inertia in that once you've issued a permit and let people spend money on this and let people spend money on that, and you feel obligated to find a way to get them through the last phases because now you feel almost liable for having caused them those expenses by permission. And so then the tendency has been, as I've seen it, having had a career in that field, that land development thing, is that you see people it's too easy to feel like you got to give somebody a permit for something that you may not have otherwise given them a permit for because you already enabled them to spend all that other money leading up to it. In other words, like if they're not going to be able to get a building permit for a house, you ought not to be able to get a septic, or something like that, because you don't want to lead people into traps. And then what happens is that the agency itself sometimes leads itself into a trap of an obligation because of that inertia that you create when you do that. So knowing that the whole thing is wrapped together and thought of holistically could be really helpful and important.
Yeah, and we, Brian and Amy hosted a little retreat for us last year for the permitting departments where we talked about a lot of those challenges that we've encountered there. And it's something that we've been working on, for the past several years, but have made some real strides in recently. And I feel like it's really starting to come together where we are coordinating a lot well and communicating really well between the different departments. And this is just another step in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think an example, the kind of thing I'm talking about is where somebody they get with the state and they get a well permit, and then they get with a environmental and they get a septic system in, and they haven't really had to have anything but a pioneer access road up to that point. And then they finally get around to getting a driveway permit, and they need an exception because there's no way to build a driveway onto the site that will meet code.
Certainly.
You can argue whether or not they should have been able to build that driveway with exceptions, but at some point you begin to it's kind of like, well, now we've got to give them a permit because we gave them all these other permits. And so to try to somehow wrap it into a holistic package where all the boxes have to be checked before you start breaking ground on any portion of it, I think as a builder myself, is a more responsible way to approach the problem.
I think so. And we found that, and it's an ongoing challenge. As you're talking about there, it's hard, especially with some of these driveways that have been previously cut in, and people will purchase a property and have a feeling that, hey, it's already got a driveway, but it doesn't necessarily meet our standards. And those are the cases that are often pretty challenging to overcome because it's something that was not budgeted for or accounted for in the planning of a project. And so some people are often surprised by some of the conditions surrounding that. But it is one area that has been a struggle, the driveway accesses and the interaction with that roadway system. The driveways themselves, have their own conditions, but they really have some severe impacts to the maintenance of the roads and the drainage conditions surrounding the roads if they're not done properly. And that's something that we've seen on a lot of these existing driveways that were done before permitting or done without permits.
It's enough time on that.
Yeah, any other questions on site development?
Pretty straightforward.
Go ahead and go one forward. All right, there's the budget numbers for the transfer station. As you know, everybody in the county knows we've struggled with that this year. Just staffing is the biggest issue that the Public Works Department has had in recent months. There is a bit of an increase. We've got a lot of costs incurred with hauling stuff to the Front Range. Bob and I are working on a fee schedule change that we'll probably present to you here before or by the first of the year to help cover some of those costs. And then if we can get another FTE in there with a CDL, we will solve a lot of the issues we've had here recently and hopefully be able to get that back on track and open up 4 days a week again in the near future is our hopes, but we just have not found the right person to fill that FTE spot yet.
Carl, I'm looking at your the line items and there's something called tipping. Curious.
Yeah, when they run down to Republic, which is the big landfill on 93, they get charged for taking stuff into the landfill. And that's one of the biggest costs of hauling stuff down the hill right now. But that's and it fluctuates. Those are continuing to go up. Most of the fees across the board that Bob incurred this, throughout the last 6 months or so have all increased. I think the only thing they're holding them still making decent money off of is steel, because prices on steel are back up, but everything else is costing quite a bit more than it has.
Thanks for bringing up the tipping fees. I was kind of running through the same logic. It's cost us more to take things to the landfill, and we spent a lot less in 2022 than in 2021. Was that correct?
Yes, but the tipping fees too, we've had Timberline working under contract for us, moving bins. So we are paying more to have stuff hauled out by them, but not having to pay tipping fees for it. They take that when they haul them down there.
Oh, okay, so that cost is appearing.
Yep.
In
Outside services.
So it cost us $2,500 to save 40,000.
That's got to be something else too.
What lines are you looking at?
The outside services.
They're taking a lot less in right now too than was
That's-
expected.
That's
Yeah.
kind of what I was
Yep.
getting at.
I don't know that we reflected that when we initially did this, Maria, because we hadn't outsourced
Timberline, because we kept thinking we'd get an employee. So that is where that number would go. But as I'm looking at the number, I see that we're not reflecting that.
I think what we can do for you commissioners is write down and follow up, like what we paid for Timberline versus savings and fees.
Yeah, and we have started getting those invoices in, so we should be able to do that pretty easily.
Yep.
Okay. Are we done with the general fund part?
We are, yes.
That
Road and Bridge. Thanks, Carl.
set up, we're back up to the beginning. And I apologize, I got thrown off there a little bit, just having to rearrange this. I was gonna introduce my backups here and everything. But I think everybody knows we had some tough acts to follow. And so I got Stoy, the county engineer, and Julie Wisnand, our administrative assistant with me. So Public Works, we oversee road and bridge, transfer station, site development now, and noxious weed mitigation throughout the county. A big mission for our department is safety. We do a lot of trainings with CTSI and LTAP through the university system in the Front Range. They're out of Metro this year. It was new in the past, but just with the heavy equipment and the operations that we do day in and day out, a culture of safety throughout the whole department is very important to us. Maintaining high levels of service to the county residents. And as we build and try to fill these vacancies, working forward to create a cohesive and collaborative team that enhances the county as a whole. We truly do work with just about every other department across the board, whether it's helping out behind the scenes or events or plowing roads, parking lots, whatever it takes. But so that's kind of our mission and purpose. Getting into things we accomplished this year, as you know, and the numbers up on the next budget page will really reflect that. But one of the biggest things this past year was taking that ballot measure to the voters and coming up with this safety sales tax. And it's going to allow us to maintain a budget similar to what we had in the past and really move forward with some of the projects on the maintained road system, primarily our paved roads and infrastructure with the asphalt and drainage systems and stuff like that. We do have a quick bullet list of some other projects that we accomplished this year. I don't know if you want to talk directly about those now or.
Yeah, I think so. We can certainly touch on them. You know, we're still kind of getting ramped up, and thanks for everyone's support and helping the road and bridge part with this sales tax initiative has really allowed us to kind of move forward and maintain our road system as it should be. And we're continually thankful for that. And now we're in a position where we need to plan out some of our projects and really you know, be effective in managing that additional funding that we can apply to the road system there. For 2022, there was a few things that we had wrapped up. One was the Floyd Hill Drainage Master Plan, which was really needed to go through and evaluate the drainage basins through the Floyd Hill area and make sure that all of our culverts are sized properly and really understand what the drainage system looks like there before we really start digging into improving some of the roads and repaving some of the roads. We just want to make sure that the culverts are sized appropriately so that we can replace them as needed and ensure that they're are able to convey the flows that need to be conveyed through some fairly significant drainages that come through the area there. So that was some really good information that we have as we continue to provide some improvements in the Floyd Hill area. The Soda Creek Road pavement overlay project that involved replacing several culverts as well. That were just some aging culverts there that we went through and replaced a couple of them, provided some concrete head wall on another one that was just kind of starting to, it's pretty close to the road and we're just starting to see some edge failure around the road there. So we replaced some of that and just did the pavement overlay, patched some pavement areas that were a little more distressed than others and got our pavement overlay done. So that was something that we wrapped up this year and really came together well. The Pine Valley water quality and road improvement plans. We had worked with an engineering design firm to really, you know, a similar pavement overlay as we've done on Soda Creek Road. But in addition to that, we've had a lot of concerns that we've observed ourselves and had reported to us from the community there where we had some water that would drain through from the road system and through private properties that were was really depositing a lot of sediment and still is depositing a lot of sediment on private properties and in some areas. So we're trying to get a handle on that and capture some of that. So we identified a couple of spots for these sediment ponds that we would create there. We've worked with a couple of private property owners that been willing to grant us easement area to construct or improve some of these sediment ponds so that we can capture some of that pollutant before it gets washed down and put it in there. And we got them designed so that we can get in there and maintain them easily. And so we're really excited about that project. We did put it out to bid earlier this year, and just due to the construction environment, but we didn't receive any bids on it. And just the time of year, it was late in the summer, when we put that out, and just the time constraints of getting that completed before this time, before winter conditions really set on and prevent us finishing up that project, I think. Prevented some of the companies from bidding on that, but we've got the design plans put together. We will bid that out at the end of this year, early next year, and hopefully the timing on that will be a lot more attractive to some of the contractors to get in there and perform some of those improvements. And then just a minor repair on Winter Gulch Road where we saw a bit of a drainage issue that's been ongoing. And during the winter, the subsurface water would freeze under the road and kind of heave the pavement surface up. And so we built that road section up a little bit and insulated that a little bit more to help prevent that from heaving up when it gets cold in the winter time. And we got that put together this year and came together real well. And we'll see how it performs this winter, but we're confident that that's gonna really help resolve the issues that we're seeing there.
All right, moving on to 2023. With added staff, we're looking at permitting processes and, like I said, strengthening that. We looked into possibly bringing some new software in for permitting as well at site development and road and bridge. We've also asked for a project manager, which you'll see coming up in the budget numbers. But just with the number of road projects and things we've got planned moving forward with the existing staff, just felt it was necessary to add some people to be able to manage not only the funds that we do have now, but put towards these projects moving forward. And then that being said, just staffing the department, at least with the FTEs that we have in the budget right now. We have seen an uptick in applications, which I'll get to here in a little bit, but that really allows us to act proactively instead of reactively to all the road concerns and road projects and even storms and stuff like that. Just having enough people to fill the slots. So here's the road and bridge budget numbers. As you can see, that number on the far right bottom corner is quite a bit of an increase. I don't know yet, and maybe I can defer to Maria to that to see where exactly that tax, what the total is added to our budget. It's just not something, we're not through the first year yet, so we don't really have a real clear idea of exactly what that number looks like moving forward. But it is going to allow us to expand the road projects, quite a bit for capital, as you can see there in the then the FTEs, it just lists what we've got budgeted for. When I started putting this presentation together, the vacancies was at 8. It's at 6 right now, and I've got 2 more onboarding in the process, so that will likely be 4 vacant FTEs here by the end of the month. So I think, again, the market study that was carried out and the fact that you approved some wage increases across the board, we've already seen an increase in applications and people filling these vacancies in our department as well. So that was certainly appreciated.
Up on the table, to remit to towns is the effect of the sales tax. Is that right?
Yes. Okay. Yep, that's the increase there as well.
Yeah, and according to the information Maria put together, that's close to 500% that's going back to the towns, just due to the increase from that sales tax initiative. So we're really hopeful that that's going to be a benefit to the municipalities as it is to us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was a big key factor even in that ballot measure.
Yeah,
But, moving forward, I think the municipalities that really kind of kickstarts their road and bridge budgets as well as ours. All right, you can skip that. We've already been through it. That one as well. We do not have any unfunded requests. Mainly it's just a list of challenges we dealt with this year as well. Limited resources, just staff. At bolstering the programs for managing permits, projects, and being able to respond to road and bridge needs and concerns, as well as the other departments that we're overseeing, like the transfer station and site development. And I think that leads us just to questions and comments. Do you have any more for us?
Yeah, a handful. What's the fund balance right now in this one?
I'll look that up. What's your next question?
Thank you.
2.6 million. a year. They should mirror the general fund.
I want to ask about something that it was brought up when we were up in St. Mary's. And actually, it's been brought up several times during my term. We used to have a program where on our unmaintained roads, I think it was our unmaintained roads, we would deliver materials and neighborhoods would kind of figure it out. Yeah, deliver road base and neighborhoods would figure out how to get it spread on the roads that we don't maintain.
Yes.
Given, I know that that was a popular program, and given that the voters approved this increase, I guess I'm asking for us to look at what it would take for us to restart that.
To reestablish that.
We can certainly discuss that. One thing to consider with that program, with the surcharges for fuel from whether it's coming from Fry, and that was the majority of where we ordered it, but in some of the Evergreen area, we ordered it from Martin Marietta. And the majority of our cost with road base and just bringing it to our pit has like tripled.
Yeah.
Tripled. It can certainly be done. It was not an easy program to manage. So you're also looking at man hours, if you will, person hours. But it's also, you really have to look at what that cost is going to be to the county and how much, you know, if you're going to consider something like this, are you going to put a top on it? And there probably won't be as much available tonnage wise when you look at the cost of fuel and hauling. Hauling fees are huge right now.
And I can add to that too, George. I mean, that was something that Commissioner Tim Mock put into place when he was on the board. And we did have a cap on it. I think we had as much as $50,000 set aside one year, and then we reduced it to 30. It takes quite a bit of staff time to run the program and schedule it. But as Julie stated, the costs of the hauling of that material probably tripled since then. And what we had done at that point in time was just, they'd have to fill out an application for a non-maintained road. We would check the site and make sure we had a deliverable spot to stage it. And then the communities that lived on those roads would do the work themselves. And it was popular. We did end up doing it about 3 or 4 seasons until our budget was decreased enough to where it just became too much to manage for us anyway. And it comes directly out of our gravel line expenses too. So it's material that ends up on non-maintained roads and it comes straight out of our budget for material that goes to maintained gravel roads. But it's something we could certainly look at reestablishing in the future. I know there's a lot of people, especially last year and the year before, they asked about it a lot. And since it's been defunct or not available to them for the last 2 years, that's quieted down quite a bit.
Okay.
In St. Mary specifically for the Metro District there anyway, we did, when we did the last repaving project on Fall River Road, we did have the contractor haul up the recycled asphalt material that we had milled up from the roadway there. And we donated that to the St. Mary's Metro District. And it takes a bit of processing for them, but they have the equipment there to do that. And so they processed that down and used it on the St. Mary's roads there within the Metro District anyway. And we'll, in 2025, we anticipate that we'll do the remaining 3 to 4 miles of Fall River Road there and would certainly offer that to them again for the Metro District. It doesn't really work for an individual in most cases because it does take a little bit of processing. So the Metro District can benefit from that, but the people that don't have the equipment to process that can't really use that type of material.
Thank you for indulging that. And obviously, we're not going to resolve it today, but just curious.
Just super quick follow on to that. You mentioned, I mean, there's a material cost and there's staff costs to administer the program of delivering it and whatnot. How does that compare to you guys actually doing the work? I mean, is there a material labor savings to have community do it? I mean, I think there's also probably more like there's just a precedence of, hey, these neighbors got their unmaintained roads maintained by the county this year. How come we're not getting ours done?
Yeah, and I think that was part of how that was designed in the first place, is that we didn't do the work.
Yeah.
So the ones that wanted to and had the means to do it, you know, and we saw some repeat. We have people every single year we did that program got together and filled out those applications immediately. And then people that maybe weren't as connected with their neighbors and whatnot kind of felt like they missed the boat on some of that.
Some roads probably need it every year.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be getting maintenance at all. No, we've had a lot of requests from people outside on the non-maintained roads this year for work, and we just haven't had the staff or the resources to be able to even consider it.
Commissioners, fund balance is 4.7 million. The 2023 recommended budget to you all proposes that we spend 3.1 million of that 4.7 of fund balance on projects.
Is this like deferred projects? And now that we have a sustainable path, we feel like it's safe to burn through our.
And previous guidance, previous finance guidance, I don't want to say didn't like the idea of spending our fund balance, but it was always very challenged, you know, and especially when we were going through the year after year after year of budget cuts and looking at a case scenario where you have an emergency such as a flood or whatever, where you've really got to have funds right away because it takes so long to be reimbursed for them. So what I feel like we as a group did was say, we'll be conservative because we have, you know, partners out there, whether that's considered finance or wherever, that say, now is the time to be conservative. You never know when you're going to need 2 million to repair roads very, very unexpectedly. And so we were just very conservative. And now it is time to get caught up on the projects. And we have discussed it with Maria and Brian, certainly, that we don't need to be as conservative because we do have that backup, but also we are maintaining a 20% obviously over a 20% fund balance just to cover unexpected costs.
I think the other part of that answer is that you're going to see that expense go like this, right? Because road projects are expensive. So you build that money up, then you start spending the money on the projects. You're dipping down into the fund balance. You're building that back up with the tax and with the tax. And So it's gonna be cyclical, I think, as we build the money up and spend the money on the projects.
And I would say this is really just, our implementation. We come up with this kind of 20-year life cycle plan for our paved roads. And we had laid those out based on, a pavement condition analysis that we had done a couple years ago and prioritized our roads. And we have done some cost estimating and planned out the funds for that. And that was part of our ask for the sales tax initiative, was to be able to fund that program. And this is really just the implementation of that program. And it's a little bit inflated this year, really because of this Pine Valley project that we had budgeted for last year, which I think was on the order of, $1.3 million or something that we had planned to spend last year. And just due to the environment there, we weren't able to spend those. And so, or adding that into the request for next year's budget to spend those. So that number looks a little bit larger, but it's really just this implementation of this 20-year plan that we put together. And then, as we work our way through that all our road system through that 20-year period, then we'll kind of cycle back through them. To some degree, it won't be as simplistic as that, but this is really implementation of the plans there. So we haven't changed a whole lot in the direction that we've really been planning and striving for here the past few years.
Okay, anything else?
Except for me.
Thank you.
EMS is up next, commissioners, and to lay the foundation. In the past, we have accounted for the operations, that is mostly the staffing of EMS in the general fund. And we've made a transfer every year to move money from the ambulance sales tax fund into the general fund to cover for that staffing. We are proposing that for 2023. This is all consolidated in the ambulance sales tax fund. We think that will be much better transparency. It'll be very easy to know and understand what fund balance is available and exactly what that operation costs. And that's why Brian is presenting now instead of presenting during the general fund. And in the proposed budget book, we've rolled it all up for you so that you can compare and see in the past couple of years what these costs were for the next budget year.
Okay. Okay. All right. Mission and values. We'll just go through the mission statement very, very quickly. To provide the highest possible level of compassionate pre-hospital emergency medical care for Clear Creek community. We've kind of changed the way things are in the last few years, and a lot of things that have happened in the last few years have kind of changed the way we think about doing things in the county. We'll talk about some accomplishments, talk up EMS. So we tubes. So that doesn't look as sweet as it did before, but still definitely one of the highest in the state. Some would argue that we've been lucky, and I would argue that EMS is a profession. The genesis of luck in EMS is something that you have to work on, and we've done that by training, discipline, and data-driven needs and training. So we've done really well with that. Our survival percentage, we'll talk about more. There are ways that the state and the nation now looks at cardiac arrest survival rates and how you come out of those as a benchmark for how you're doing. Paramedic advanced training. All of our paramedics now are required to get critical care paramedic endorsement, which is something that other agencies are moving to, but it opens up new protocols and how we do our airway management and new medications that we could use in the county to help with patient care. It basically turns all of our ambulances into the same kind of care, minus flight nurse as a flight team paramedic. So we could start using ventilators and drips and perhaps helping out our surrounding agencies in their time of need with this advanced training that we're doing. Comprehensive QA, QI training improvements. I'll show you an example of that too.
And then a new staffing matrix for increased coverage, getting the most bang for our buck. So we have gone from 23.75 FTEs, which is basically 17 full-time people and then 20 part-time people, to now having 20 FTEs, which is 20 full-time people. So obviously there is a cost of that, but we had to call Gilpin over 80 times last year for an ambulance to come over here and cover for when we were busy. What's changed with that is that a third of the time that we called for an ambulance to come over, they did not have the resource for us. So we were left without an ambulance for an
This is like a standby situation, right?
standby situation. Nope, hadn't bitten us yet, but we could see the writing on the wall. Our calls now for the last 2 years have been, I think last year we ran 1701 calls and we're right on that pace, if not a little higher, up from 1400 during COVID, which was obviously pretty small. So I think we're going to be up at that 1700. This gives us an opportunity to have 3 full-time ambulances 7 days a week with a choice for a 4th ambulance on the weekends that we need it. So last year, I think with everyone taking sick time and vacation time, we needed about 2,000 hours covered by our part-time folks. No, I'm sorry. We needed almost 5,000 covered from our part-time folks. We ended up only getting coverage for about 2,100 hours. So I think the way part-time work has changed and the way people perceive that also, we were not getting what the community needed out of our part-time people. So we made a decision to go ahead and just do a full-time only operation. That's going to help too with the paramedics, because now that we are requiring them to do the critical care paramedic certification, we can keep our training more consolidated. And I'm sorry, it's just in the afternoon, I could get going. Usually I'm a little manic, but it's
not you.
Use some EMTs, correct? Some basics.
We do.
You still?
We still do. The ones that we have, we hope to turn into paramedics. And then just by attrition, the ones that are leaving, I think we're going to try and phase out from just EMTs to do a mostly paramedic. We have more options with the fire department and with staffing to move people around and be as far as resources go. It's much more valuable for us to have that. So as right now, we have 4 EMTs and they're going to continue doing that. One of them is going through paramedic school, and hopefully out of those 4, we could keep all 4 of them as they become paramedics and keep them around. That's the plan. So
do you guys pay for them to go to P school?
That's another thing that you'll see in our budget this year. In education, we got to go ahead and put through our EMTs into a paramedic program. They are very valuable after being here and knowing the system. And then we do that on a contract, which basically states that they're going to stick around for a couple of years after they get through school. And that's very common with other agencies around us. And it's a great benefit. And it's a great thank you to show them that we appreciate them being here. Hopefully we'll get a couple of those to stay forever, get the hook in them deep. Started the community paramedic program. We're trying to get some legal stuff. Peter is going to help me out with that. I think I made a mistake or two, but it's called the Community Integrated Health Care System. We were going to work with Evergreen and Highlands to become part of the same group, but that did not work out. We got acquired our own license, and it's probably the thing I'm excited the most about. I think some people probably sit on the couch in their downtime and think about if they won the lottery, how they would spend that money. I think about how the Community Integrated Healthcare Services program is going to help this community. I think it has the potential to be a huge game changer. I look at it to describe it as, I think I've told you this before, as like the powerhouse or the tractor. And then all of the other services that we have with health and human service, public health will fit with their implement onto this system. And then we can work together to get people what they need. We usually are the first contact, we break through, and then we can figure out what these folks need to help them in the community. And we can get them in touch with the people they need to get in touch with. We could also do follow-up, say someone has surgery or a cardiac event, comes back up into the county. Dr. Ben Trott or Centura can get a hold of us. We can go do help with them a week after they get back, make sure they understand their medications, check their suture sites. If we see any need for intervention, we can get on with telemedicine and talk with the doc and hopefully save people an incredible amount of time of transporting down to Denver for a doctor's appointment and back up. Education purposes, the time that they're not doing calls, house calls, they could be educating the public. I look at studies out of Israel and they are so good at cardiac arrest survivability. And the reason is because they carpet bomb their citizens with CPR and first aid training. I would like this powerhouse to go out and maybe work with the high school and train them. Everyone that's a county employee, I would like to be CPR and first aid trained. And I'd like for this tool to do that and get as many people in this community to be able to do first aid and CPR as possible. And that'll just help survivability. So I just sit around and think of what this could do. It's really an amazing tool that we're going to acquire. And I really look forward to seeing what we can do. There's a few things, and I'll talk about goals too, but since we're on it right now, and I'm kind of on a roll with it, I will. I could see there's some things that I feel like systemically is wrong with the system. And I think I'm preaching to the choir on this. I think there's some certain things that we can do to change the trajectory of patient outcome in this county. For example, one of the things that we do that I think is a causation of trouble is that if someone's having a substance abuse problem or a mental health problem, instead of taking them someplace close where we could take care of this patient and get them what they need, we transport this patient out of the county someplace else, drop them off, and then they have to deal with the burden of the financial trouble that we put them into. We do not have a place for a detox facility anywhere around here. What we have to do is take them to the hospital. They incur a $2,000 ambulance fee and then a $3,000 to $4,000 hospital fee. We're not helping them in their situation. If they have a substance abuse problem, we're only making it worse for them. We're not helping them out. If we could possibly use this tool to help folks, say we can invest in people before they get to the point where we have to have enforcement. Maybe there's a way that we could start saving some money in this community by getting to people before they start costing a lot of money after the enforcement is needed, if that makes any sense. So prevention is what this is all going to be about. And that's why I sit around and think about the wonderful things that we're going to do with this program. So moving on, AED public access defibrillation. We funded the new AEDs. We purchased 45 of them. We'll be around to everyone, if we haven't been already, to train you on how to use those. You'll start seeing those everywhere. And then we'll just continually update those. And that used to be something that the county out of the general fund had to pay for, but that was well in the realm of EMS and how it's going to help survivability. So we'll take care of the AEDs and the public access defibrillation. Okay, you can move on. Thank you. What this is showing here, I know it's hard. Hard to see. Well, for you guys, I can't show you anyway. So this is the CARES stuff, Julian Moore, who you're familiar with. This shows Clear Creek this year. So what I want you to look at is survivability with cardiac arrest with a complete outcome where there's nothing, no deficiency. Clear Creek County is at 22.2%, which is really raises some eyebrows because it's so phenomenal. The state of Colorado, if you were to go down in cardiac arrest, you'd be at half of that, 11.1% chance of coming out completely unscathed. And if anywhere else in the nation, it's at 7.2%. So we're starting to see some data that shows what we're doing is right. And Julian Moore would like to see one more years of numbers like this. And they're just going to start coming around and asking how we're doing it. It's that good. So just showing off the agency a little bit.
How does that compare to like a West Metro or some place that has much more compressed timeframes in terms of getting on scene and getting to advanced care, et cetera?
It's better than theirs right now. They see so many folks that I don't, without saying anything bad about any other agency, I don't want to say that. I think we're in a unique position up here where we have the downtime between calls that we could look at this data and see what we're doing. I have an example of that. And then we could train on it, where their normal day is just one call after the other after the other. I don't think they have the follow-up or the chance to do follow-up like we do, if that makes sense.
The reason why I ask about them though is they're also in a situation where, depending on where the call drops around our county, you might not be there for 20 minutes, right? And you'd have to depend on whoever happens to be there to be doing the right thing, which you have a limited control over.
We do, and that brings up a good point, though. We did purchase AEDs for all law enforcement vehicles in the county. So I think right there will help out also. Fortunately, a lot of our cardiac arrests that happen, law enforcement gets on scene very well and does good CPR. And a lot of cardiac arrests sometimes happen at the ski area where there's some first responders that are close to be able to help us out with that. So next one. This is what our QAQI looks like. I know it's kind of hard to see, but this is what I'm talking about data pushing our training. This is a cardiac arrest, and this is what the QA form looks like for every cardiac arrest we do. So we start at the narrative, and then we just go down, and now we could watch how people are intubated. We could watch how quick CPR was done on someone. We could see the pauses in CPR that was done because we have a Lucas device that does CPR. All this stuff is downloadable. And then the American Heart Association says, if you do this, you're going to have the best survivability rate possible. So we could see what's going on. We could say, oh, there were 2 pauses over 10 seconds. That should have been 2 pauses that were less than 6 seconds. If we see that in more than 1 or 2 of our cardiac arrests, we could say, this is something we need to train upon to become better. And we train. So we're getting better. It shows how long it took to get the Lucas on. It shows what we did in our narrative notes that was the docs didn't understand. It shows that they didn't pre-charge the monitor for a shock in the cardiac arrest, and that should have been done. So it's just those kind of things and that we're doing that we could follow the data and see exactly what we need to do to have the better outcomes, which we've shown we're doing. All right. So looking ahead, I want to be the best in the state for cardiac arrest patients, full recovery. I think it's doable for what we're doing. A little bit of more training, a little bit more luck. I think we could actually be close to that. And I'd like us to publish why that's happening to help other agencies out that need it, because what we're doing is right. I'd like to get our buildings up into a working condition. That is in our capital improvement list. It is stuff in the budget that is that we have money for. And if you look, I've worked with Maria and our 10-year budget projection, basically down to the penny for how we're going to spend money, create the infrastructure we need, keep the people we need up here to do what we're doing. So the trouble is trying to get someone in to complete work in a building right now. We've talked about that all day. It's nearly impossible, especially for a project under $100,000. So we need to complete administrative procedure reference. Right now, I walked into an agency that was pretty good because there were some instructions on who did what. We're going to revamp those. So when one of us leaves, someone could walk in there and know exactly a checklist of what to do and how we're doing it. Respect, share us, interact, listen, really just do whatever it takes to keep the people we have and keep them happy so they could stay. Right now, we're kind of, it's tough. Next, sorry.
Actually,
One more.
move on.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I really appreciate your appetite for gathering data. So you may know this. Where are we losing our people to?
We're losing our people right now to basically the fire departments and attrition. 20 right here, 28%, I believe. If you go forward, 28% of people in EMS had some sort of turnover after COVID, which is incredible. A lot of people are getting out of the business altogether. Where we're losing them in Clear Creek County, we're going to lose 5 this year. 2 of them are going to medical school, which is awesome. I mean, that is so cool to watch them take off. The other 3 are going to fire departments. We just can't compete with the money that they're paying them.
Because they're serving 2 roles, like West Metro.
Correct.
Or Evergreen. Well, actually not Evergreen, West Metro.
You mean not getting fire certifications too? And they're.
Yeah,
that's correct.
They are trained to do either job.
Yeah.
Common cities.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll never be able to pay them. And the funny thing is now it's a small community. We're all a part of that community. When they know that they're critical care paramedics coming out of Clear Creek and we're having the success we're having, they get hired pretty easily in fire departments. I mean, they're kind of looking for Clear Creek medics because they know they're quality people. So it's a double-edged sword. It's great and it's nice to see people succeed, but that's tough to deal with, and is trying to keep people. The county, this one team mentality is awesome. I can't say enough for the leadership team and the help that I've gotten from everyone on the leadership team and the advice, and they're my mentors and comrades, and it's great. But we need to fix the problem of this county is that there's not enough money to continue getting people, COLA raises and raises to keep them at market value. So that's part of the problem that we're looking into, is trying to help fix that problem. I really think personally, and I'm an optimist, that if we start investing and trying to keep people out of the system, we could save a lot of money in prevention instead of having to go all the way to enforcement. But more on that to come, and that'll be data driven also. If you look at the budget, yeah, we're up 38%. Personnel. So if we didn't get a market raise this year, and we just looked at the numbers, what it costs to put on 3 more part-time medics full-time, at last year's number, it'd be about 5% of the personnel cost. So we're getting 3 new medics and a lot of coverage for 5%, which is a heck of a deal. I'm sorry to see some of the part-timers go, but then add in the market value adjustment and those people, and that's why that's increased. And then our services, basically the supplies have gone down a lot. We'll have to see about diesel in the near future, but the services are services that now we are paying for, that the county is giving us. So that's about $350,000 a year in dispatch fees and all the services, all the services that the county gives to us, where we used to just take that. We are actually paying our fair share of what the county does for
The
us.
overhead charges that we've been talking about. I was wondering about that's the 200 to 669.
Yep. That is the increases that we're looking at. So. And I think we ready to do that. Market pay is going to be tough, keeping up with inflation. It's great. The surrounding agencies love that we did a market study on EMS, because they took that market study and they used that market study, and then they added above and beyond us. And that's how it goes. But it's going to be tough to pay people enough to be up here. It's going to be tough for every one of the divisions to do that. So I think that's it. Any other questions?
No, I think it's inspiring to hear about the success and basically the technical efficiency that's demonstrated over and over that you're able to measure and see. for me anecdotally, it goes back to, it's actually something that you guys have carried with you for some time, even honestly, since about the time of your reorganization and even before, the quality of the work that and the experience that I think your people get here. And it was on the ride along, it was kind of inspiring for me to be down at St. Anthony's, and we were looking for that third guy because we were ready to go home after taking that guy down after that cardiac arrest. It's like, where is he? Well, he's in the ER with, he's in there with the doctors. He's intubating the patient. And it was kind of cool to go in and see these doctors and all these people that work at the hospital watching one of our personnel intubating the patient because they trusted him.
I can't say enough about the staff, and especially the captains that I have right now. They are extremely intelligent, motivated. There are people that you're going to see in the years to come, like being either leaders of this EMS or being leaders in the hospital as doctors. They're incredible to watch. I get a lot of energy from them just watching. They really want to make a change for the better. It's inspiring to me. I'm very, very lucky to be able to have those folks in our agency.
And one other question. The consultative visit that the CPHE did, and that was 55 recommendations. And I remember when you stepped into a leadership role, you got pretty aggressive in terms of going after those. And I think moved down to the Dumont station like 48 hours later or something crazy like that. Like, how many of those are left that you actually want to take action on, if any?
Well, that document hangs right behind me at my desk. So I'm forced to look at that periodically. It's something we need to revisit. And I think that in general, it's the direction that we're going into. I think some of the things don't, we'll have to revisit, as some of the things aren't as practical to do or make sense. But I think probably, I would say 75% of those have been accomplished.
Nice.
Yeah, but it is a checklist that still hangs right there for me to look at. And I'm starting to work with Tim Dienst, one of the guys that, who's big at SimTac, and trying to work with him to get a lot of those things done, because he's been someone that's gotten a lot of stuff done and has done a lot of good things, like we talked about with the co-response. And that's something that I didn't bring up, but that tool of the community and integrated healthcare system, I'll get better at saying that as we work with it more. I think that will work closely with that co-response team. I think there's some overlap there where we could see, if we know that there's people that need help with mental health in this community, I think that our tool that we have can check up on these people. We know that one of the big issues is, before they turn into something that takes more help to deal with, is that mental health patients aren't compliant with their medications. And that's usually what starts them in this funnel that takes them down to where we have to take them down for a hold. And once we do that, it's on their permanent record. We've cost them a ton of money doing that. And I don't think I don't think that's what we should be doing. I think if we know that there's folks out there that want help and that are getting help, we should check up on these folks and make sure that they are compliant with their medications. These are that thing that tool can do for us.
Yeah, I think UPass has gotten they're pretty forward thinking when it comes to taking people to the place that best suits the patient, that reduce overall system costs.
Yeah. I use a lot of reference between them and Chafee also. They have a lot of similarities with us. And I definitely steal their good ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thanks. Keep up the good work.
Commissioners, I think we're definitely on third base now. So if you're game,
How many more do we have?
keep going. Two more departments, and then Brian and I will finish it.
Take 2 minutes.
Brian Monsoon for president.
2 more to wrap up.
That was awesome.
All right, one last afternoon break has been requested, but it's going to be a short one.
Okay.
That was so good. I saw-
Do you have your
Thanks.
All right, we're back. In the home stretch, two more. Human Services.
Yes, commissioners, before Sarah takes over here, we are on page 71 of the proposed budget book. And I just wanted to point out, because it may be a question that you had or you will have. We do need a budget amendment in the Human Services Fund for 2022. The budget numbers reflect what currently is budgeted and approved and appropriated by the commissioners. The reason for the need on the budget amendment, it will come under contract services, is the state is paying out benefits for food assistance at a higher amount per person than we anticipated for the year. They increased that payment in 2020 and have kept that level. We did not realize they would continue to pay at that level this year. Therefore, we will need a budget amendment. And we are projecting for 2023. We don't know when they're going to reduce that, but the 2023 proposed budget incorporates that higher food assistance benefit.
So of the $173,064 that it looks like it is going to need to come from another fund, how much would be offset by this factor you're describing?
Food assistance benefits are 100% reimbursed by the state, so it's an in and an out. We have to have permission to spend the money. Does that make sense? So the 173 change in fund balance, that's not really going to change.
Okay.
The revenue is going to increase and the expenses are going to increase with this budget.
I guess I'm a little confused why their expenses would increase if we've already spent them by and large.
Well, we know that we need to pay. You appropriate a certain amount of money. You gave us permission to spend $3.1 million in total. We know we have to pay staff for the rest of the year. We haven't paid them yet, but we know we have to pay them the rest of the year. So we haven't spent the full 3.1 million. But we know if we didn't come back to you and ask you for an amendment, we will spend about 3.8 million by the end of the year. When everything's said and done, we're going to spend that. And we don't really have permission to spend it until we have a budget amendment and you give us permission to spend it.
Okay.
Does that make better
Good
sense?
enough. Thanks.
Okay, yay. I think you all know Tracy Troya, our bookkeeper slash finance guru slash keep everything together in our office person. So she is joining me today, just in case there's budget questions that I might not be able to answer. Okay, so I know I was asked to read my slides specifically for Sean.
Must be late in the afternoon, huh?
So
Are there any
our,
alternate requests that can be made or what?
so our mission obviously is up there, but really we think about it as we're here to support the most vulnerable people in our community, to help provide for them some stability and safety within their family. Our vision here is, we're always striving to improve the way that we deliver services. So we're always looking at new trainings that we can go to, or what are other counties doing? What are even other states doing within child welfare, or like the benefits part of the work that we do, that we can improve the way that we're doing things. And then when you're looking at our values, I think one of the things I didn't put on here that's really important is just like a cultural value within DHS, that we really believe that we have to be able to take care of ourselves and our own families if we're going to take care of the community and families within the community.
How has this evolved over time? Or is this pretty new?
I mean, it's new. I think that it's in writing and it's something that we kind of openly talk about. It's how I've always looked at least the child welfare part of human services. But it's newer. I think that it's something that we continually talk about, the way that we're doing the work that we do within our department.
I like it.
Okay, so for our accomplishments, we applied for and created the CMP program, the Collaborative Management Program. I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll just really quickly tell you that it consists of the department and then stakeholders that we're required to have participate in CMP. So it's judicial, which is a Judge Schroedis, and probation, public health is on our committee, the school district, the BHO, which is Colorado Community Health Alliance, GCMH is on our part of the collaborative, and the Division of Youth Services. So in looking at our other accomplishments, we responded to 102 child protection referrals. And then when you look at that accuracy rating, so we respond to those with 96% accuracy. The state goal is 84.3% and the Fed goal is 68.3.
What does that even mean? Respond with accuracy.
So when a referral comes in, if it gets opened for assessment, it gets assigned an immediate 3-day or 5-day, just depending on different criteria and what we know about in the referral. And then we have that amount of time to respond. So sometimes it's really hard for counties to respond.
Yeah, I see.
Within the time frame that it's.
So you got within the guideline timeframe, 96% of the time is what that means.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's the source of most of the referrals. Family.
I would have to look. It's starting to shift a little bit. We've been doing a lot of trainings with mandatory reporters, so that's gotten better. So probably recently that's been higher, but I would have to really look to tell you for sure. Our APS, our adult protection referrals, were responded to with 95% accuracy. And I would say since we've spent more time on adult protection, that number's gotten, it's typically 100%. So it was before we had a full, more attention to that position, that we weren't meeting those higher standards. And those response times are just either immediate or 3-day. We trained mandatory reporters within the community in both child welfare and adult protection reporting requirements. And then the last one, 96 or above in our accuracy for providing financial support to low-income families. But our goals for 2023, continuing to just build our high-performing DHS team. I took out, so the behavioral health navigator position was one of our goals, but we took that out. I think in looking at this co-responder program, I think we're hoping to maybe put that in with a co-responder, maybe. I know that that's getting ahead of ourselves, but I don't think that's really a goal for our department anymore to add that to the prevention. We are hoping to open up funding, to find funding within our own department to pay for a third caseworker. And then we're really working hard. We noticed when we had somebody within our department retire and then somebody else left this summer, there was a gap in who could provide those services to our community. So cross-training in the CCAP, which is the Child Care Assistance Program, and adult protection services supervisor and our child welfare supervisor. So now our child welfare supervisor can also supervise the adult protection work, and the adult protection supervisor can supervise the child welfare work. It's not ideal because they're not experts in that area necessarily, but at least it's a little bit of a backup for people. And then obviously I'm trained in both. And then we're hoping by the end of the fiscal year that all of our staff will have gone through crisis intervention training.
Is that training the same for law enforcement, or is this for you guys? I mean, it's the same training, it's just.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna do our training through Golden PD, and I mean, they do training for more than just their own department. But if they don't have space to add people that aren't law enforcement, we were told we can just audit the training, the 40-hour training. So it's the same. I mean, I don't think people will be able to participate in role playing, but they could still go to the training and find value in it. I think Maria wanted us to skip the next slide. Just kidding, Maria.
Oh, it's like what?
I know.
I don't know. That's why it's not showing up.
Sure, you weren't a troublemaker.
What's that?
Sure, you weren't a troublemaker.
I know. Totally, what's that?
Not moving.
Yeah, it's moving on my computer, but not up there, of course. So let me try again.
Close to being done.
I know. We were doing so well too. Let's try again.
Well, you can do it. You think the universe doesn't want it on there?
I know. Let me try.
Your next slide is the budget on page 71, right? That's basically what the next slide is. It's the budget
Yes.
Yeah.
numbers.
It's
Mhm.
the
It's
2020.
the table.
Yeah.
I'm a genius.
Very stable.
You know what? I fixed the problem.
I just said you were stable. You're gonna make me a liar.
Fix the problem.
Yeah.
Okay. On we go.
So this is our budget. So Tracy and I really tried to pull some of these numbers apart because obviously we were both, neither one of us were involved in the 2021 budget or reported back numbers. But 46,000 of the change from 2021 to 2023 is the increase, the wage increase. And then we really feel like some of the other differences are around, we were more fully staffed in 2021, but, or had it in our budget for more staff, but people, we were short staffed constantly. So it seemed like for most of 2021, we were hiring a caseworker, losing a caseworker, and then going a long period of time without a caseworker. So I'm, maybe even there's numbers in here that Maria gave us that include a third caseworker. No.
And commissioners, I should have waited to interrupt Sarah until this slide because it makes more sense now. So the 22 budget says 3.1 million. We really need about 3.7 million. We're going to spend it with what's happening with the amped up food assistance benefits and the personnel. We have had some vacancies, but we are going to spend more than that 1.75 million on salaries and benefits. So we need to come back to you and get permission to spend that money before we exceed the budget and before the year is over. So the difference between 22, once you've adopted a budget amendment, and 23 won't be that different. It'll be about 3.65 million for 2022 and asking for 3.88 million for 2023.
And you're asking for us to acknowledge new revenues and expenditures, correct?
Correct. Food assistance, the state, it's your pass through, but we have to recognize it as an expense. It's just required.
So for 2022, the additional amount, what will the total be for 2022 now and what you project the actual to be?
I project the actual for 2022 will be in the neighborhood of 3.6 to 3.7 million.
Yeah, I just averaged 21 and 23 just to see what it was running and it's like 3.73, so that's right there.
And again, it's kind of a good news story, right? The state's continuing to pay increased benefit amounts for those that are most vulnerable in our community and receiving food assistance. It's just something accounting wise, we need your permission to recognize that expense and the money.
Okay.
And we're seeing a steady rise after the fall that resulted from the pandemic. Is that correct? That's what I'm seeing on the third bullet point on the next. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
Oh, yeah, that's not related to funding so much, but we can go on.
Well,
I'm ready. Okay, so our unfunded requests. So I obviously put on here another, to add a third child protection caseworker, recognizing that there's no money to do that. It just feels like I need to say that we need that in our department, but I also know that that's most likely not happening. So historically, we have had between 3 or 4 caseworker positions. The state provides us with allocation for those positions. Due to the pandemic, some of our referral numbers have gone down, but that's statewide, and we're starting to see those go back up. So I think we've been able to kind of cope with just 2 child welfare workers and 1 supervisor, but as those numbers continue to increase, will get more difficult, I think.
Can you, I might be misreading that second bullet. If we choose to fund another FTE, does the state help with that funding or is that all on us, on our general fund?
So it's covered 80%. So it's the county would, I think we figured it was like 17,000. The cost of the county would be 17,000 for that position.
And it's a new FTE.
And it's what?
A new FTE.
Yeah, I think it's on your unfunded.
It's 80% funded. Correct. From the state.
Yeah, and because property tax is continuing to decline for everyone who gets property tax, which Human Services gets property tax, the general fund's just going to have to pick up the difference. There isn't any money available. Human Services did have a healthy fund balance a few years ago, but they don't anymore. And it is about 19,000. I think it's on the unfunded list is what the general fund would need to pick up.
That's it.
It's an important function.
Yeah, and I.
Any questions, George, or anything?
No, I made my editorial comment.
Okay.
There we go.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all public health.
This has been bothering me all day. I remember Tina's a man of few words. How about you guys?
Said I only had to say over the last 2 years, I think.
Yeah. Too much of my word budget is for 6 years.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
So to answer your non-rhetorical question, George, I think there's a clear distinction between level of service and quality of service, right? You can get high quality of service, but you're not providing a lot of services, right? You see the difference between those two. So public health, our mission is to improve health for the public and achieve equity and health status across the entire community. Sorry, my throat's a little dry. Also to prevent disease, promote health, promoting life among the population as a whole. Provide a science-based voice in public policy debates, which I think we saw in spades over the last couple of years. Lead efforts to advance prevention and reduce health disparities in the community. That's public health's mission and purpose. Some of our accomplishments, and some of these bleed over from 21 into 22, but we administered over 10,000 COVID specific vaccines with close to 700 vaccines in a single day at the EMS station in Dumont. We have vaccinated folks from 29 different counties because we did not discriminate. We did not ask the questions that many other counties asked. We did over 100 home visits administering those vaccines as well, with an additional 11 mobile clinics throughout the entire county from end to end, north to south, east to west. We reached more than 1,200 families and individuals through our contact tracing and investigations. We brought mammograms and mobile dentistry to Clear Creek County. Unfortunately, the mobile mammogram van didn't come yesterday due to mechanical issues, but we will be rescheduling that. So trying to bring that back here twice a year. And what we're trying to do now is not increase the level of our responsibility, but identify gaps in care and bring those services here with absolutely limited resources from the county's perspective. And the mobile dentistry is a great example of that, where we're bringing dentistry here with no expenses on our part. They also do home visits, which will fit in great to what Brian and his team are doing when they identify individuals who need dental care but can't get to clinics, and those services will go to their home. We brought HIV and STI testing to Clear Creek County. It's available free to anyone who walks in. You can do it in the clinic, or you can take one of the kits home and do it at home. Very important to get a handle on the numbers that actually exist in this community, because it is here. Bringing the testing here doesn't bring disease here. It just identifies what is here. We secured Title X funding for family planning. To date, there is no family planning really to speak of in this county. And we thought it was an absolutely important thing to have here as an available resource to the broader community. So we secured funding from that from the state, which will help us provide on a sliding scale family planning for those who need and want it. We submitted and received the $1 million grant to fund the Health and Wellness Center. That was my staff that wrote that grant that got funded by the federal government. We submitted a $425,000 grant to the EPA to bolster our air quality monitoring in Clear Creek County. We got an email about 10 days ago from the EPA saying we're still trying to sort out the details and work out the logistics, which was encouraging to me. It means we didn't not get it, and we're potentially still in the running. So that would allow us to buy 5 regulatory grade air quality monitors, which will then bring us to the table with the state and CDOT, where we have now regulatory grade data that they can't ignore anymore. So stay tuned on that. Mountain Youth Network secured an additional 5 years of funding for the very important and critical services that they provide in the community. And we added our 2 additional nurses to the staff, although one of our nurses, Crystal Brandt, will be retiring at the end of the year, and we will not be refilling her position. That's one of the ones to attrition that we're letting go. For 2023, we're going to complete and begin implementation of the CHAPS that's underway already. So we'll be presenting the findings of that here to the board in the next several months and looking at how that changes our trajectory moving forward for the next 5 years anyway. We hope to implement our electronic medical record system in the first month of the year. That will allow us to better keep track of individuals in terms of their medical care and medical history. So that when individuals come in for something as simple as a physical, we have a better understanding and comprehensive background on what are their medical issues, and we can then provide that physical for them. It will also allow us for the very first time to actually charge for many of the services that we provide in public health. We don't have any way to facilitate that right now. The electronic medical record system will change that. And one of those things is to implement the Department of Transportation physicals. So for folks that work in Carl Shop, for instance, we could potentially be doing the physicals rather than having them spend $200 somewhere else. That's potential revenue for public health. We have been doing school physicals. I believe Emily did approximately 80. We did them all for free this year because lots of kids otherwise would not have gotten a physical. And or had to pay significant out-of-pocket expenses. So we've been doing that now for 2 years running, and we'll continue to do that to provide, eventually we'll charge for those on a sliding scale, but able to provide that service for folks in the community. This is our proposed budget. As you saw, the 2021 budget there is 1.39 million, 22 budget, roughly the same. 23 budget, 1.1 million or 1.12 million, roughly speaking. So about a 14% decline. We've lost already 2.5 FTEs in the department, one of which we sent over to finance because much better served in that position as Rebecca is serving the broader community in the county in the role she's in now. And then the other 2 through, or 1.5 through attrition. We also have condensed. So for instance, Thomas, one of our employees, he's now working half-time in environmental health for the same reason that others have said, if Gary is ever on vacation or sick or out, there is nobody to do environmental health. It is Gary and Gary alone. So Thomas is cross-training with Gary half-time, and the other half-time he is on grant-funded NACCHO, the emergency preparedness grant. So really trying to make sure that all of our bases are covered and that if there is a position that at least one other person in our department knows how to do it, for all the reasons that everyone else has described. Any questions? So unfunded requests, we have none. Our challenge is limited resources. We're very heavily reliant on grant funding. The unfortunate part about our grant funding is oftentimes very topic specific, very time specific, and very narrowly focused. So the millions of dollars that we had from COVID, et cetera, we can't just keep using that for other things. They won't allow us to do that. So they gave us a little wiggle room on for monkeypox, but we didn't in essence do anything for monkeypox for a whole host of reasons that I'm not going to get into. We have no clear plan from the feds or state on proper funding for public health. We did receive good news that we're going to receive $100,000 to $200,000 here in a lump sum, although that is supposed to sustain us for 5 years. Not sure how that's possible, but that is part of the infrastructure grant or funding that came from the federal government. So.
It came out of the bipartisan infrastructure law.
Correct. Yeah. Questions, comments, concerns?
So I see a promising trend that I wonder if it's going to continue. Transfers in 2021, it was $553,000. That's from the general fund to this fund. 2022 budgeted for $280,000, and this year we're budgeting $150,000. Are we going to be budgeting $75,000 next year?
George, I hope to see that reality. I'm hoping that electronic medical record system and the billing apparatus within that will allow us to continue on that path. I can't make any guarantees about having every year, but that's what we're trying to do. Without, as that last bullet point says, without clear indication from the feds or the state of funding, it's really incumbent upon us to find other ways, alternative ways to fund it. The staffing that I have right now, and if you carve out Mountain Youth Network because it's entirely grant funded, and you just focus on the additional public health fund or the additional fund, public health staff, we have 6 people in our department to cover all that public health does. And kudos to my peers. I heard this a couple of times. When I walked into this county 2.5 years ago and faced what I faced, the collaboration that I got from many of my peers in this room was unexpected, to be quite frank, but was unbelievably welcomed and unbelievably helpful to help our staff who, as you might imagine now, are just getting a chance to breathe, made what we did possible. So kudos to Brian and his team and Road and Bridge and law enforcement and fire, all of those agencies. And the mantra of a government worker often says, that's not my job. I've never in 2.5 years of my time in this county ever heard that from any county employee. Never, no matter what my request, as ridiculous as it is, as Peter says. So I just kudos to everybody. I can't say enough. So we're hoping to become sustainable. I have limited apparatus and limited levers to pull to make that a reality. But we're pulling every lever we can to make ourselves as sustainable as humanly possible.
So I think everything sounds good. I'm curious to know what this picture looked like before the pandemic.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
It was a joint department.
Pretty hard to separate
Public
out.
health and human services were one department director.
Yeah, I remember that one leadership.
There were 2 directors there were 2 directors several years ago, and a call went out and they didn't get the folks that they needed to apply. And so they decided to take the Health and Human Services Director, Cindy Dickin, and offer her the job to handle both. And that's how they got
Had to
blended.
get a state exemption.
Right.
I mean, not for the purpose of approving this budget, but the pandemic is far enough in the rearview mirror that I think, Sean, I've heard you say a number of times, like some kind of after action evaluation, like, as well as included in that could be, what did that combined department look like? What are these 2 departments summing to today? Like, how can we try to make these apples look like oranges so that we can sort of do some historical analysis and just see where we are.
And that would help confirm some of the things that caused us to make the moves that we did when the pandemic began. And what the pandemic did show us was that we weren't prepared for a pandemic. We didn't have a scale of both of the 2 operations that was sufficient to, certainly on the public health side, to cope. Just simply didn't have the person. There's no statement about the quality of the people. It was about the scale that had been implemented for several years and put in place. We didn't have enough boots on the ground to be able to handle something like that. And you can argue kind of like snow plows in Atlanta that, buy a lot of snowplows in Atlanta, you wait for the snow to melt because you can't fund a full rig for those couple of times it happens. But on the other hand, it was clear that we needed more than we had. And to me, I think it showed that we were underfunding public health at that time, for sure, regardless of whether there was a pandemic or not. But I think looking in the rearview mirror now with all that data would be helpful. One of the things I'm looking at is when I look at that 553, transfers in, dropping to 280, dropping to 150. I don't know how much of that is a glide pattern down from the pandemic too, where we were throwing more money, just, doing what we had to do is throw money at the problem to help solve it and make up for that difference.
Well, a bunch of that money from transferring had to be one-time
Mhm.
money that we got from the federal government too, right?
You are correct. It was
Yes.
the expectation that we would be recouping money from FEMA. And we are just starting to recoup that money now that we spent 2 years ago. But public health needed the money. They didn't have money in their bank account, basically.
So we opened it.
General fund had to give
Right.
that money to do it.
And that's the point I was trying to make, is it was just kind of like, we just kind of opened the bank to deal with the problem.
Although you can see he is, in public health, is doing their part to try and reduce their expenses,
Yeah.
right?
He's done a great job.
Yeah, I mean, you can see all those lines are coming down.
Yeah, definitely. And my intention in asking for us to look at that over that period isn't so that we can reconsider a decision to have separate departments or anything like that. It's just to, and this is a more general comment that I'll make, is that just some trend analysis, where we come from. Where were we in 2016 when we got this news from the Henderson? What have we done since? Just trying to understand kind of the bigger picture, the longer term.
Mhm.
We need to understand, we make decisions, they have consequences. We need to see more than, a picture in time to really have our heads
Yeah,
around.
the answer is we're spending more now than we were previously, but yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
And we probably spent less before than we should have. That's my guess.
That's kind of hard. I mean, it's like, you don't build your church for Easter Sunday though, right? Like
Right,
Easter
that's-
comes around and pandemics are like Easter, but you don't know when they're gonna happen.
Yeah,
It could
but
be another one next year. It could be another 25 years.
but you don't wait till Easter to build the church either.
Yeah. That's true. Is it true that we still haven't recovered all of our FEMA money from the 2013 floods?
That is correct. The Road and Bridge Fund is waiting on almost 300,000. And we don't have control over when the state decides to close that grant cycle. They confirm for our auditors every year, yeah, your claim is good, your money, this is good, you're all set, the documentation's good. We're just not ready to close it. So.
Got an email from Suzanne Boscia yesterday that they finally closed that out. We have not seen it yet, but it is finally on the way.
Checks in the mail?
$300, yeah, this year. Yay.
Nice.
In the blue box.
Yeah, I appreciate both my colleagues' statements about trend analysis from the last 10 years or so. And I also like the idea of comparing us to our peers and seeing what because we've already done that to some degree with this salary studies, right? But I think there are other comparisons that are sensible in my mind.
I think that'd be valuable information as well.
Do it. We have a few more special revenue funds that I'm going to go through real quick.
Thanks, Tim.
Completeness. So if you have any questions, the E911 fund. These are, we get surcharge revenue from every telephone account in the county. And this money is for 911 dispatch for the equipment, for various costs of providing this service in our community. They are proposing through the sheriff's office to spend quite a bit of their fund balance next year. They had about $480,000 in fund balance at year-end 2021 and making some investments in technology.
For what?
Capital or computer equipment, like new servers.
For what function? Oh,
Just to support 911.
Dispatch.
Yeah, dispatch.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would make sense for us to finish our dispatch study before we confirm anything like that.
I think so too.
Yeah.
So this is another fund, commissioners, where we need to come back to you for a budget amendment in 2022. It's, 204,000 is budgeted, but we already know based on some of the spending that has happened and needs to still happen through the end of the year, we're gonna need a budget amendment. So we'll be back in front of you on November 15th with that. Any questions on 911 before I move on to the next?
Yeah, I do. actually.
Oh, sorry, sir.
No, that's okay. Recognize that we need to bring you a budget amendment to cover the expenses that we will incur in 22. I'm hearing you say, let's complete our dispatch study before we make expenditures in 23. So what does that mean for a budget that we ultimately adopt? Because that dispatch study is not going to be done before you adopt the budget, obviously.
Should we
So-
budget for a worst case scenario and then
I guess we could budget
happily
without the,
surprised by the study?
I think you budget without the capital projects in the line item, probably.
Yeah, and then-
Not remembering exactly what those capital projects are. Those are probably what we want to cut out.
It's
Or just delay until we have the right information.
Right, well, you wouldn't approve it with the number in there.
Yeah.
/ ask for more information from the sheriff's office about those capital outlays. And
So there is on page 64, the capital outlay information by project. So you can see everything slated for 2023, but some of it's a little generic. You may want some more information, like 110,000 for replace server switches and software updates for dispatch operations.
Yeah, I think
64.
let's just say that those capital expenditures would be justified, assuming that we were to follow the path that's been laid out here. If we don't put in that capital line item, the whole $353,934, and then the results of our study show that we should follow that path. Let's just say it does, then would we do a supplemental appropriation and begin to attack
Come
that?
back to you with a budget amendment. You can-
That sounds easy.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just make a comment, Commissioner? Sorry. I think the E911 funds are not our dispatch budget. So when you said you want to do your analysis about dispatch, whatever, these are separate. These are just the surcharge funds that come in. It's not the entire dispatch budget.
Yeah.
Whatever you decide to do
I don't
about
think-
that, it's not these funds. And the appropriation that's going to be coming in on the 15th. In 2020, last year, 21, there was a surplus in the 911 charge of $164,000. So that money is separate from the general fund. None of this 911 fund money, expenditures, the capital, the 353, none of that comes out of general fund. It's all 911 surcharge money.
Yeah.
Okay,
There is a dispatch
yeah,
project in here, and that's part of that 352. Right, is the dispatch
right, the console.
center, so.
Right.
As a capital expenditure, right? And that's what's up in the air.
Yes.
Is that correct?
And Diane's absolutely correct. There is a source of funding for this that is dedicated to providing this service, and it is not general fund. She is correct. But it is an investment in the dispatch operations. That's what this capital is.
that's the
Yeah.
why we said maybe we should hold off on making a large investment in operation. and
Correct.
Have another conversations
Have
about.
some more clarity. Exactly.
I'm curious
Thanks,
about
man.
the contract services. I see contract services is set to more than double.
So again, with Diane here, I know that the Axiom contract is going up for this fund. And I also believe that some of the utility costs, they pay an dedicated internet utility costs through here, and that is going up as well. Diane, do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And when I see 316,000 in expenditures out of the emergency telephone fund, is that being transferred into the general fund and showing up on the sheriff's budget, or is that, do we have expenditures related to the dispatch center here and over here in the general fund sheriff's budget?
Short answer, yes. So the dispatch budget in the sheriff's office, that is the majority of that are the salaries for dispatchers. There are some telephone, the cell phone bills for the sheriff's office cell phones that are in dispatch. Those do not come out of these 911 funds. The line item for telephone in 911 are the SENet, which is our FirstNet, no, not our FirstNet. SENet is like the 911 system that goes into dispatch. Yeah, and that's $3,000 a month. There's also, okay, yeah, that's through our CAD system, computer aided dispatch. And then there are the emergency call boxes, emergency alert system. So that's the telephone part. It's not the sheriff's office cell phones. That comes out of the dispatch budget. So the equipment in here is only for dispatch to provide 911 services. So it's all 911 services that fire, EMS, all the municipalities in the county use, all the law enforcement municipalities use the 911 service and our whole dispatch for that. So no, none of this equipment line items in here are directly for the sheriff's office. They're for the entire first responders in Clark County. It's just that the sheriff's office and the cab determines it or administers it.
Okay.
Good.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So next fund, capital improvement. The capital improvement fund takes in traffic impact fees, and generally these fees are transferred then into the road and bridge fund to help offset and mitigate the costs of road and bridge projects. And so just we need to adopt a budget in order to be able to transfer money into road and bridge. And pretty similar to years past. Conservation Trust Fund, this is money that comes in from the state of Colorado shared with us for lottery ticket sales, Mega Millions, Powerball. And we are recommending, the county manager is recommending to you that in 2023, you transfer a larger amount of money into the general fund, 190,000. For some reason, there's been a couple of years recently, one of which was 21, where we just didn't transfer any money. We get about $40,000 a year in revenue in lottery tax revenue, and it is allowed to be used on maintenance and acquisition of recreational amenities and open space. So given our general fund financial position, it doesn't really make sense to leave money in here. Kind of makes
But
sense.
it did accumulate while we were not paying attention, it seems like.
Yeah, it accumulated. And I guess you could also accumulate it if you really wanted to save it up for a project and not spend it on staff salaries and maintaining bathrooms at trailheads. But we're just recommending a stepped up transfer.
Okay.
Lodging tax, this fund, I know we have a ballot initiative out there. We have one more week to go till we know the results of that. We are recommending that you appropriate the entire amount. Now, it may or may not all go to the tourism board. It'll depend on what happens in the ballot, but you will have appropriated it and you can decide, depending on the outcome of that ballot question, you can make a decision about what you are going to spend it on. If there's a difference between what we're doing now and what we'll be doing next year.
And there are 3 different outcomes out there with the 2 different ballot measures. I mean, or 4, I guess. Yeah, 4 different outcomes that are possible.
This is another fund where you will see on the November 15th, a budget amendment for 2022. We just underestimated the amount of revenue that would be coming in. And as you know, you're well aware, there's a contract and we take that revenue and we turn it right over to the tourism board, most of it. And, you have to have permission to spend the money. So we need to come back to you for a budget amendment in 22. Capital Projects Fund, you already heard about these projects through internal services, Lisa Laban, our special projects manager, and then also Amy, strategic and community planning, will be taking care of these 2 projects that are moving through the Capital Projects Fund. So the budget proposed is just related to those projects. Health Clinic Debt Service, this is another fund where we will need a budget amendment for 2022. You will see that on November 15th. We accumulate resources in this fund to help cover the cost of building this building. So of course, this is the other fund that has some debt in it. We've got some ongoing payments that we have to make through 2030. And we did get awarded the $1 million grant. We have not been able to draw it down yet. We are working through the environmental assessment requirements. Usually when you get federal funding to build something, you've got to do the environmental assessment first before you can turn a spade of dirt. So we're just working with the agency, HRSA, to figure out, okay, what do we do now? Everyone knows the building's built. You've awarded the grant. What do we do now to tick this box to make sure everything's done as you want it so that we could just draw down our $1 million. But we do need some funding, additional funding this year. We had to finish putting the generator on the building. There are some costs associated with having tenants in that building, and I think maybe we just didn't think about those for the 22 budget. So we need to come back to you with a budget amendment for that. And then 23 shows what we expect then to expend on some of the ongoing things of just keeping that building in good working order so that we can have tenants in that building, paying property management fees, paying utilities, things like that. That, I believe, yeah, that is the county funds. We have 2 more funds to get through. We make a distinction on these funds because when you adopt the budget for the Emergency Services District and the Housing Authority, you take off your commissioner hat and you put on your ESD board hat. This is, of course, our fire authority, and you have a contract with them currently that you remit to them basically the property taxes that come in. And so the budget really is largely driven by the expectation for property taxes. The fire authority is experiencing a larger decline than the county is in property taxes. Their area of assessed valuation and their coverage is a little bit different than the full county, and it's
Out
more
the East End.
focused on Henderson.
And
Yes.
municipalities.
So,
And
They're not net tax base.
so
All that connection.
So that is why you are seeing the recommended budget go down. And then the last and the final one, again, you take off your commissioner hat and you put on your housing authority board hat. In your proposed budget book, we had 0 in there proposed, but I've had a conversation with Amy, our strategic community planning director. We do have some folks in our community that are on those housing choice vouchers. And we have a contract with Park County. Grand. They administer that function for us, so we do owe them some fees for administering that function, and we fully expect that will continue into 23. We will need to adopt a little bit of a budget there, but the good news is the Housing Authority has about 15,000 in fund balance. So for next year, until you know the outcome of the ballot initiative and until you make some decisions, if the ballot initiative is going to allow for money to go towards housing, the 10,000 can be covered out of fund balance. So we will make that recommendation at the hearing that you adopt a budget for 10,000, but it doesn't need to be covered by the general fund next year. It can come out of fund balance. And that is it, unless you have questions. And now Brian will recap.
Questions on those funds?
I'm all out of questions.
It'd be 3 o'clock right now.
Oh, come on, let's keep
And then
going.
our agenda.
Pretend it is.
I made a comeback. I was falling asleep earlier, but I'm ready to go.
All right, so I got a list of follow-up items that are
Candy.
written down, and I'm gonna walk through those. So I would ask you, if there's something on this list that you're like, you know what, we don't need that. Let us know that. We can check it out the list.
All right.
From the sheriff's office, the actual cost of jail repairs. You asked us to return in January to revisit the KRW report.
So, sorry, back to the jail. I think what I wanted to know was how much have we spent so far and what is the estimate to complete the work?
How much have we spent so far in the estimate to complete?
Yeah. It sounded like we were looking at a worst case scenario of replacing all the toilets, and what I heard from the sheriff was someone's coming in and on a more targeted basis, fixing the stuff that's broken.
Well, I also heard we can't staff the jail to its full extent, so I'm not so sure we need to repair all the toilets, so we can't staff the jail to its full extent, right? So
I
that's
saw
all part of the question.
Diane had a comment.
I just want to say, so far, we have spent $22,000 on repairs that are actually working. We've also spent $18,000 with Blue Sky earlier this year, who has not followed through on anything. I'd love Peter to try and get that money back for us because they're not, we did have to do a down payment, 50% of their $38,000 quote, and they've done nothing. This gentleman who we spent $20,000 on right now, we'll have fully functioning toilets by the end, all of them by the end of next week. And then he's putting the quote in also for the showers, sinks, and some miscellaneous things. I think we will, well, I don't know what his quote is going to be on that, but we will have functioning toilets, all of them. I know this is terrible, with this $20,000 we've spent so far.
So we approved
200.
200,000. It's gonna cost 20.
Well,
Good job.
we might hit, I want to see what his quote is coming back, because there's showers, multiple stall showers and sinks also. But right now the toilets are function. We reuse some of the fixtures that were down there rather than replacing them all with which was what Blue Sky's recommendation was. So we'd love to come in well under that 200, but I honestly don't know what that's going to be just yet. Hopefully by the end of next week, I'll have a better number on that, but I don't think we're going to hit the full 200.
I've heard we spent 40 though.
Yeah.
We spent 40.
Yeah, we want to get 18 back.
Peter, are you gonna be able to take Rocco down to Blue Sky and we'll find their wallets?
No comment. First I've heard of it.
Why do you think Peter goes to the gym? He doesn't-
All right, continue. Sheriff's Office, you asked us to return in January to revisit the KRW report and its recommendations. You asked us for our cost per inmate, that it cost us this house an inmate in our jail. You asked us for a review of all Sheriff's Office vacancies, total hours worked, including overtime. There was discussion on the services line in the county attorney's office. I'm not so sure we really reached any kind of conclusion there. You asked us for a complete review of fees. That was early on. I think we heard some of our staffs that has done that. So we need to confirm that we've done that with everyone else.
And are they going to be, I mean, we talked about one instance, I think it was short-term rentals where they weren't reflected in the numbers.
Correct. That's on my list also.
Yeah, okay.
Let's see, we've answered the 2019 question. You asked us for number of suicides in 2022 from the coroner. You asked us for a long-term plan with respect to our building maintenance and how that's built into our forecast. That's a great add, because we need that. You asked us to update you on when we find out if we got awarded the transit grant. That's going to help offset our general fund offsets. You asked
That
us.
one, we found out later in the conversation that that's
Gonna be within a week,
before we
right?
approve the final budget.
Correct.
So I don't know what that one.
But you want to know.
We still want to know.
Yeah, but you still want to know. And then you also asked us for what a bare bones, oh man, Minnesota came out there. A bare bones transit service would look like in terms of a budget.
If we don't get that grant.
Yeah. You asked for a menu of options for extension services. The short-term revenue fee estimate and getting that built into the budget before we adopt. You asked us for a projection on the FY22 rafting permit fees that we're going to collect. CTSI cost increase analysis. What's driving that cost increase?
A table provided to them similar to the one that was in the budget presentation of all the participating jurisdictions and what their increases have looked like in the last 5 years.
Thank you.
Hopefully CTSI can do that for us.
I think so.
You asked about the decrease in the county clerk fees in 22. I think we found that answer. The answer is Polis changed the fee that we can charge.
Yep, fees went down in 22 and will stay down on Class C vehicles. And Class C vehicles is basically everything not a semi over the road, like that's on our cars, personal
So what
vehicles.
we can collect went down.
So presumably what we're paying to renew our registrations should go down too.
One would think there'd be a correlation there.
Yeah.
Wasn't there was another component?
The
on
other
that number?
component was 2020, there was some catch up going on in 21. The fees were so much in 21 because there was a little bit of catch up going on of people from COVID and not getting stuff done timely.
All right, we can check one off the list. Year to date paid to Timberline, who is trucking our waste down the hill versus our savings and tipping fees. Want us to look at reestablishing the road-based service to non-maintained roads.
That one, that's something a conversation I'm interested in having. Doesn't have to be before December 4th when we approve this budget.
Okay.
Actually, would be nice if it could though. I mean, within your ability to get things done.
Okay. You asked us for the source of the majority of child protection referrals. You asked for a comparison, historical analysis of our public health expenses pre-COVID and after COVID. And you ask, uh-oh, my last note is not good. Comparison to our peers.
You made a general comment, I think, Chairperson, of, it'd be kind of nice to look at countywide, like per, like IT per FTE.
Yeah.
How do we compare to our?
I think we were